We're gonna discuss something known as Android for the day, and it's gonna be basics, and then we'll be moving on to one component of Android known as activity and its life cycle, and thereafter we'll see how we can manage some layouts in Android. So guys, let's see what and all we're gonna come up today with. So we will see a very basic history of Android, so how it evolved, then we'll see introduction to Android. We'll understand the anatomy and physiology about Android. So we're gonna discuss architecture, the features. We'll see if you write an application, so how Android runtime treats it. Then we got the installation procedures, activity lifecycle. So guys, when you talk of Android, so activity is one of the user interfaces in Android, and we'll see how exactly activities lifecycle is handled by Android. We'll also see the layout and the manifest file and the demonstration on all these concepts mentioned out here, guys. Let's start. So in the evolution of Android, we got the alpha version as the primary version, then we got the beta, and then so on and so forth, guys, right? So 1.0, 1.1, and if you can see, so all the versions of Android, so they are quite confectionery themed names, and that in an alphabetic arrangement, right? So you got alpha, beta, cupcake, donut, eclair, frio, gingerbread, right? So I started working in Android in the eclair version. So out here, that's like 2.0, and I worked with Samsung R&D, and I did work on Galaxy S2 out here on Eclair. So guys, till your gingerbread, Android was only available for smartphones, but from Honeycomb onwards, so we got Android portable in the tablets even. So Honeycomb was specifically designed for tablets, and thereafter, all the versions, they started supporting mobile phones as well as the tablets. So you got ice cream sandwich, jelly bean, Kit Kat, lollipop, marshmallow, and nougat as of now, right? So we got the O preview is something which is supposed to be out in the market soon. So let's now proceed towards the introduction towards the Android. So guys, Android is an embedded operating system. So it's an operating system for embedded devices and backed up by Google, right? So to be precise, it is more or less used in the mobile domain, right? So we say it's a mobile operating system, but to very extent, it's an operating system which can be installed in any of the embedded devices, right? So you could have seen Android near you. So Android is in television, Android is in smartphones, Android is in watches, it's in the printers, it's in the infotainment system of the vehicles, right? So Android is basically an operating system for embedded devices backed by Google. Now Android's kernel is based on the Linux kernel. So it's like LTA's long-term support branches. Other than that, specifically, this is for touchscreen devices. So when we got the interface, as in the touch interface, we got this Android OS as one of the most, hot and happening OS in the world somehow. So guys, what is the anatomy and physiology of this guy Android, right? So what's the architecture of Android? So we got Linux kernel as the lowest layer, right? If you can see, as discussed, so Android is based on Linux. So now Android is a layered architecture. So we got layers in the architecture of the Android, and these layers, they're gonna interact with each other. So the lowest layer is the kernel layer, which is basically a hardware layer. It's a layer which is going to interact with the hardware, right? So here we have drivers, for example, display driver, camera driver, flash driver, and IPC binder, right? So this guy is going to manage the power. So guys, let's say the phone's battery is low, so this kernel layer is gonna detect that status, right? Above the Linux kernel, we got the libraries which are written in C++. So kernel is all in C, right? And the libraries are in C++. For example, media framework, having awesome player which will play the media files, for example, your audio files. Then we got SQLite, which is the lighter version of the relational database management system. We got OpenGL and Surface Manager managing the graphics part. Then we got runtime of the Android as in the DVM. So the way you got JVM in Java, in a similar way we got DVM, that's like Dalvik virtual machine in Android. So the runtime of Android is based on Dalvik virtual machine and the core libraries from Java itself, right? On top of libraries, we got application framework. So guys, application framework is written in Java, right? So this framework layer is in Java, and if you can see, so on top of application framework, again got applications. So applications are also written in Java now. We can use activity from the application framework to create the user interfaces in our application. We can use content provider in our application. So guys, out here, so we got Dalvik virtual machine versus the Java virtual machine, right? So in Java, we got JVM, and in Android, we got DVM. So Dalvik virtual machine out here is an optimized version for JVM. So what happens out in Java? So we got the bytecode, and here we got something known as DEX code, which is a more secure and an optimized form of a intermediate code, right? So we'll discuss the same in our upcoming slides. So let's see what are the various features of Android, right? So let's try to see features. Android is an open source operating system. It means that the companies, they can use the source code, and they can customize their own features, and they can come up with their different operating system. For example, the Cyanogen. Other than that, what Samsung, Sony, or other companies will do, right? So they're gonna take up the code, and they're gonna put their features on top of the Android source code, and they're gonna customize it, and they're gonna sell it. Now a lot of apps can be developed on top of Android, right? We got various revolution in the field of application development because of Android. We got applications like WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, etc., right? So these are some basic applications. So talking about the apps like Slack, which can manage the business event, right? So all these applications, from very simple problem solving to a very major and a complex problem solving, for example, Ola and Uber. So apps can be developed on top of your operating system like Android. So it can be kind of a startup key idea. So overall complexity is reduced, right? So it's very easy to write applications in Android if you know Java. Then it's like a ready-made, low-cost, high-tech devices solution for it, right? For example, company like Micromax, right? So they need to invest only in hardware, and the software cost is not supposed to be beat by them. They can get the Android, they can port into their hardwares, and they can directly sell it out. So what are the categories of Android? So guys, when we are going to write application, when we are going to develop an application, so the applications can fall in a lot of categories. For example, entertainment can be one category, right? So here we can have applications, for example, some video streamings or any kind of entertainment related applications. We got tools which can manage our businesses. We got productivity, which is going to help and enhance the productivity. We got communication related apps, for example, WhatsApp, correct? Similarly, we got personalization, music and audio, social media and video, travel, right? So a lot of different categories are available over the Google Play Store, where you'll find all these different applications. For instance, nowadays we need not to download the music files or the audio files. What we got Spotify, we got Ghana, we got Savan, which can directly play the music. We can stream the music, and it's done for us, right? We just need to have data connectivity, and you are done with that part. So guys, now let's try to understand what is Android runtime. So we were trying to understand that there is something known as Dalvik virtual machine in Android, right? So let's try to understand the difference between Dalvik virtual machine and Java virtual machine. So Android runtime is supposed to execute Dalvik bytecode. So guys, Dalvik virtual machine is an optimized JVM, more or less. So it's gonna work for low power processing and low memory environments. So JVM is like for desktops, and DVM is like for mobile devices. Now that's like, you can say that we got an optimized version of JVM for the devices, for the mobile devices. So unlike JVM, DVM will not run the bytecode. That's like your .class file. It's gonna run the DEX file, which stands for Dalvik executable, right? So source code is compiled to the bytecode. Bytecode is further compiled to the DEX, and DEX code is something which is executed by the Dalvik virtual machine. So guys, what happens in Android? So here, whenever you open any application, an instance of DVM is given to every application. So every application is having an instance of DVM now. So DVM instantiation happens out here when you are going to execute any application. So let's see how we can come up with the installation of Android. So if you want to install and use Android, so guys, the very first thing which we need is JDK. So that's like Java Development Kit. And it is always important to understand the versions. So if you're going to come up with the latest Android Studio, you need to download the latest JDK. And as of now, JDK 8 is the latest version, and you can download it from Oracle. If you can see the link out here, right? So you can download the JDK from this link, guys. Here you are. So make sure that you are going to download your correct OS friendly, versions. For example, you got 32-bit or 64-bit Windows. So let's say this is the 32-bit Windows and this is the 64-bit Windows. So download the JDK as per, your bit patterns. All right. So once you are done with the JDK 1.8, you can download the Android Studio. So guys, Android Studio is one official IDE for Android application development, and this is based on IntelliJ IDE, which is from JetBrains. So here's the link from where you can download your Android Studio. It's like developer.android.com, and let's see that. So you got developer.android.com. So guys, this is also one of the great learning portal. So if you are looking forward for any documentation or any kind of support, right, so you can always come up here, right? So it's one of the very great platform. So you can download the Android Studio from here. And yeah, so let's proceed. So after we are done with the environment setting of JDK and Studio is installed in a proper manner, right? Next, what we can do, we can actually come up with some demonstration now, how we can use Android Studio and how we can create a very simple application, right? So we will be now having one small demonstration where we can understand how we can write one Android application. So guys, let's see that. So the first step is to start from a basic Android Studio project out here, if you can see. So we need to say start a new Android Studio project, right? And in an Android Studio project, there is one basic component which is highly required. We call it as an activity, right? So what is an activity? An activity is a user interface in Android, and we need to understand that each and everything in Android which you are able to see as in the entire screen is called as an activity. So guys, Android activity is basically the child of a context theme wrapper class. So this documentation can be explored over the developer.android.com. And now let's try to understand. So Android application development shall have four major components. The first component is the activity. The second component comes up as a service. Then you got broadcast receiver, and then we have content provider. So these are the four major components for developing an Android application. Activity is a user interface, whereas service is a background component, and broadcast receiver can receive the events and then thereafter it can process. Content provider forms the database. Let's take up one example. So if you are going to set up an alarm, you need to open an alarm application. So there will be one user interface where you shall set alarm, right? And this is typically an activity. Now the data gets stored, data is saved, right? Data is saved somewhere. So that is how you got your content provider. Finally, you got your service, which is constantly looking for that time interval to come, right? So service will look for the time interval to come, right? So let's say I got the alarm at 7:00 a.m. So now there is one background service which is constantly monitoring when this time interval will be clicked. So the moment the time interval is clicked, service will send one event. It's gonna fire an event, right? And the event handling will be done by this guy known as broadcast receiver, right? So here, now when the broadcast receiver will handle the events, at that interval of time you might get a notification or any pop-up sound, right, where you can wake up. So guys, we are now going to create an Android application project where we'll be demonstrating activity, right? So as of now, the today's agenda will be to demonstrate the activity. Further, this activity out here is one of the most crucial component, because if you're writing an application, you need on a minimum of one activity so that you can present something to your user, right? So let's get on to and let's try to see how we can create an Android application project. So you need to launch an Android Studio, then you start a new Android Studio project out here, right? So once you will create an Android Studio project, you will be getting one complete project structure. So guys, there are two major folders. One is the app folder, one is the Gradle. So app will have all your code which is going to construct your application. For example, we'll have a manifest file out here which is referred to as Android manifest. So here you define all the components of Android. For example, receivers, service, your activity, your provider. So all these components are registered in the manifest file. So Android works on inversion of control principle. So what we do, we configure each and every object in the manifest file. That's like an XML file, and Android system will construct the objects for us. So we don't construct the objects for our classes which we'll create. So the object constructions, it's going to happen as an inversion of control for us. So guys, the Java files will be available in the Java folder, if you can see out there, right? Other than that, we got the RES as in resource directory, where we will be having all of your resources available for your application. For example, some images, some layouts, or some strings coming into the values directory. Now Gradle is a build system where you need to manage your complete application build environment, right? For example, which SDK version you are going to compile your application with, right? And thereafter we got build tools version, we got application ID, minimum SDK version, target SDK version, version code, and version name, right? So all these are the attributes which are linked to your Gradle. So let's now come up and try to create one sample project, and thereafter we'll see how we can explore more of the Android. So let's open Android Studio. So guys, here is the window for your Android Studio, right? So we got this Android Studio coming in. So what I need to do is I just need to start a new Android Studio project out here. So let's say start a new Android Studio project. So before we start a new Android Studio project out here, we must try to understand one component known as activity, right? So let's try to see. So guys, activity is one of the user interfaces in Android. So we say that an activity is a blank frame, right? So the way we got photo frames, so activity is an empty frame. So it's an empty frame more or less. So it's having nothing within it. So it's an empty frame, and this is developed in programming language known as Java, right? So that's like your activity. The second thing which we have is known as layout. So your activities can have layouts. Now what a layout is, so guys, a layout is an arrangement, right? So it's an arrangement. So we got layout. Layouts are typically written in XMLs. You can also write in Java, but this is how you can do it, as in again inversion of control. So you can mention the views in the XML file. So here the layout will have some arrangement of views, how the different views can come up all together, right? For example, the text fields where you're gonna punch in some name or phone or email. So some kind of radio buttons where you're gonna put your gender as in male and female, right? And there you can have one button on click of which you can try to register. So all these views, so what we got over here, we call them as views. So views can be positioned within a layout, right? So layout is an arrangement of how the views will be placed, and this layout is constructed in an XML file. So what we do, we take on to this layout, we get this layout out here and we place it over here, exactly here, if you can see. So finally, your activity will look like the way you have designed your layout. So you're gonna put a photo frame, right? And then you're gonna paste a photo, or you're gonna take a photo into your photo frame, right? So that's how you're gonna do your activity part. So guys, activity is an empty frame, and layout is basically how the views will be positioned within that. And finally, you bring your layout to the activity. So now come back to our Android Studio. So guys, in Android Studio, if you can see, I got one application name out here. So let's try to name this application as activity demo. let's say it's activity demo. Now the company domain should be written after your project name. So this is the same name which will appear as a label to your application. With the company's domain, you got one reverse arrangement out here as a package name, that's like co.edureka.activitydemo, right? So guys, this is highly important over here, package name, right? So let's see why it is important. It's a reverse order, right? It's a reverse order, and below is your project location. So when I am going to say this package name, where this package name will be, useful, let's see that. So I'm gonna open Google Play Store. So let's see that, and let's search for Edureka. So here we got one application. So guys, if you can see, so this package name acts as a unique identity of your application on Play Store. Let's try to search for some more apps. Let's say Facebook. So here you can see com.facebook.katana, right? So it's like their project name. So Katana is basically the name of the kind of their application, right? You open down the messenger, you can see that it's like com.facebook.orca. So guys, we got your project identifier out here in the Play Store as a unique identity for your application. So it matters a lot, right? So let's say next. In my next part, I got my application to be developed for phone and tablet. In case you want to choose more, you can choose more targets. But here we are going to select one minimum SDK version. So minimum version is the version on which your application will run. So below KitKat, your app will not function, but KitKat and above your app will function, right? So you choose your target as per your requirement. Now, in this next part of our application creation, you can see Java file. So that's like the name of my activity. Other is your layout name. That's like your XML file. So guys, let's see once again. So you got an activity, which is an empty frame, and you got a layout, which is basically your XML file. So you can change the name of your activity if you want. For example, let's say this is activity 1 and the layout name will be automatically modified for you. You want to change the name, you can change the name. Let's try to write A in uppercase. So it's going to give you an error. So resources are supposed to be in lowercase. All right. So make sure that you do that part. And now typically in the end, you need to hit this guy finish. So Gradle will come into action now. So guys, Gradle is gonna build the entire project structure for us. Let's see how the Gradle is gonna, do everything. So it's gonna run some scripts, right? It's gonna configure our project. It's gonna resolve some dependencies here or there. So typically it is done in moments, right? So let's just wait for the Gradle to come up. All right, so here we are. So Gradle has configured one entire project structure for us, right? So this is one tip of the day which will be given by IntelliJ. So this is the IntelliJ, screen. So it's basically an IDE out here. So let's close this tip. So if you want, you can just continue with the tips if you want, right? So below you can see there are multiple processes which are running, right? So after you close the tip, you can see now we got one entire project structure open in front of us. So there are two files which are open in my editor over here. One is the activity1.java. So that's like your activity file. One is activity_1.xml, which is one layout over here. If you can see, it's layout file, which is comprising of a view known as hello world out here, guys, if you can see, correct? So guys, we have this entire project structure, if you can see now. So starting with the folder app, we got manifests. Let's open the manifest. Manifest file is comprising some information regarding your application, right? So let's try to see that. So it says allow backup true. It means that your application should be backed up. You got an icon of your application, which is taken from the mipmap directory. So if you open your res directory and you go into your mipmap, you find these icons coming up over here. You double click it and you can see this icon. So this is one default icon which Android will provide you. In case you want your icons, you can put it into this and you can just rename this guy, right? So we got the label. Label is the name of the application which will be coming along with the icon. So when it says activity demo, but when you click on it, it says @string/app_name. So you go down to your values and strings.xml. So here you can see app underscore name coming up as activity demo. So guys, anytime if you want to change the name of your application, you can do so, right? For example, you can say Edureka demo app, right? So anytime you want to change this, you can change it. It's very easy. Now moving ahead from strings.xml, let's understand what is this round icon. So guys, some of the apps, they want to support the round icon. So we also have a provision for the round icon. So this is round in shape, right? If you can see. Then you got supports RTL. So guys, your app's gonna support the locales which are from right to left. For example, Arabic languages. Then you got the theme of your application. Now, what is meant by the theme of your application? So if I'm going to create any PowerPoint presentation, it might have some theme. So theme, to be precise, will have some colors, right? What are the different colors in your application? What's the color scheme of your app? That's like a very basic introduction to theme. So we got this theme known as app theme available in this styles.xml. Let's open styles.xml. In the styles.xml, you can find that we got something known as color primary dark, and color accent. There are three colors, right? So what are these three colors all about? So if you open down the layout file, you can see some blue color coming out here and some dark blue color coming out here, right? So where the Edureka demo app is written, we call it a toolbar, which is a color primary. And above where the Wi-Fi and the battery and the time is coming out, so we call it as a status bar, where the primary dark color is created. So over here in my styles.xml, these colors are taken from the colors.xml in the values directory out here. So color primary dark, and color accent. So guys, color accent is a kind of, color for your, let's say, cursor. So what cursor and what focus will be of color. So it's like this color. So you want to change the color, just click on this and you can anytime change the color scheme of your application, right? So it's like very basic. So that's like your color primary, and primary dark should be exactly a bit more darker in tone. So that's how the toolbar should be. And color accent can be any color of your choice, right? So it can be any color of your choice. So typically I'm gonna take it like a bit red in color, let's say that. Now come back to your layout file once again. You can see the color scheme of your application is changed. The layout file was showing you some blue colors and now the colors are changed out here for us. So guys, very basic introduction, how you create an application and what the manifest file is all about, right? So manifest file will have lastly as an activity, right, which is your activity 1 within the package co.edureka.activity_demo. So activity 1 over here, if you can see, is your, coming out to be as one Java file, where we said a set content view in a method like on create r.layout.activity_1. So guys, R stands for resource as of now. So r.layout.activity_1. So this is my layout. If you can see, this is my layout, r.layout.activity_1. And when you open this activity_1, it's the same layout file. So this has two views now. One is the design view, one is the text view. So when you open the text, you will find that it's all code written out here. If you can see out, so this is all code now. So it says some constraint layout having a text view, correct? So guys, you need not to worry about the source code. What you can do is you can just drag and drop the views as per your choice. You can just, bring in some button out here, over here, and thereafter this button, it can be positioned from left, right, etc., here and there, right? So you can drag and drop the buttons anywhere and everywhere you want, right? So that's like your basic UI arrangement. So guys, I hope this layout is very easy to understand, and you can drag and drop the things, and in the code you can find that everything is coming out to you automatically, right? It's all automated for us. You need not to code. So a bit of coding can be done. For example, text view is hello world. You can say it's going to be activity 1, and you can just write down the text color goes like color primary dark, and you can say the text size goes like for example 20 dp. So the text of the button can be like submit, correct? And when you see the design part, so this is how the data is different now. So things changes now, right? So manifest file, so we are on to manifest file somehow. So this is the activity 1, And I hope now the manifest structure is very clear, and this entire structure out here is open in front of you guys, right? So this is what every part of the project is more or less have something to link with your manifest itself, right? Gradle scripts contains one build.gradle over here, which is having the entire configuration to build your project. So what is the SDK version, what is your application version, what is the name of your apps version, what is the application ID, etc, etc. It is also having the SDK location for your Android. So Android Studio will download the SDK, right? So where you will have all the frameworks, all the APIs. So here you can see the SDK. We also have NDK, that's like native development kit. So in case you want to include some native library and you can use it in your project, so you can easily do so. So guys, this is one basic project structure for us. So how we can run this project? To run the project, you need to have an Android virtual device, right? So here we got AVD manager. So let's click on to the AVD manager. In the AVD manager part, you can create your virtual devices from here, right? So you need to choose one template. For example, you can choose Pixel and you can proceed and you can create one complete Android virtual device, right? So once you are done with a virtual device, you can just start it off. So creating a virtual device is very basic. It's just one wizard where you need to do certain steps. For example, choosing out to be what's the OS version which you want. You can download the images of different emulators or simulators. So let's start this Android emulator. And once you are done with your project structure, guys, right, you need to have an emulator or you need to connect one Android device with your computer via USB. Right? So once it is done, you need to hit this green button out here, which is running your application. So when I give the command to run an application, Gradle again will come into action. So Gradle's gonna build the entire project. It's gonna compile and make one APK file, which will be installed on your emulator or on your connected device. So guys, you just need to connect a device with your PC and it's gonna detect it. So sometimes, right, you need to download the drivers, and you should also enable the developer options in your settings, right? To do that, just Google it out. So let's wait for our emulator to turn on. So now the emulator is up. So let's unlock the emulator. So guys, this is again a very basic emulation of an Android device. Let's hit the run button and see what will happen. So it's gonna tell me that this is one connected device which I can find. We call it ADB, so Android Debug Bridge. So it's gonna detect what and all are connected devices. So let's hit the OK button. Since I'm gonna deploy it on my emulator out here, let's hit the OK. And now you can see the Gradle came into action. So Gradle build is running, right? So you can click to see what and all the tasks are being happening in the background if you want, right? So let's just wait for this Gradle build to get finished, and you will see one projection of your application in the emulator. So now it's saying that it's gonna index it and it's installing the APKs. If you can see the status change out here below over here, guys, it's installing the APKs, and now it's launching the activity. So here we are with one of the very beautiful sample application for you people, right? So we got an activity 1 and a button submit. Let's hit back. Let's go to the application. So we got this application named as Edureka demo, if you can see guys over here. So it's Edureka demo out here. So this is your application. So in the manifest file, the activity main and launcher over here means that it's the first activity which is going to come up when you click on the icon, right? So guys, we got this activity as in main and launcher. That's why it is coming upon the click of your app icon, right? So when you click on the app icon, main and launcher should be the action and category of your activity. Let's now come back to the slides, right? So guys, I hope the structure of the project is clear. So once again, let's take on the manifest. So manifest file will provide all the essential information for our Android. So it's gonna have a lot of things. We got action, activity, provider, receiver, services, uses permission. So if you want to come up with some internet permissions or accessing the memory. So you need to write this uses permission that we want to access the external storage or so. So this is what we got as in manifest file. So guys, now let's try to explore something known as life cycle of a component called activity. Activity is one user interface. We didn't create the object of activity. So if you see closely, if you will observe, I just created the class. I haven't written anywhere activity 1 AO assign new activity. We didn't do it anywhere. We didn't instantiate activity. So who's gonna instantiate activity? Android container is gonna instantiate the activity for us. So it's inversion of control which will be coming into the action, right? So let's now come back and try to see the life cycle of an activity. So guys, activities life cycle will have series of callbacks. So the first callback is known as on create. So whenever your activity will be launched, on create method will be executed. It's a kind of a constructor call now. After the on create, your activity will be started. So it's like on start. So on start is a method call when activity is pushed into the task. That's like a backstack. So what happens when you open a lot of activities? So we got something known as backstack or the task which gets created. So all the activities are pushed into this task. So after the start, you got resume. So resume is one function call where your activity is entirely visible to the user and user can interact with it, right? Now the activity is running, so user is interacting with the activity and he can do a lot of tasks in the UI part. But as soon as some other activity or some other component covers this activity, right? So this goes in the background, but it is partially visible. So the UI is partially visible, but user cannot interact. So the state of the activity goes like pause. So another activity is supposed to come on the foreground, but it is not covering the activity to the full. So you can see the below activity as in some inactive state. So that's like your pause state. So as the user again navigates back to the activity, so pause is linked with your resume, right? So if activity is paused, it can be re-resumed. And the stop is a state when the user is unable to see the activity and unable to interact with the activity. So if you are in a stop state, you will again go to the restart and then start and then again resume and so on and so forth. So guys, apps with the higher priority, they need more memory. So if there are applications which have higher priority to be executed, so they need more memory. So what happens? App processes can be killed, right? So activities whosoever are in stop state, they might be killed by the system. So you can again come back and get your activity recreated by the system itself if system destroys it. So guys, an activity can be destroyed by the system, or even you can by pressing the back key or by executing one API call called finish. So when your activities object is deleted from the memory, from the backstack, you got this call known as on destroy. So that's like our entire life cycle of an activity from launching till the shutdown, right? From creation till destruction. Let's try to write one program on the life cycle of an activity now. So guys, create is a state when activity is created. Resume is a state where activity is visible and running and the user is interacting with it. Stop is a state where user cannot see the activity and activity is covered by some other activity. So it's a background, so user cannot interact with the activity. Pause is a state where activity is visible but user cannot interact with the activity. It's like some other component has covered your activity but you can see the activity and you cannot interact with it. Destroy is a state where your activity is removed from the memory. Let's try to override each and every life cycle method of your activity and try to run the code and see how this life cycle callback will come into action, right? So let's see guys how the life cycle methods for your activity can be described. Now what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to put one log. So log is like, you know, one clear textual statement which will be printed out here in Android monitor. So we're gonna do the logging process. If you are already aware of logging, it's pretty good. So as of now, you can treat like a CISO statement, which I'm going to put it over my Android monitor. So if you are aware of log4j, it makes perfect sense. So logging in Android, so here you need to give one key. right? So for T, I will just say string tag as in your activity 1, right? So here we are. The tag goes like activity 1. And here you say tag, comma, on create. So that whenever my activity 1 will be created, its on create will come into account. So we got an on create method, right? So on create method, we gonna get this tag that's like on create. And after the on create, I'm going to override certain more methods. Let's see that. So you got on start, then I got on resume. Let's also try to override restart. You got on resume, on pause, then you got on stop, and finally I got something known as on destroy. So let's put this log statement in every lifecycle callback method, and thereafter we'll try to execute the code and we'll see one significant difference. So when is called when, so we'll see that, guys. Let me just do one change. All right, so we are close to that now. Good to go. So we got create, start, restart, resume, pause, stop, and destroy. So let's run the code and now see when these lifecycle callbacks will come into action. So guys, this is the Android monitor out here. I'm going to open it, right? And I'm going to write this activity 1 as in filter, right? So I'm going to write this activity 1 as in filter. That's like my tag. So now you can see we got create, start, resume. It means activities first of all created, then started, and then resumed. Now when you hit the back button, let's hit the back button directly. So when you hit the back button, your activity is paused and then stopped and then destroyed. So what does this mean now? It means that there is a sequence of lifecycle callbacks which are supposed to come into the action. Create, start, resume. If you press the back key directly, it's gonna go to the destroy, but before it is destroyed, it gets stopped. Before it gets stopped, it is paused. Let's reopen. So you again got create, start, resume. Let's press the home button out here, if you can see in the middle, right? So it's in the resume state, you press the home button and some other guy came on top of this guy. So your activity went from resume state to the stop state. So before it goes to the stop state, it is going in the pause state, right? So from resume, it went to the pause and then to the stop. Let's try to bring back our application. So here we are. So from your stop state, it restarted and then it again started and again it is resumed. So these are couple of, you can say, instances or you can say scenarios where we are able to understand the life cycle of an activity. But guys, activities life cycle is vast now. There can be various other scenarios where this life cycle of activity can come into account, right? So we got create, start, resume, pause, stop, and destroy as in the major life cycle callbacks of your activity. All right, so let's slide down the presentation now, guys. So the next part over here is what are the various layouts in Android. So when we are particularly talking about the layouts, so we got various layouts in Android, right? And we need these layouts so that we can align the views over here. So what we got views in our Android applications in the activities with which the users will interact, correct? So activity is just one frame or a container, and the layout file is going to act as an arrangement of the views. So we got different arrangements in which you can process your views, and the layouts can be created in two different ways. One is you write an XML. So again, inversion of control comes into account here. So here layouts can be defined in XMLs, and we can present these layouts in our layout directory in the application folder, right? So we saw that. Let's try to see it once again. So in the layout directory, you can create your layouts over here. So we can also create the layout files at runtime. I mean layouts at runtime. So you can create it programmatically. So whatsoever can be done in XMLs can also be done in programs. Now, what are the various types of layouts? So guys, the answer is there are n number of layouts, but what are the major layouts if you can see. So we got linear layout, we got relative layout, recycler view, list view, and grid view, right? So these are the majorly used layouts in Android. Relative layout is now kind of an obsolete layout, and we got constraint layout as the new layout these days, right? So relative layout is replaced by constraint layout. So let's see what these layouts are all about, right? So let's try to understand the layouts one by one and see what and all they can do for us. So guys, I will be demonstrating linear and a constraint layout for you people, right? But recycler, list view, and grid views, they're gonna work with something known as adapters. So let's try to understand the very first layout as a linear layout, or I'll explain the first layout as a constraint layout, which is a replacement to the relative layout. So let's see that part. So guys, the root element, if you can see, is a constraint layout over here. So what happens in the constraint layout? In the constraint layout, you can position the views as per your choice wherever you want. So one view will be, a constraint from the 4 directions, right? Left, right, up, and down. So it's very much in line to what we got as in iOS app. So if you are an iOS app developer, you can get it very easily. So what's basically a constraint is, so you're putting out the constraints so that for different dimensions of the screen, everything remains intact, correct? Now let's drag and drop one more button out here. So when I have dragged button, so where exactly you want this button to be available, right? So this button has nothing linked here and there, but this button is having some linkage. Let's say that this button out here is linked from the top and the bottom, left and the right. So now this guy is having nothing to do with these two views. So one is the text view, another one is this button, right? So it has nothing to do with these. But at the same time, if you take this and you try to match it to this guy, so now this guy is in constraint of this guy over here. So this management goes a bit different now. So we can actually very beautifully design your views in a simplest manner. So who goes where and how with the help of constraints. So in the background, these constraints which are being created, if you can see these constraints, right? So they are done automatically for us and we need not to worry for them, right? So that's like a very basic layout known as a constraint layout. Then the other kind of layout which we have is known as a linear layout. So guys, linear layout is a layout where we got all the views either in a vertical direction or in a horizontal direction. So linear layout, we're gonna place the views linearly or sequentially one after the other. Let's see how this linear layout is gonna work. So what I'm going to do in my project out here, so in this resource directory, in the layout directory, let's do a right click and let's create one new layout resource file. So I'm going to say it is activity_1_linear. So by default, the root element is the linear layout, if you can see out here. You say okay. So here we are with the linear layout. So it's basically now having one root element as linear layout with the orientation as vertical and width and height as some match parent. It means cover the entire frame, right? So by default, the orientation is vertical out here. What I can do, I can drag and drop the views now. So for example, I am going to drag a button. So here the button is dragged, right? So it is going to take the width as match parent, but I can do a wrap of content where this width can be managed out here. So let's try to name it as button 1. Now the next button, if you are going to drag, you can see it is being dragged below the button 1, not exactly out here, because it is linear arrangement and it is in the vertical direction, right? So the other view, for example, checkbox, other view, radio button. So every view is being placed one after the other, right? So we call this arrangement as a linear arrangement. What I can do, I can also create one linear layout within a linear layout, right? So let's say a linear layout. So width is like match parent, height is like wrap content. So we can have nesting of layouts now. So guys, nesting of layout is like you got a layout and you're gonna put a layout within some other layout. Now what we are going to do over here, let's come down and let's try to write some button. So width goes like wrap content and height goes like again wrap content, and the text of this guy goes like BTN1. All right, so it can be any name of your choice. And the orientation of this linear layout, I'm going to set now as horizontal. So if a linear layout is having a horizontal orientation, whatever the components or the views you are going to add in your layout, they will be now aligned in a horizontal direction. So the overall layout is a linear layout, but we got one nested layout with the orientation as horizontal. So guys, I hope this makes a sense now, right? Where we can create nesting of layouts, and we can either have horizontal or the vertical arrangement. So linear layout is most suitable when you're going to write a registration UI. Let's say I want to register as a user with different details, right? So you can come up with a linear layout, because here the things are supposed to be linearly arranged. Let's come back now and now try to understand the next part, which is your relative layout. So guys, the best way of relative, now the relative layout is a bit, kind of old, or you can say an obsolete layout. So the newer one is the constraint layout, which is a replacement to the relative layout. But let's try to understand how relative layout works. So in relative layout, you can place the views relatively to some other view, right? So let's see how we can do. So I'm going to come down and I'm going to say one more layout out here, and let's try to say this is activity underscore one underscore relative, and here the root element is coming out to be relative linear layout. Let us change it to relative layout and let's say okay. So what we can see that the root element is now relative layout. So what happens in the relative layout? So if you are going to design the relative layout, drag and drop a view wherever you like. So it's pretty much like your constraint layout, but here one view is relatively placed, if you can see out here. So it's basically positioned. So this button is relative of this button. If you open out the text now, so they have linkings. So for example, the button ID is 6, right? So let's say the text says 1 and this text is 2. So button 2 is placed below this guy. So it's a relationship. So child siblings are relationship more or less. Let's try to drag and drop some toggle button. So toggle button out here, if you can see, it's again basically aligned with some button. So what is happening over here, guys? So views are always positioned here with respect to the other views. Correct? Drag and drop, place the views here and there wherever you want. That's like your relative layout. Let's slide down the presentation now. So guys, other than relative layout, we got a list view. So list view is one layout which will display the data in some, you can say, scrollable form in a linear arrangement. So list item is the one over here in the list view. So just like your WhatsApp. So WhatsApp is a list view. So all the items in the WhatsApp are referred to as list items. So we need a design pattern. So for that, Google has already given us a class known as adapter, like an array adapter or a base adapter or a simple cursor adapter. So list view works with the adapters. So adapters are the one which are the design patterns which contains the data, and they help to bind the data on the list view. So likewise, list view, if you want to come up with some grid arrangement, we got a grid view. So guys, grid view is also one layout which is scrollable, but here the list items are replaced with the grid items. So we got rows and columns over here, and this also is one of the most useful layouts in our applications. For example, if you want to come up with a gallery, so the images are supposed to be a grid view, they are not supposed to be a list view, right? So it led developers to add widgets in the grid. So you can create some dashboard kind of a UI for your activity, right? And you can put some different options out here. So we got out of the box support for scrolling. So we need not to worry about the scroll views over here. And it's gonna use the same adapter which is used in your list view. So guys, finally we got something known as recycler view. So recycler view was launched in the Lollipop version of Android, and it is also having a backport support. So what's recycler view all about? We got a flexibility in the recycler view known as a layout manager. So layout manager can dynamically switch the view of the recycler view either to a linear layout or to relative layout or to a staggered layout. So it means what? Either you can dynamically change the views into relative, I mean into linear, into grid, or into your staggered. So let's take one example out here. So if you're going to search in the Amazon, right? So there they will give you one view switching option. So either you want to see all the items in the grid arrangement or in the list arrangement. So that's like the recycle view is going to help us. Other than that, it's very much optimized on the memory level, right? So that's like your recycler. So guys, let's try to now see. So these are various layouts now, right? So how you can access your view in your Java code, right? So we need to come up and access a view in a Java code. Let's see how we can do that. So in my activity out here, so I got the layout file, which is mapped to my Java code. So this goes like your activity underscore one, right? So guys, this is your layout file, activity underscore one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create one function. Let's say public, and let's say a void, and I'm going to say click handler with a view. Let's say view and a view, right? So we got a public void click handler, and you got a view and a view. So guys, here I will just put one simple toast. You say toast dot make text this comma you clicked button, and then say length long dot show. So this is one small message which will appear, and then it will automatically go off, right? So it's gonna come up for some longer duration of time. Now come back to your layout file. So within this, I got this guy button submit. So you say on click of this button, call the method click handler, right? So let's run the code now and see what happens. So it says installing the APKs, launching the activity. So click on the submit button, guys. Out here you can see you clicked button. Now this is the toast which is coming out for us, right? So it's coming in and it's going off. So that's what you coded out over here, right? So if you can see, let's now see how you can use a text view in your Java code, right? So here we got this guy known as text view, right? So we need to see how we can use this text view in your Java code. Let's see that. So let's come down here. Let's write one text view, as in one text view. So if you can see, right? So I got one reference to this class known as text view. So it's imported for us, if you can see out here. So guys, what I am going to do over here, let's come back to this activity underscore one. We got one text view with the ID over here, if you can see. So the ID is particularly this guy known as text view over here. This is the ID. So in my layout file, I got an ID, and in my on create, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say text view out here, right, is basically find view by ID. You say find view by ID r dot ID dot text view, and whatever the view you have located, it's basically supposed to be downcasted to the text view. So guys, in my on create, I initialized one view, and now I can use it, right? So on click of my button, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say text view dot set the text, right? And you can say this is awesome. Or let's try to say, let's come up with one date, right? So you say date, and for the date, let's try to come up as in one date, right? So I got one java.util.date API, and here I'm gonna say today is plus date dot toString, right? Let's do one very basic code over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to display what is today on my text view. Let's see that part now. Let's try to run the code and see what happens. All right, guys. So if you can see now, you click on the submit button. So it says today is Saturday, June 10, and it's gonna show us the time, right? And thereafter, this whole information when you click on the button. As of now, what we have seen is how we can create one basic simple application, right? Where we got one complete project structure out here, right? And in the project structure, we saw that what exactly is this complete project structure and the Gradle scripts, right? We also did try to see how we can create an activity and how we can manage its life cycle. And we explored a bit of layouts and saw that how we can use the views within the layouts into our code. So guys, there can be n number of, let's see that, and n number of layouts. So we got something known as view group, which is one class in Android, right? So written in Java. So view group is one class where we got linear layout as its child, we got relative layout as its child, and many more layouts, right? So all the layouts. We got something known as view. So for the view, I got views like button, then radio button, checkbox, then we got something known as edit text, where you can punch in the data, and many more, right? So layouts shall contain the views. That's how we're gonna work on the layouts part. There are various layouts which works with the adapters. For example, you got your list view, grid view, and recycler view, right? So we got various layouts which work with the adapter. Let's see one very basic example on how we can write one list view. So I'm going to say, let's come to the layout part and say right click and say a new layout resource file, and I'm going to say this is my activity underscore one underscore list view. So let's take the root element as list view. So here you can see the list items coming into the action, right? So the textual part is very basic, where you got this list item. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep one ID to this guy. So let's say @ID, and let's say list view. So this is my list views ID. I can also write some padding, which is like the fair margin. So let's put like some 16 dp out here. Now in my source code, let's try to use this list view. So let's come down, and here I'm going to change my layout as activity underscore one underscore list view, right? So let's comment out all these guys, not this, so text view, and let's try to comment out this click handler. So I will do a very basic demonstration on list view, right? So you say a list view as in a list view. The way you got your text view initialized, you say list view, your list view, then you say find the view by id r.id dot list view, right? So guys, list view, grid view, or recycler view, they're gonna work with the adapters. So typically I'm going to write one array adapter out here of type string. Now these adapters can be customized, right? So as of now I'm taking one predefined adapter, so adapters can be customized to create a custom list view. So how I'm going to come up with my adapter, I'm gonna say adapter as in a new array adapter. So guys, array adapters, they can take some inputs, right? The first input which I'm going to pass is this, and second is my layout file android.r.layout.simple list item 1. Now what does this mean now over here? So guys, this is one predefined layout which works with the array adapter, right? And what you can do, you can just now add the data into this adapter. So you can say add, for example, I'm going to now create a list view of various let's say shopping carts, right? So let's start with Amazon. So thereafter I'm gonna come up with Flipkart, let's say Snapdeal, let's say Myntra, then we got eBay, right? So these are some of the items which I have added into my adapter. So these items will be displayed within this layout, which is a predefined layout now. So what I will do now, I will just say list view dot set the adapter to be adapter. Now it's as simple as to use a list view, right? So let's run the code and understand how this list view is gonna come up. So here we are with one of the very beautiful concept out here, if you can see, guys, right? So we got Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, Myntra, eBay, etc., etc. So there might be a situation you feel like clicking on it, right? So you feel like clicking on it. So what you can do, you can put an click listener out here. So you can say your activity is gonna implement on item click listener, right? So you can come up with an item click listener, and here you are with the method known as on item click, and on the list view here you can just say list view dot set on item click listener to be the current class, right? Current object. So in my on item click, just extract the item on which you selected from your adapter. You say adapter dot get the item at position number I. So whatever the position will be available in the I. Now what I will do, I will just toast the item which you are going to click, right? So you selected plus your item. Let's rerun the code now and see what happens. All right, guys. So here we are. You click on Amazon, so it says you selected Amazon. You clicked on eBay, so it says you selected eBay. So moving ahead now. So let's say you want to come up, on list item click, you want to just initiate some new activity. What I'll do, I'll come down in my app, in my Java, I will just do a right click over here, and I will do a right click, and I'll say a new, and I'll say an activity, and I'll again say an empty activity, right? So I'm intentionally coming up with empty activity again. So let's try to name this new activity as activity 2 and say finish. So guys, we'll get both the things now. So the activity, along with the activity, you got its layout file. So it's again a constraint layout. So in my design part, so let's try to say one text view out here. So I'm gonna put some constraints on my text view. Next part, I'll just say this is your activity 2, and you can just come up with some text size of 20 dp. So we got one more activity in our application. At the same time, the manifest file will have a registration for your activity 2, if you can see over here. So we got only one guy, main and launcher. So the other guy is just a basic activity. In my activity 1, what I am going to do, on click of any item, I'm going to launch my activity 2. So how I will do that, guys? So there is one concept, one fundamental, one API called intent. You say intent as in a new intent. So source has to be your activity 1. So I say it's like activity 1 dot this, and then you say you wanna land up to activity 2 dot class, right? And then you say start the activity with the intent. So this is how you're gonna navigate from one activity to other. So navigate from A1 to A2, right? And when you're gonna navigate, so you're gonna navigate it in a way that we are going to click on some item, and then we are going to navigate after the toast is displayed. Let's run the final code and see what's gonna happen. So all in all, one basic introduction to some of the fundamentals from where you can start building your applications, or you can start, ramping up yourself on Android, guys. So here we are, guys. So let's try to click on Myntra. So you can see that you have navigated to your activity 2. Correct? Come back. So this is your activity 1. So click on any item. So you'll be navigated to your activity 2.
Any developer out there would dream to develop or build an Android application of his own. If you are a noob or an experienced developer, you might want to start off right from the basics. But the very first step towards this is choosing a proper IDE to work on. So this video will help you understand how to install an IDE, that is Android Studio, on your system. But before we get started with the installation process, let me just quickly walk you guys through the agenda. So the first step would be installing Java on your system. followed by which we'll see how to install Android Studio. And then I'll wrap up this session by making you guys understand how to write a simple program in Android. So I hope the agenda was clear to you guys. And I also suggest you to subscribe to our Edureka YouTube channel to never miss out an update on the trending technologies. And also don't forget to hit the bell icon to never miss out a notification on this channel. So let's get started. So the very first thing you have to do if you're working on any technology is master any programming language. And when I talk about programming language, Java is one of the most oldest and the most easiest programming language, I must say. So it is one of the easiest languages, and JDK libraries are also required to run any sort of program. So installing Java is a very first step that you need to take. So I'm going to be downloading a Java JDK files. I'm going to search for Java download. Yep. So we need Java from the Oracle website. So I'm going to go for the second link over here, that is Java SE downloads. Click on the link. You can see that there's so many versions of JDK is present here. So I'm going to be clicking on the latest one. Click on download. You have to accept the license over here. You can see that you can download it for Linux, Mac OS, and Windows. As I'm working on Windows, I'll be downloading this file. As I already have the JDK files, I would just leave it here. So the next thing I'll be teaching you guys is how to set up Java environment variables. I'm going to go to Control Panel, go to System and Security, and click on System. And you can find Advanced System Settings over here. So these are the system properties that we need to edit. So go to Environment Variables and set the path. So under the system variable, you'll find a variable called path. So just click on edit and add the bin folder location. This bin folder location is where your Java is installed. And you can find that by going through your program files, and then you can open the Java folder and you can find the bin library over there. So you just have to copy the path of the bin library and paste it over here. Just add a new one. Yeah, new one, and you can edit it. Okay. And Java does not necessarily need any environment variables to be set. However, setting environment variables does make certain things easier. So this environment variables point to the folder location where your preferred version of Java is installed. These environment variables are mainly required by external programs and tools in order to figure out where exactly Java is installed in your machine. Now, the next thing you have to do is check if the variables have been set correctly or not. So in order to do that, I'm going to go to the command prompt and I'm going to type Java-version. You can see that the Java version that I'm currently using is 1.8. So this is how you confirm that Java is installed on your system. So now, once you've understood how to install Java on your system, let's move ahead and understand how to install Android Studio. So in order to do that, I'll be searching for Android Studio download. Yep, click on this. So you can see that you can download Android Studio just by clicking on this button and the download options for any of the OS that you prefer. All right. Now I'm just going to click on download. Check this box and click on download. Okay, it'll be installed in a while. I'm going to drag this onto the desktop. And I'm going to run this as an administrator. Okay, so click on next. Virtual device is not selected. Okay, click on next and install. Yeah, so this is the welcome page of Android Studio. I'm going to just click on start new project. I'm going to be choosing an empty project here. You can see that there is a basic project. There is also bottom navigation activity. The same way we have fragment and view model, full screen activity, master detail flow, and so many other types of application or activity that you can perform. But as we are installing it for the first time, I'm going to be dealing with an empty activity. So click on next. And I'm going to name my project as new Android project. Okay, so we're new to this. Yep, and you can select any of the programming language, guys. You can either select Kotlin or you can select Java. Kotlin is a very new programming language which is officially supported by Google and is also one of the preferred language for Android development. So Kotlin is also feasible, guys, and also you can select Java if you're comfortable. I'm going to be using Java in this session, so I'm going to be selecting Java and click on finish. So this is exactly how you can install Android Studio. You can see that the project is syncing. So we'll wait for a few seconds so that it finishes. Once this is done, I'll talk about the project structure and how exactly you can write a simple program in Android. Okay, so this is done. Now I'm going to go to the application, go to Java, and under the first folder, I'm going to find the main activity. So this is where you can write your code. After this, you can add any number of lines of code that you want for your application. In the same manner, we have activity main.xml. So this is a place where you can design your application or you can code for the corresponding design. So you can see that I have a layout over here. So this is a layout over here and you can actually drag and drop the features or the views onto your layouts. Now, talking about the project structure, the app folder holds manifests and the Java folder. These both are required for application development. Now, once you click on this Java folder and you can find this main activity class. Here's where you'll write your code as I mentioned, and mainly it is considered as the main class. Now, next up, you have the resource field. So this field is where you can edit the layouts. So I mentioned that this is a layout. You can edit these layouts by clicking on the layout here and the activity main.xml. Okay. Here you can also draw outlines for your applications. You can drag and drop the features. You can write any number of codes for the layout design. Next, we have the Gradle script, which is also added onto your project. So if you want to create a new project, just go to File, go to New and New Project. All you have to do is select the project activity that you want to work on and you have to give a name to your project. That's it. Okay. Next, go to your main activity class to add the corresponding code pertaining to your application. You can also create any number of classes that you want. You can just right click on this folder and go to New Java class or Kotlin class. If I go to Java class, I have to name this class something and just click on OK. Yeah, you can see that the class is created over here. So this is exactly how you can create a class in Android. Now, next up, we have the virtual device. If you're working on mobile development, that to Android, it is required for you to have a virtual machine. You cannot have a device right there next to you connected to your system every time. And if you want to receive any calls, it will be a problem for the system as well. So we prefer using virtual devices. So in order to do that, you can find this over here. You can see no devices. So open AVD manager and you can create a virtual device of your choice. So click on next. Now go to queue download, accept and next. Okay, it is downloading. So I think you guys are clear with this now, but the thing is, if in case you don't have the virtualization set in your system, all you can do is enable the BIOS on your system. This has to be done because you cannot add a virtual device if this is not enabled. You can do this by restarting your system and click on the escape button and then go to the system configuration and select virtualization and enable the BIOS. So I already have the BIOS enabled in my system. So that's the reason it's downloading on itself. Okay, it is done. So click on finish, click on next. Yep, click on finish. Okay, so it is going to create the virtual device for us. And here it is. Let us launch this editor. Here it is. Okay, so this is Google Pixel 2 and you're ready to go, guys. So you can select a device of your choice and you can view the design on the activity main.xml, and also you can code correspondingly and also edit the layouts. So this is a virtual device and you'll be performing actions on this device. So this is exactly how you can install Android Studio onto your system. You can see that Pixel is starting here. I've selected Pixel here, guys. You can select anything of your choice.
This session has been broadly classified into two sessions. The first one would be what is Android Studio, so that you guys will get an idea of what kind of IDE that you guys are going to use. And then we're going to conduct Android Stack. Now, deliberately, I'm going to go a little bit slow on this Android Stack because this encompasses the Linux kernel, device drivers, and about the NDK. Like you can even start coding in your C and C++ language, and then comes your various managers, and on top of it the Android programmer will be there. So by the end of the Android stack, you guys can decide whether you want to be the driver programmer, do you want to be an NDK programmer, or do you want to write some service managers that the way that you all are going to see under the managers, or you want to be the application programmer. So this in turn will create various verticals, and you can decide what is your passion and where you want to be. The most important thing that what you will be waiting is to install your Android Studio, right? So we're going to talk about how to install the Android Studio. Now at that point, what I would recommend you all is to install the Java first and then the Android Studio, and I'm going to walk you through that. Then we're going to take a deep dive into Android programming, and whatever the program that we do, it'll encompass your Android framework. That is how religiously we all say hello world when you start learning something new, right? And that is what we are going to do. But for that, we have to have a kind of in-depth knowledge with your Android stack and with the Android framework. So after that, we're going to say, we're going to write a simple program with activity. After that, we're going to learn the activity lifecycle. Now, after you guys learn the activity lifecycle, that is where your first session ends. And in the second session, I'll be walking you through the various other contents. Now, what exactly is the Android Studio? And in fact, this in turn is going to give you all the IDE, and this is more or less like your Eclipse IDE. Initially, the Android started off with the Eclipse, and slowly the Google disowned the Eclipse. That's about 2 years ago, and they moved on to Android because Android Studio has got a lot of collective objects and components and Gradle and a lot of other stuff, unimaginable stuff in this Android Studio, and that is what we'll be using throughout the course. And anyway, I would suggest to you guys not to use the Eclipse, and please do not wander from Studio to any other compilers like Eclipse, right? Now, it's all free. It can be downloaded from your net. I'm going to show you how to download. And here, Android Studio, Android itself is the open source, and it can be, in fact, if you want to, you can install the complete open source onto your system and you can compile it. You will get to see every bit of the code and nothing is hidden from you, and you can walk into every bit of the code, you can recompile and you can play around with that. And the entire stuff, not the entire stuff, about 75 to 80% has all been written in Java. Like for you at the UI, meaning you being just a beginner, just an Android programmer, you'll be using the Android Studio and you'll be writing the Java applications. And we have something called as the Gradle build in it. And the Gradle build is something, it is phenomenally huge and big. And throughout the course, I'll be explaining how to use it and how to bring in the library, how to bring in the flavors, how to bring in the ProGuard, and there are tons of stuff that what you guys have to learn from the Gradle build. All right. So having said this, let me give you an introduction to Android. Like what exactly is Android stack? Now let us go deeper into the stack and let us try to understand the Android architecture, and let us try to understand how the architecture works. Once if you get a clear idea of how the architecture works and your application, that whatever you guys are going to write will be mounted on top of the architecture, and that is how you'll start learning how to write your applications. So this architecture happens to be the most important part of your Android, so you have to be a bit focused on this architecture. So let us get into this Android stack. Now, this is how the stack looks like, and this is what you guys are out to learn. So normally, being a developer, you guys will be sitting here on top, that is at the application level, and this is the area that where you'll be writing all your codes, all your programs, right? Now, I'll be starting from the Linux, from the bottom layer, and then I'll be taking you all the way up to the applications. So let me tell you what kind of an animal is Android and what exactly is Android, right? So let me talk to you right from the Linux kernel. Now, as I told you, Android is an open source platform for the mobile development. Now, Android is they have scooped all from the Linux, and they have created your Android on top of Linux. Now, it consists the complete stack of the Linux hardware as well as middleware. Now, this is what we call it as a middleware, wherein after the Linux kernel, we're going to see the hardware abstraction layer here, and then the libraries, and then the framework. All this comes into the middleware, and then it goes all the way up to the application level. All right. Now, Android, so it's based on Linux 2.6 kernel. Now, they're using this kernel to create the complete Android system. Now, let me say, if a company, let me take a healthcare company, they want to use the cell phone. They don't want to use the cell phone the way it is. No, they want to convert the phone to the healthcare system. Like, for example, it has to become the doctor-friendly phone. They should be able to see the heart rate. They should be able to see the ECGs. They should be able to get a lot of other informations from the healthcare systems. So the most of the people in healthcare, what do? They in turn, they recompile the Linux kernel. They will try to scoop whichever the components they want from the Linux kernel. They'll put it into the device and they recompile this particular Linux kernel into their devices. So that is how you can bring in a lot of additional characteristics into your device, or you can eliminate whatever the characteristics that you don't want in your device. Now, if you guys look into your device, it is not 100% of Linux that what you guys can see in your device. It is only a part of it. And the very minute I talk about Linux kernel, all of you would be excited about the process, about the schedulers, about a lot of other stuff. No, they have tweaked into everything. The process is truly not the process that what you see in the Linux kernel. When it comes to Android, as an application developer, the process that what you see, it'll have the flavor. It'll look more or less like a process, but a lot of stuff has been tweaked in by Android because they just wanted to take what they want. They don't want the entire overrides of the Linux. So they have tweaked into the Linux. So please do remember, it is not 100% of Linux what has been used in Android. Now, this Linux in turn does quite a lot for us. And this in turn will take care of the memory management, process management, and networking management and all that. And this in turn will literally take care of your hardware as well as your device drivers. So when you have to deal with your camera, now the camera in turn will have a driver, and now you guys have to talk to the driver from the libraries or from the HL layer. There is a hardware abstraction layer. Now for that, in this library, you guys would have created the .so file. Now the .so file is being created by the NDK, and that in turn can tweak the hardware, can take the information from the camera and give it all the way up to the application framework, and then the application framework in turn will give that information to your applications. So this is how you'll be retrieving the information from the hardware, and it is being given to this library via the NDK in turn gives it back to the application framework, and then the application framework gives it back to the application. For example, now let me say that you want to zoom in or zoom out the camera. Now let me say you're in the application level. All that you do is you'll have an API to zoom in. Now when you zoom in, now you're trying to deal with the hardware. Now directly there's no way that you can deal with the Linux kernel Now, you have to talk to one of the managers. I'll come back to it and I'll talk about the managers when I come to this application framework. And you have to talk to one of the managers in application framework. And that manager in turn will be talking to the NDK. NDK in turn would have created the .so library. That in turn will be talking to the camera driver. So via the driver, you will be zooming into the camera, you'll be zooming out of the camera, or you will ask your camera to take a picture, and that is how you will talk to the hardware. And that is how you guys can come from all the way up from your application to the camera, and you can start taking your pictures, or you can start zooming in, and you can do a lot of other activities. Now, apart from this, now here, the Linux kernel in turn will help you to deal with all your inter-process communications at the high level, and this has the binders, and this Linux kernel has the job schedulers, and it has got a lot more to it. Now, after this Linux kernel, now this is where practically you guys are going to see the device drivers, and this is where practically you guys will be talking to the hardware. Now, let me go one level up from the Linux kernel. Now, in fact, we have a glue between the library and Linux kernel, and this is where you will get to see something called as the hardware abstraction layer. Now, all the .so files that what you write in your libraries can sit in your hardware abstraction layer. That in turn will enable you guys to deal with the hardware directly. Now, when you guys come to the library, as I told you, you will be interested where exactly the Java works and where exactly the C++ comes into the picture. Because many of you will be the staunch C++ developers. You still want to be on Android, but you'd love to write everything using C and C++. You still have an option by you guys will fit into this particular area, into the mid-level area, and you guys can write all the programs. Now, this green block that what you guys are seeing here, completely this block dwells with your C++. You guys can write completely the C and C++ part of the program, and this in turn will fuel your Android, and it gives in a lot of power to the Android, right? Now, when it comes to the Surface Manager, now Surface Manager is responsible for drawing different layers on the screen and different layers and different windows. Now the Surface Manager in turn will take care of manipulating the pixels and bringing in the images, bringing in the videos, and it'll suit that video onto the relevant screen, onto the relevant frames. And more or less predominantly at a very high level, that is how your Surface Managers will work. Now, when you come to this OpenGL, whenever you're trying to use the OpenGL, your device needs to have the chipset, that is a 3D chipset, and it needs to have the accelerations in it, and then you guys can start using the OpenGL. This can be used by your camera and by your video recorders, and all that in turn will be using your OpenGL, right? So if you guys know about OpenGL, NVIDIA is using quite a lot of OpenGL, and they do a lot of animation kind of programs they write. And in fact, if you all have heard about the Life of Pi, and NVIDIA guys, they're a part of Life of Pi, and that is how they brought in that amazing graphics, and all the other stuff has been brought into it. Very similarly, this OpenGL will help us to bring in the 3D graphics onto the smartphones and onto the other devices, like your tab and whichever the devices that you hold. Now, SGL happens to be, this in turn will help you for the two-dimensional graphics. All that is being dealt with is SGL. And when we come to this media framework, now this is where you will use your media players. You'll be playing the audio, you'll be playing the video and all that. And this is where you all will get to see all the codecs sitting here in this particular place in the media framework. Now, such as your H.264, your AAC, MP3, and MPEG-4, all those things will be here in this particular area. And those are the codecs what you guys will be using to play your video and to pause, stop, whatever that you want to do, you'll be using this particular codecs. So similarly, we have a lot of other stuff like your SQLite. Now, when you talk about SQLite, and guys, you would have been quite familiar with this, and this predominantly, this in turn will help you at the core to write your databases, right? Like creating database, storing, retrieving, all that is going to happen right from this place. and the WebKit will take care of your browsers. And now if you look into these Apple phones, the Safari in turn is using the WebKit, and the Google in turn is using the WebKit. All these guys, they use the WebKit to get best out of the browsers. So like this, we have various libraries, and these libraries are parallelly, it is related with the Linux kernel. So apart from this, you have the application framework. Now, before I get to the application framework, we have something called as the runtime library. Now, the runtime is very important. In Android, we use the Dalvik virtual machine. Now, the Dalvik virtual machine helps the smaller devices like your cell phone and all that. And this Dalvik virtual machine can make the program run in the limited environment with the limited memory, with the limited CPU capabilities, and with a limited battery. All right. Now, this in turn is called as DVM. The Dalvik virtual machine is called as DVM. And all the codes that what you write here, it'll be in form of a bytecode, and that in turn will sit in form of a file or in form of a jar file. And eventually, you will get to see all the files as the DEX files. Now, normally the DEX files are used to run the application, the process in the smaller devices, and it is going to work very efficiently. And that is what your Dalvik virtual machine is doing. On top of it, Android has got something called as an ART on top of your Android runtime. That happens to be the Android runtime. And that happens to be a very interesting addition plugin that what Android has gotten. Now, when you compile your program, it doesn't really compile the program all over again. Whatever the lines that you have written, it just picks up those lines and it compiles that lines. So second time when you're trying to compile your program is going to work much faster, and that is where your ART will come into the picture. That also can be called as your just-in-time compiler. So when it comes to the core library, this has got all the collection classes here, and that's about your Android runtime. And going back to this application framework, and this plays a very vital role, and this plays a very important role for our application development. Now, whenever you write an application, your applications, now you may write hello world, or you may write an application to make a call or to receive some data from the browser, or whatever the kind of applications you write. Now, under this application framework, what you see here is not predominantly, they're called as the managers, called as the activity manager, package manager, window manager, telephony manager, content provider managers, resource managers, and so on and so forth. All these managers will be watching you, and in turn will constantly, they will be providing the informations to you right from the hardware level, and whatever you ask for, all the information is being carried out to the hardware, and from the hardware they'll be bringing up all the informations for you. And this is how this application framework is going to help you to write your applications. Now, for example, if you write your activity, normally in Android, the applications that what we write is called as an activity. Now, immediately the activity manager will swing into action, and he takes the complete control. And activity manager is the one, he manages the life cycle of the application. Now guys, give me few minutes. I'm going to take you deep into this life cycle of these applications, and he's the one who's going to manage the life cycle of application. Now, when you start clicking on various applications on your mobile, now activity manager is the one who's going to hold the backstack, and back and forth he will allow you to navigate the applications, and he's going to give you a smoother experience. And this is what more or less the activity manager will do. Now, package manager is an integral part of your Android. Now this guy in turn will keep track of how many applications are there in your emulator, how many applications are running in your emulator, what kind of permissions has been given to that applications. All that has been taken care of by the package manager. Package manager happens to be a kind of brain to your application. Now all the application identity and the resources, or the resources meaning the application details, like whether it has got the right permissions, where is it been executing, is it being held, or what exactly is happening on your activity. All that information is being held by the package manager. So as you have the telephony manager, now for an instance, you're watching a couple of pictures from the gallery. All of a sudden, a phone lands, the call lands in. Now, how exactly that can happen? Because the telephony manager has to get the call right from the Linux kernel, right? Now, this in turn will be checking on the IRs, and this in turn will be checking on whether I received a call or not. The very minute the call is received, and the hardware abstraction layer will pick the call via the libraries, and then it tells the telephony manager that there's a call for you, and this telephony manager gives the call to the application, and that is how you guys will be able to pick the call right from the hardware level, right? And you call, you talk, and when you terminate, the telephony manager knows that you're terminated, and it goes tells the kernel back that the call is terminated. Now, very similarly, you have content providers. Now, I'm giving you an overview on a couple of managers because you've got a lot more managers than what you see on the screen, and we will be working while writing programs. I'm going to take you deeper into it. Now, we have the content providers. Now, the content providers are a very interesting stuff. Now, for example, if you're writing your application in SQLite, now whatever the application you write lives in a sandbox. It cannot be seen or it cannot be shared by the other applications. At that point of time, the content provider in turn is going to create a wrapper on top of your SQLite, on top of your application sandbox, and the content provider makes the data available to the other process across the sandbox. And there is a whole idea of using the content provider. And this is how normally we use the content providers, right? For example, the contacts. Now, the contacts that what you have in your phone can be used by the other applications. That is a content provider. For example, your SMS. SMS lands into your cell phone, and the other applications may want to read all the SMS and display it in the application. Again, it uses the content providers. So like that, we use the content providers. Then we have the location manager. Now, this is a very interesting stuff. Now, we write everything related to the Google Maps. Now, Google Maps completely rely on your location manager. And this location manager is a very interesting guy. And now, for example, you want to write an application wherein you're driving. Now, at that point of time, you want to be told where exactly is that I'm driving as of now. Now, if you register with the location manager will notify your application that this is the X, Y coordinate that where you're driving. Now again, you can ask the location manager, hey, can you tell me the nearest places around you now as of now that where I'm driving? Then it pulls in all the nearby places and it tells your application that you're passing by a pub, you're passing by a hotel, you're passing by a hospital, and so on and so forth. Now, you guys can even write an application wherein if you're interested in having a lunch in a particular restaurant, and when you're passing by at that time, the location manager will quickly post a message to you saying that you're passing by this restaurant, this is your favorite food, you want to stop by. And that is how interesting you guys can make your applications to be by using these managers. Now, we have notification manager. Now, this notification manager plays a very important role. Now, it is not that already you guys would have seen, like if you have a missed call on your cell phone, and when you wake up, you go to the notification area, and when you see, you'll know that you have a missed call, you have a missed SMS and all that. Now, it is not only used for your SMS and for the calls. Now, the notification manager can also be related to the hardware. Now, it can be healthcare hardware, or it can be any of the other hardwares. That in turn can start pumping the information to the notification manager, and the notification manager in turn will start giving it up onto the screen. It tells you that these are the messages that what you have received from the various devices, right? So this is how you get a lot of information from the hardware devices. Now, guys, I told you, now to your phone, you can attach a lot of other gadgets also. For example, in fact, I was consulting a company. There we wrote an application for a smoke analyzer, and that was a different board altogether. Now, that board cannot go into the cell phone. Now, what they did, they created a separate board, and they added that board via the USB drive into the phone, and it can be used via the Bluetooth also. Now, when you take the breath alcohol analysis from the driving guy, and this board in turn will analyze the alcohol level, the breath alcohol level, and then immediately it notifies and the data will come to the notification saying that, what kind of alcohol that he has consumed. And from there, the data will go to the server, data will go to the cloud, and a lot of things will happen. So the notification manager can listen to the phone as well as into the various hardwares what has been plugged into the phone, right? Similarly, you have the view. The view happens to be a very interesting part of your Android programming, and this in turn will give you the core view to the application guys. And using this, you can start creating your own widgets, your own events, and you can do a lot of interesting stuff using the view. And anyway, we're going to see this later. Now, to give you a brief idea of what exactly is happening in the Android stack, and this is what normally happens in Android stack. And as of now, you guys are sitting here at the application level and you're writing your applications. Now, let me take you a little more deeper. Let me give you a kind of experience with this particular stack. Now, imagine you guys are holding the phone on your hand. Now, the My app that what you're trying to see here happens to be your phone. Now, what is that I'm trying to do in this diagram is I'm trying to bring in this Android stack. Now, you saw the various layers of Android stack here. This is the formal way of looking at Android stack, but I want you to understand how exactly the stack works on your phone. When you're holding your phone, how exactly the stack is related and how exactly the stack works on your phone. And that is what we are getting into as of now. Now, when you hold the phone on to your hand, imagine as of now, you're looking into some pictures. Now you're looking into the gallery. Now, when you scroll down, when you see down, you have something called as activity stack. In this activity stack, it holds the running applications. Now in phone, you all will see many of the applications it is getting executed, meaning it is running on your phone, and out of which it can be the gallery, it can be the phone, it can be calendar, browser, and lot more applications will be running on your phone. Now, as of now, you are watching some pictures. Now, whatever the application is running on your phone, that is what stays on top of the activity. Now in the activity stack, you all can see the gallery is on top of the activity stack. That means your application gallery is running on your phone as of now. Now let us assume when you're watching some picture, a call comes in. That is the beauty of phone, right? That's a priority that what happens on your phone. When a call comes in, it so happens that the call cannot magically, it cannot land onto your phone. Now, we have the managers to the right. Out of this managers, you all can see window manager, broadcast manager, location manager, and telephony manager. Now, as I told you in the previous slide, this is the middle level, and this guy in turn will be talking to the NDK and via the hardware abstraction layer, and he talks to the Linux kernel, and he receives the call, he gets a call, and he gives it to you. What exactly happens here? Now you have been watching the pictures, right? You are on gallery. Now the call came in. Now the gallery is being pushed below the stack, meaning it will go just down the browser, because I don't have so much of space to accommodate all the applications. Imagine this gallery is being completely pushed down below the stack under the browser. Now the phone is what is the active application now. Now the phone as such is going to come to the top of the stack. In the place of gallery, the phone is going to sit and you're going to pick the call. And when you're done with the call, you're going to tell the manager again. The manager knows that you're done with the call, and the manager in turn will, you disconnect, the manager in turn will go tell the hardware that you're done with the call. The very minute that you're done with the call, now the phone in turn is done, and the gallery, what was there in the bottom of the stack, is being brought back to the position, to the first place, like the way that you're watching the pictures, and the phone is being pushed down the stack. Now, whatever in your Android, whatever stays on top of the stack, only that application is alive. Only that application is running. The other applications are not alive, and it is all there in the stack. And we're going to go and we're going to take a detailed look at it later. Now, this is what I want you guys to understand. Now, whenever you click on some application, like let me say that you guys are going to click on calendar. Now the calendar is going to come to the top of the stack and the calendar will be working. And you click on some other application that is going to come to the top of the stack and that will be working. And this is how, when you click on the applications, and this is how it is going to come to the top of the activity stack. Now here guys, I want you to get familiarized with when you start writing your application, what components is surrounded by the application? That is very important for us to know. Now, we have something called as the manifest.xml. In manifest.xml, we have the launcher, we have the default, we have the action, we have category, and we have the data. Now here, this in turn will live in form of an intent filter. All this, the launcher, the default launcher means your main activity, and the action is the name of the activity. The category is whether it is the launcher or the default or whatever is being stored. And the data in turn will have the schema of the activity. Don't worry about it. I'll be going deeper into it when we start writing the programs. All that is being stored in the manifest. Now, for example, like you have so many applications like gallery, phone, calendar, browser, so on and so forth. Every application has its own manifest, and every manifest has a launcher. It has the action, it has the category, and it has the data in it. Every application has this, and this will be updated by all the applications. Now, all this information is held by the package manager. Now, guys, you know the package manager also comes under the manager. And the package manager knows that how many applications are living inside your phone and how many applications are there and which application is running actually and which application is in control. All that information and permissions and all the other information is being held by the package manager, right? So that's how the manifest is ingrained into the package manager. So all the applications manifest is being stored in package manager. So the package manager literally knows how many applications are there in your devices. So apart from this, we have the view. This happens to be a different object by itself. Now, when you're writing an application, now we call activity as an application. Now you get to see the screen. Don't get excited just by looking at the screen. The screen that what you all see on your cell phone happens to be the view, right? Now, when I talk about my app, this is where the activity will come into the picture. Now, actually, when you see your application, you can imagine two layers. One is your application layer. On top of it, the view is sitting there to show you the screen, right? The view is going to act as an interface with your application. So that is how the view is imbibed on top of your applications. So the view in turn has a subclass called as the surfaces. Now, if you want to bring the picture onto the application or if you want to bring a video onto the application to display, you need something called as the surface flanges, and that happens to be subclassed from the view, and that is how you're seeing it under the view. And while writing the media players and all that, and we're going to go to the surface flanges and we'll see what it does. Now, apart from that, you have something called as the use permissions. Now, this use permissions is used under the manifest. Now, for example, you're downloading software from your Play Store and your phone does not have the camera in it and you want to download a camera application, right? So you're going to goof up if you're able to download the camera application, and when the camera application shows up and you will start clicking on camera, but your phone does not have the camera, right? So in this situation, now in use permission, while writing the program, you would have mentioned that the hardware, whatever the kind of hardware that this device is going to use. Now, my cell phone is using the camera, my cell phone is using the network, Wi-Fi, all that is present. If you say so, now such a Google in turn, the Google Play Store in turn will let you download the application which has a camera in it, the application which has a network in it, the application which has got the Wi-Fi in it. Just in case if you're not using these permissions when you're trying to download it from the Google Play Store, the Google Play Store first will go to the use permission area and checks this particular word for camera. If it is not there, the Google in turn will not let you download any application related to the camera. Now, this is how the use permissions will work. The use permissions will help you to download the applications from Google, and the use permissions will request for the permission to use the camera as well as the Wi-Fi and all that from various other managers, and you'll be using it in your equipment. Now, coming back to my app, guys, do remember your application by default is a threaded application. Now, don't come to the conclusion, something may ring in your mind, you all may feel, oh, even Java also has a thread by default. Now, somehow you guys manage writing application not using much of thread in Java because we all tend to avoid threads in Java, but in Android it is a must. And if you don't use thread, most of your applications will not work, right? So thread is very important. So here they have gotten 30% of the Java thread, the rest is all the Android related threads. The Android thread has got the message queue. It has the handlers, it has the loopers, and so on and so forth. Everything is there inside it, and that's something very exciting and interesting. We will be looking at it when we write the thread applications. So please try to understand, right on day one, the first hello world program that what you're going to write, it will be running by a thread. Then the most important thing here is the logcat. Logcat is been very well named because the logcat is curious about everything. Now when you're running your application, the logcat is monitoring, watching your application. Every variable that what you're using in your application, the logcat knows. So using logcat, you can start watching your application on which state my application is in, what exactly, which part of my application is running, why my application is sluggish, and all the other information that you can start getting it in the logcat. Now, the logcat is going to help you only in the debug mode. When you're in the debug mode, if you're running applications like gallery, phone, calendar, browser, all the applications will be there, but one applications will be running. Now, the phone will be running in the default. Now, probably the browser also is running in the default mode. At that point of time, the logcat can watch. It can start dumping the information of all the applications like gallery, phone, calendar, browser, and so on and so forth, so that many a times you can use logcat to know why your program is sluggish. Now you'll get to know why your program is sluggish is not because of your program, because somebody is holding the view for a ransom. Some bad application is sitting there making your program sluggish. All that you can figure it out using your logcat. In fact, while writing the program, I'm going to talk more about logcat. Now after that, you have the file manager. This happens to be a very interesting part of your Android application. Now, this in turn happens to be an integral part of your Android, and no one can lay their hands into the file manager. Now, this happens to be the internal file system. Now, whenever you create an application, now let me say you're writing a gallery application. Now, this lives in a sandbox. Nobody can see, nobody can retrieve the data from the gallery. Nobody can use it when it is there in the sandbox. Now, this is where, guys, the content provider is coming, and it has made the data, whatever is available in gallery is global, so that all of you can use the data from the gallery. Now, such applications will sit inside the file manager so that it cannot be shown to the other users, or the other users cannot see what is happening inside the file manager. For example, it comes under the packet names of what you write. Then for example, if you're writing your SQLite database, that database is going to be there in the file manager. And if you're writing anything related to the shared preferences, that is going to be under the file manager. All this data cannot be seen by the outsider, and this is going to be common to the process that what you're running. And those are the data that what sits inside the file manager. Then comes the emulator. This is something interesting. Now you guys would have been writing programs on Apple phone, and now for the heck of it, you want to write a program in Android. That doesn't mean that you have to buy a phone. The Android in turn is going to give you an emulator. You can run, I would say the emulator is going to act as 95% of your phone, and you guys can run your applications straight on the emulators, right? Now, for example, Android from version 5, the new phones will come up with version 6, version 7, and so on and so forth. Now, every 6 months, we cannot spend 30,000, 50,000 to buy the phones. Is that right? We cannot go on buying version 5 and 6 and 7 and so on and so forth. Now, in this situation, you can create an emulator from version 7, and you can write your program, and you can stimulate the entire thing in this particular emulator. So you need not have to buy the phone. You can run all the programs on the emulator, but emulator in turn cannot run most of the applications, like your location managers cannot run on the emulator, the call managers cannot run on the emulator, and the sensors cannot run on the emulator, because it has to happen with the real DSPs. In turn is going to sense and get the information for you. All that will not work on the emulator. This works only on your regular devices. So a couple of stuff will not work on emulators. Be aware of that. And there are ways to stimulate it also, that we'll see it later. Now, this in turn will give you a complete idea of what exactly is your application and what exactly is happening around you, is what is that we have seen roughly till now. Now, most of you will be focusing on the UI, and you all will feel that if my UI looks good, my application is good, and you'll feel really happy about it. And you all will feel that you have written a fantastic application because your application looks good on the cell phone when it is executed on the phone. What next? When you're done with writing the application, that gets under the hammer that goes to your manager, and then the manager will scrutinize your application using your device monitor. Android has something called as your DDMS. That is what you call it, as a device monitor. Now it puts your application under the hardness test, and it checks your application for the performance analysis, and it checks how much of the memory your application is hogging, and it checks the hierarchy view, and the trace view in turn will show you why your application is sluggish, which part of the application is running really slow, and how much of battery your application is consuming. The battery historian is at another place where you can see the activity of your battery when an application is running. All these things has been checked by your manager using your DDMS. Guys, you will be learning how to write your DDMS and how to go through all these levels and how to check your application in the following sessions. And now your manager in turn will mark your applications and is going to send it back to you saying that correct on all this and come back to me. And unless your application runs through the hardness test, unless you get 100% right result, your application cannot go out of your build level. Like, it cannot be given to your clients. The manager in turn is going to stop it because the user is going to get a bad experience. When they get a bad experience, and they will not use your applications, then it's a bad name for your company. And this happens to be the most important thing in your development cycle. And this is what you guys will be learning down the line. Now guys, in fact, I've been talking about the application level. Now let me go back. I've been explaining about the application, that what you're writing, and you saw the application framework to the right. You saw the managers who are sitting and helping you to do what you have to do. And the library in turn was tweaking into this kernel, and you was getting all the back and forth information. And this is what you guys have seen so far here. But we have not seen the hardware yet, and we have not seen these red blocks yet. Now, let me move from here to the hardware level. Now, let us see what is waiting for us in the hardware level. Now, as I told you, when a call comes in, magic cannot happen. It has to happen from the hardware. Now, the telephony in turn has to go talk to the hardware. All right. So I didn't have much of space on the screen, so that the hardware has been pushed on completely after this. Now, guys, you all can see this NDK. Now, the green box, that what you saw, these libraries, that what you're seeing here, there is a Surface Manager, OpenGL, SGL, SSL, FreeType, WebKit, SQLite, and all that. These libraries and the hardware abstraction layer. Now, this two layers is being taken up by your NDK. Now, NDK in turn is going to deal with the libraries. Now, you'll be hearing the .so files. Now, the .so files are the files that in turn can mediate with your hardware as well as to the upper layer, and that is what is being written using the native development kit, and that is what the NDK means to you. Now, the NDK means it is a native development kit. Using the native development kit, using your C++, you'll be writing your applications there. That in turn can tweak between the hardware, and that in turn can take the information all the way up to the user, on to the topmost layer, that is application layer. Now guys, do not ask me, wow, C++ is allowed in Android, so let me write C++. So will my application is going to be faster compared to Java? Because normally they say Java is about 17 times slower than your C++. Now, my application, will it be 17 times faster? Even that is considerable stuff that what I can do for my application. That is what you all may ask me, but my answer is no. Now, the speed will not increase just because you're writing it in C++. Now, NDK happens to be a different subject by itself. Now, when you get to NDK, you will get to know when to use your C++ and why it will be faster, why it will be slow, and how that in turn can talk to the hardware, and how that in turn can talk to the application layers, and all that you'll understand only in NDK. In this SDK, Android development, you guys will not be learning much about NDK, but as and when it is necessary, I'll be giving you a lot of ideas, a lot of thoughts, provoking thoughts, and I will tell you why NDK and why it comes into the picture and how it talks to the hardware, all that I'll be talking. But all this will happen only at the superficial layer. Now, The way that you guys saw in the libraries, just to remind you, the media have gotten the framework, SQLite, other GL, and all that, and everything is pertaining to your libraries. Now comes the glue. The glue happens to be the HAL. This happens to be the hardware abstraction layer. Now, whatever the .so files you write, and that in turn is passed on to the glue, and this in turn will talk to the driver, and the driver in turn will talk to the hardware, and he gets the information, gives it back to the glue. From there, it goes back to NDK. From there, it goes back to the managers, and from the managers, it'll come to you. That is where you guys are sitting. Now, apart from that, there's something very interesting for you. When you're writing your Android applications, all of a sudden, for no reason, your application may quack. And your application may say that, please rerun the server to bring your applications up. Now here, you have a very thin bridge between the hardware and the software layer, and that is what is this. Now this, I'm calling it as running server keeps the above framework at buoyance. Now this in turn will be running a consistently a server will be running on top of the hardware, and that in turn will keep the user. Now whatever the diagram that you see, all that is at the buoyance of your server, and this is alive, this is intact, and this is working because the bridge is on. The very minute you burn the bridge, this application is going to collapse and everything is going to die. Your Android Studio will not compile, your Android Studio will not work, right? So that is when you have to rebuild. You have some ADB commands to rebuild the server, and we can restart the server so your application will be up and running. So this is the server. It is going to build a bridge between the hardware and the software, right? Now apart from that, we have the Linux kernel. Now when we talk about the Linux kernel, I have given you enough of information. Now this in turn has got limited amount of information. Now all the information that what it has in your Android device is not genuine, meaning it is not 100% of Linux. The entire thing has been tweaked, and they're using what is required for your devices. And that is how they have scooped the Linux. They have recompiled the Linux on your devices, and that is how they have gotten the Linux on your devices. And this is all about the Linux kernel and hardware. And guys, you're seeing the runtime, ART and JIT, that is the just-in-time compiler and the core library, all that is sitting here as a part of it. And this is how the complete architecture looks like. Now, this can be called as the Android stack, or it can be called as the architecture. Now, when you're writing Hello World, you cannot come to the conclusion that, oh, I am writing my main and I'll use something like a print statement to say Hello World. That's not the way the Android works. Now, you want to say Hello World. Now, so much is going to happen in the background, and this is how the Android is going to hold. This is how your Android is going to execute your application, right? Now, you have been closely monitored by your managers, closely monitored by the window manager, activity manager, package manager, and even the power manager. Power manager is the most important stuff. For example, you guys are writing a game. When you're writing a game, you don't want the game to be switched off after 30 seconds because that is what you guys would have set your phone to, right? Because after 30 seconds, you switch off the screen. Now, using the Power Manager, you can request the Power Manager, keep my application on all the time. Now, this Power Manager will never let your application sleep, so that now here under gallery, phone, calendar, browser, you imagine your gaming application here. This gaming application is a hard nut. He is sitting on all the time. After you complete the game, you would have slept off. Now at that point also, the Power Manager has kept the wake clock on, and this application is consuming all the battery in the background, and he becomes the culprit for your battery drainage. And that is how you can use the Power Manager. Power Manager in turn can keep track of how the battery is being used, and battery historian can keep track of who is hogging the battery and what is happening with the battery and things like that. Guys, let me tell you something. When you're writing Android programming, this is yet another assembly language, I would say, because you just can't write the applications like the Java program. No, you have to be so critically, you have to watch every line that you write for your time and space complexity. If you write a bad code, that in turn is going to create an impact on the memory. That in turn is going to create an impact on your processor. That in turn is going to create an impact on your battery. Now, one line of code, so much is going to happen. So guys, please do remember that you have to write a good code and you have to take care of your time and space complexities. All right, so I don't want to bore you with too much of theory. Now is the time for us to get into Android and say hello to the world. Let us take up a simple program and see how to write an application. Guys, you know what? I want you to keep this diagram, probably a printout of this diagram next to you for a couple of days and weeks. So whenever you're writing your applications, I want you to check on this. I want you to elaborate this printout. I want you to go to the developer's site and see what is happening. I want you to start marking on a lot more information on your Windows Manager, Packet Manager, broadcast locations and all that. And I want you to explore this. And I want you to stick to it when you're writing your applications. So please do not think it is like Java. All right. Now let us take a quick plunge into our installation. Now first, you guys will be curious to know how exactly to install your Android Studio. Now in fact, I'm going to give you 2 steps to install Android Studio. Now it's a mandate for you to install the JDK and then come to the Android Studio. All of you will be wondering, oh my God, why is that he is taking me to the JDK screen? No, this is a mandate. Now when you click on this JDK, now this is the screen that what you all can see. And if you're using your Mac, please click on, I'm right here on Mac OS, please click on this and download the JDK. Or if you're using your Windows 64 or 32, click on either of this and that in turn will help you to download your Windows, the JDK for Windows, right? Once if you're done with this, the next thing that what you have to do is you have to install the Android Studio. So the second slide that where you're heading to is going to be installation of Android Studio. Now, just by clicking here at developers.android.com, this in turn is going to take you on to the Developer Studio, developer.android.com, and there you're going to get this button, download Android Studio 2.3.2, and you click on that for the Android Studio to download. Now, the Android Studio, the shell will download in a couple of minutes, but installing the SDKs will take about a couple of hours for you. Don't get disheartened, and this may take about 3 hours for you to install all the SDKs. Now, let me take you into the Android Studio. Let me show you how the Android Studio looks like and what you have to do after installing the Android Studio. Let me move on to that. Now, I have my Android Studio. Intentionally, I have not loaded my Android Studio. I have to go all the way back to my Launchpad, and I'm going to click on the Android Studio so that all of you will get an idea of how long it takes for this Android Studio to load. Now, if you have, what I would recommend is minimum 12 GB RAM and about your Intel i5 or i7 processor, and 12 GB RAM should be good. 16 would be great, but what I'm using is Mac. I'm using 16 GB RAM with the SSD drive in it. Now, when you click on the Android, this is how your Android Studio is going to look like. Now, even before I take you on to the application development, and I want to show you how exactly to install the SDKs into your application. Now, you all can see, start a new Android Studio project. We'll come back to it within a minute. Now, you all can see, open an existing Android Studio, check out blah, 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 all these things. Now, please go to configure, because I'm assuming that you're running the Android Studio for the first time. Now, click on the SDK managers. Later on, I will show you when you're right inside the Android Studio, I will show you how to get to this SDK manager there also. Now, when you click on the SDK Studio, this is the screen you guys will get into. Now, if you really want to, please start installing from the Honeycomb. Honeycomb is slightly latest. You can install from your ice cream sandwich from 4.0 till the Nugget. All right. Now, click on the show package for details. So what you saw was an abstract, right? Now, if you want to know more about what exactly is there in Marshmallow, what exactly is there in Lollipop, what I'm supposed to install, now click on the show package details, and then you guys are going to see a lot of stuff. Now, wherever you can see the tick mark, now let me do one thing. I'm not using much of the Nugget as of now. Now, let me take you to Lollipop. Now, here, watch the Google APIs. Please install this. install Android platform 22 and source for the Android 22. Now, if you're writing applications for your TV, you can install it. Or if you're writing application for the where, you can install this. Then you please install your ARM and Intel here. And that's about it, and you're ready to go. And please install this also, all the ARMs and your Intel, right? And you're ready to go. Very similarly, you're going to see the same in all the other variations also. For a KitKat, you're going to see the same stuff, and you can install the whole lot of the stuff right there by clicking on the true, right? That is something very important for you. So apart from that, please move on to SDK tools. In SDK tools, please install this, your Intel 86 emulator. Now, when you're running emulator, the emulator works because of this emulator accelerator. That is Intel 86 emulator accelerator, what you see here. Please install this. Do not worry about the NDK because you'll not be writing the NDK programs. And then please install the Google Play services. Here you all can see this Google Play services, and anything related to Google, you install everything. Down the line, when we all write the Google application, Google Map and all that, and we need the Google Play services. And also install the Android SDK build tools, CMake and LLDB, Android Auto API Stimulator, documentations for Android SDK. Install all that. Wherever that you see the tick marks and whatever that I've installed, please go ahead and install all these things in your system, right? So this in turn will take 3 hours for you to install. Do not get disheartened. And once if you are installed, you're ready to go with your Android, right? This is very important for you guys. Now let me go on to Android. Let me click on start a new application. Now I guess that all of you are waiting for this time, and you all are really excited to see how to write your first application. And it's really very interesting. Every step that what you're going to go through will be very interesting. Now here we have to give the application name. Now you can give any name that you want. Now let me call this as my first app, right? And so here you can give your company domain here, and this happens to be the package name. It can be anything that you want. As a habit, we all say com.edureka.training.myapp, right? So like this, you can give your own package name. It can be separated by the various dots. When you give your company domain, when you give this, and that is what it is being treated as down the line as the package name, and this goes in the reverse order. Now you all can see this my app, training, edureka.com, and my first app. My first app is application name that has been tagged at the end. And this happens to be the package name. And guys, you know, this is the namespace in Java, and this happens to be a unique package name so that it will not clash with your other applications. Down here, you all can see the folder that where exactly that you're creating your first application. It is there in your Edureka sessions 3 and in your my first app. Now I don't want this to be under session 3. Now let me just go to Edureka, that is onto the first session, right? So now let me click on Edureka and I'll say next. I'll say okay, and I'll say next, right? It's in Edureka now. Now you guys are curious to know why, when I have my nugget, why is that I have to use my jelly bean? That would be the question what you have in your mind. Please note, by opting to jelly bean, it says by targeting API 17 and later, your app will run approximately on 87.4% of the devices, which is prevailing across the globe, right? Now, this is being suggested by the Google Play Store. Now, because I don't care about this, I want to go up all the way to my nugget. Now from 4.3 jelly bean to 7.0, let me say. Now please note here, you all can see by targeting API 24 and later your app will run on less than 1% of the devices. That happens to be the latest device. Not many people even will be owning the devices. So what is that you're going to gain out of it? Like you don't want to make little money out of your product. Like you want the maximum people to use it. So just for the testing purpose, for the compiling purpose, and for your personal reasons, you can use this. But when you're releasing this into the Play Store, I would not suggest you to use the latest versions because you all know that it is running for less than 1%. Now let me come back to Lollipop. Now Lollipop says 40.5% because it is not latest, it is getting obsolete and a lot of people are moving towards the other phones, the other versions. And now the Marshmallow happens to be the running one. Currently this is what people are using, but in fad as of now, but still y'all can see only 4.7% of the people are using your Marshmallow. So let us fall back to the old devil, that is your API 17 4.2. Now guys, if you are working on the concepts called as the job schedulers, and when you're working on services and so many other concepts, and they will highlight, they will recommend you to use the versions above 21. Below 21 it will not work. That is what they recommend. Keep an eye on those things. Then again, after this, Android is asking you whether will you be writing your application in phone or tablet. Now I said yes, I'll be writing my application with my cell phone and tablet. Now, not with my Wear or TV or your glasses. So I'm not clicking on anything. I'm going up to the next. Now guys, this is where you all can see the template, and when you click on this, you're going to see an awesome application coming up in front of you. Though you have done nothing, now the framework of Google Maps is going to be working for you just by clicking on this. Now, we are not interested in any of this because we wanted to learn the application right from scratch. We want to experience it, right? So let me pick on empty activity. Let me say next. And now it says the activity name, that what you're choosing is going to be the main activity. The project name is the first step, and this is going to be the main activity. Let it be, because this is going to be the internal name that what we'll have it for ourselves. Externally, the people cannot see this. Now, once if you're creating an activity, now initially I told you the activity has been enamored by the view. On top of your application, what you see is the view. Under the view, what you see, what has been mounted is the activity. All right. So the most important thing for you to understand here is this is the activity, and the layout name activity underscore main in turn will be referring to the view. Okay, that is what you have to remember. Now I'll take you back to the PowerPoint and I will show you how this will look like. Now in this case, you're going to see a beautiful screen. The beautiful screen appears only because of the activity main. Now the core part of the job, the workhorse, is the main activity. This is where you'll be writing your code to take care of it, right? So we are almost done, and let me say finish. Now he's bringing up the Android Studio. This will take a while. Now it depends on your system and configuration. This may come up in a minute, or it may even take about 3 minutes for you guys to see the screen. So don't get disheartened. Now let me close. I don't want the tips now. And when you select on the tips, and he's going to give you a lot of tips to write your applications. All right, guys, you're right there with your Android Studio. And I told you, I promised you that I will show you where the SDK manager is right inside the studio. If you have forgotten, or at any point of time, if you want to install, you want to upgrade your SDK, please watch this down arrow here. And if you leave the cursor for a couple of seconds, it is going to show you the SDK manager, and click on that, and this will take you back to the screen that where we came from, right? So you should be familiar with this stuff, right? So that from here, you can go back to this SDK screen, and that is what I told you earlier. Now it's time for me to introduce to the studio. And in fact, if I run this application is going to say hello to me. Now, I'm not interested in seeing my hello, but I want to understand what exactly this studio is all about and how the applications is organized in this particular studio. Now to the right, whatever you guys are seeing happens to be the place that where you're going to write your source code. And to the left, whatever that you're seeing happens to be most of this happens to be the resource related stuff, right? Now this RES is where all the resource related information is present right there. And in Java, in my app.training.edureka.com, my first app, you all can see this main activity. When I click on that, this is your activity. This is what you're seeing here. Now it is all open to the right. Now this is your first application. Now you're hardly seeing one onCreate function right inside this, and nothing much apart from your extends app compact activity. All right. Now the most important thing for you to understand here is like what exactly is the resource and what kind of contents are there in resource. Let me give you a bird's eye view on this. Now when I click on the layout, guys, this is what you all saw on the screen. You saw the main activity and you saw the activity main.xml. These two files that you saw while building the project, and you all can see it all over here again. Now, when I click on this activity main, now this is how your emulator is going to bring your screen up. Now, this is the display. It is not the emulator. You're just watching the view. And this is how it is going to bring up the view, and it says the hello world for you. Now, when you click on the text, and this in turn shows you how exactly it says the hello world, and it talks about the layout, what kind of layout that you have in your application. This will be discussing about these layouts in detail in the next session, because almost half the session is going to go with the layout itself, and we are going to design the professional applications at that point. Now, we have the relative layout as of now. Inside that, we have the text view. In the text view, we have set the hello world, and that is how you guys are able to see this hello world. Now, to give you a little more explanation to it, let me go back to the design. Imagine this is your phone. You're holding it in your palm. When you're holding your phone on your palm, you know what? Your skin is hugging to the phone. When the skin hugs to the phone, and it is eating up this particular space also, right? This edges. Now, just in case, if you get a button to the edge, and if you have a button, the way you're holding the phone, the skin in turn will press the button may get activated. And that's the reason we would prefer to give this lead space on the phone, right? So can you see the space from on the screen between the starting area to the hello world? There is a little bit of space. There's some space on top, and very similarly, the space is going to run through all over the screen. Now, how do we do that? Now, let me go back to the text. Now here, you all can see the layout is the relative layout. I'm going to talk about it later. Now, this line has been generated by Android, so don't worry about this. This two lines is generated by Android. Now, this XML, this line is generated. Now, this line also is generated by Android, so don't worry about this. Now, the other immediate stuff that what you guys are seeing here is the identity. Now, if at all, if you want to refer to the relative view, you can refer to it with an ID name called as the activity main. This I'll be teaching you in detail later. By using this ID, you can refer to the layout. Now, inside the layout, you have, now let me push this line down. You have two important things. That happens to be the layout height and the layout width, and then the layout height. Now, when we talk about the layout width and height, now this is the width and this is the height. The white screen that what you guys are watching here, this is the height and this is the width what we are talking about. Now, here we say match the parent. That means take up the complete space. How much ever is the size of your phone, let the width be of the same space. How much ever is the size of the phone, by height, take up the complete height is what you can say. Or you have an option to design, to choose how much of the screen that you want to use as the width. Now let me say 200. DP stands for the density independent pixels. I'll be explaining this to you soon. Now let me go back to the design. Now you all can see when I am here in this hello world, the screen. Now the blue screen represents how much of the screen that you're gobbling up. That is the 200 dp. That means on this white screen, you're going to use this space as the 200 dp. That is all the screen you requested for as the width for some reason. Now, when you say match parent, it uses up the entire thing. Now, just for an example, if I say 350, now I'll go to design. Now, this is almost, it is even going beyond the screen, right? So can you see the bar? And this is ridiculous. So you can even say 500, that is meaningless. So better stick to the size of the screen. All right. So no, it is not 350. It is 3,500 I have given, right? That's a meaningless stuff, and 350 should be reasonable, yeah? You have almost come to the end of the screen, a little bit of space has been left, and 3,500 overshooted the screen, right? So you guys understood what exactly I meant by this. Now, you know what, I press control space, and no, let me delete this and press control space. Why it says no suggestion. Now, this guy in turn has to automatically bring up the match parent. Sometimes it happens in the emulator when it is buggy sometimes, so it happens. So I just got the match parents to be back. Now, all you learned is how to use the complete screen. Now, I was talking about the lead space now. I'm coming to it. Now, this is where you guys are going to use it. Now, you all can see the padding bottom, left, right, top, 16 dp. Now, That is the padding that what we are talking about. The padding to the left is 16 dp, padding to the top is 16 dp, right? Now that is what is that we are trying to allocate in our application. Now this is what it is. Now when I click on this, or when I hover the cursor on top of this line, it shows you something else. It is not 16 dp, it says at dimension activity underscore vertical underscore margin. Now when I click on this, now you're not able to see the 16 dp. The 16 dp is conjured up in a file called as the activity vertical margin, right? So it is there in the folder called as a dimension. Now let us quickly go to the resource. Let me click on the values, and you already see the dimensions right there. Let me click on the dimensions, and let me click on one of, no, obviously you guys may ask me, what is this supposed to be? You have 2 dimensions here. Do not worry about it, and I'll be talking about it later. Now let me click on the first dimension, and here you all can see the activity horizontal margin is 16 dp and the vertical margin is 16 dp. Now if you want me to change, I can change this to 36 dp as the horizontal margin and 36 dp to the vertical margin. Now always keep the data in the data area. This is the data area. So don't try to bring the data, don't try to hard code the data in your XML files. And that's how it says at dimension. That means it is going to the folder dimensions. Inside that you have the dimension XML, inside that you have activity vertical margin, and you changed it completely now. Now when I come here, it will not be 16 dp. Now I'll just show you on the screen. You all can see it being pushed a little more inside, because the 16 I made it to 36, and that is how you all can see the screen. So it has been pushed slightly inward. All right. Now I have to go back to these dimensions, and if I have to get this back, I have to change this to my 16 dp. So this is how you guys can change your dimensions, and this is one way of looking at it. Now you guys have learned what exactly it is, and then the tool context. You need not have to worry about it. Even without this, your application will work. And as of now, he's just giving the package name right there. You know what, I can even delete this and it'll not create any problem. My application will work. Now let me bring this back. Let that be there. Now this is how the relative layout is created. Now the relative layout is asking for the full screen, and you're giving the padding of 16 dp around yourself. Now you want to bring in a hello world. Now let us recreate this guy. Now you want to create a hello world there. So I want to bring in a text view widget. I'll type in the left diamond bracket and I'll type T. You all can see this text view, and I'll select that. Now this is asking me how much of width that you have got in your hand, and I'll say wrap content. What is the meaning of wrap content? If I have to say hello world, how much ever hello world takes, that is the width I want to use. And what do you mean by the layout height now? I'll again say wrap content. Now let it take the height of the letters as the height of my characters, is what is that you're trying to say here. Now next, what you want to do is, I just want to say hello world. So for that, I'll type text. I just type T, and you please come down and click on the text, and y'all can say what you want to say here. Now I want to say welcome to Android, to the world of Android. This is what I want to say. Now the very minute I finish typing welcome to the world of Android, this yellow bulb, he is giving me a gentle reminder, hey, something is not looking good, can I help you, is what this guy is asking me. Let us click and see what he is asking for. Now he says extract string resources. Let me show you once again. Now here when I click on this, it'll bring this bulb, and it is extract string resources. Let me click on this, and he is suggesting me that now the resource value, now value is welcome to the world of Android. On top, you're able to see the resource name. Now this is what will be treated as a key. This is what will be treated as a value, and he's showing it up to you. And he says that, can I put this to for you in the strings file, is what he's trying to ask you. And you're happy about it because somebody is there to do all the work for you, heavy work for you, and you just say, okay. The very minute you say okay, you all can see at string, you can see the variable is as good as your data variable. Welcome to the world of Android. You all can see this underscore right there, and it has been placed in string. Let us go check right there in string, and you all can see this line is generated for you. Now, if you want to manually, if you want to generate, it's pretty easy. You just type string. Now I just type a string. I opt for string, And in the name, I'll say hello. Instead of hello, what can I say? Let me say hello Edureka. Hello. Hello Edureka. Now this is my key. No, I just want to have a value here. I'll close this. The very minute I close this and he completes it with a string, and this is where you can have the value. I'll say hello, hello Edureka. Right? This is the value that what I can bring in. So this is how physically you can bring in the strings into this particular area. So please keep all the resources under the resources folder. And even if you try to write something right there, it will not create any harm for you. Nobody is going to kill you, and it's still the application will work. But down the line, you guys are going to be into trouble. Now all of you will be wondering what kind of trouble is that. Now, if you write your application like this is my word, right? Now I can understand this and you can understand this. When this application is compiled and it is being sold in Japan, they won't understand what you're trying to say. Or in Italy, they won't understand what you're trying to say. So they would prefer to have this in the Japanese language, or they would prefer to have this in Dutch or in French. Now to do so, do have all the declarations declared inside the string. If you try to declare anything of this sort, this becomes a hard nut for you, and these words cannot be changed, and this is going to remain in English forever. So when we get to the chapter of locales, I'm going to talk more about this, and there I'll be explaining how to convert this into Japanese or Chinese or into Hindi or into any other language. Now here we created one more string, right? So press Control space. Now you all can see hello app name, hello Edureka, welcome to the world of Android. Now I want to choose hello Edureka, right? So that guy came in here. When I go click on my design, and you all can see this is hello Edureka right there. If you want to change, if you want to change the text size, you can just type text size. Now guys, please do remember, I use the density independent pixels. I told you that I'll be explaining it shortly to you. Now for the text, do not use the density independent pixels. No, I just want my text to be of 30 SP in size. For whenever you're using it for the text, please use the SP, because this in turn will take care of your internal lead, external lead, and the width of the character. All the scenarios will be taken care of it here. Now, let me briefly talk about this DP. Now, when you are using DP, your application will be mounted on your tab or onto the small devices like 3-inch phone or 7-inch phone or 5-inch phone and all that. Now, every phone, the pixels are different. Now, if you're using 10 pixels, the 10 pixels may mean different in 3-inch phone, 10 pixels is different in your 7-inch phone and in your tab. But if I'm using it as 10 dp, 10 dp is going to look alike in all devices that what you're trying to use, and that's the reason it has been treated as the density independent pixels. Anyway, we're going to go deeper into it in the later session. I just don't want to leave you at this point, so I just gave a brief explanation to this. So when you're using the text, please use the SP, do not use the DP. All right, so let me show you how it looks like. Wow, this looks slightly bigger. Now let me color it up. It's fairly simple. Just type text and you all can see the color. And in the color, you have so many colors and you can pick any of the color that you want, right? So you all can see the color at the right panel here, and you can click on the design and you all can see this color, right? Now you can create your own colors also, but do not do that. I'll tell you why later. Now this is how you guys have used the text view, and I think we have come a long way. Now let me also do one thing. Let me also teach you how to create a simple edit control and a button, and let us compile the program. Now before that, I will show you how to create a simple edit text. Now there are two ways. One is you can drag and drop. Now let me do one thing. Because it is a relative layout, let me convert this to the linear layout. Now by converting this to the linear layout, we are requesting all the widgets to fall one below other. All right, so that is what I want. Now let me do one thing. Let me bring in a button now. Now I'll just type this and I'll type B. Now the button is right there. Now the width. You know what? The width, I'll say match parent. Take all the screen of the parent. Height, let it be the wrap content. And here, the name of the button, text. So here I will say, let me push this guy down. right? So here you click on this text, and here you can give the name of the button. So while giving the name of the button, you can say push me is the name of the button. And again, this guy is coming in and he says, hey, do you want me to help? And I'll say button push me. I can even change if I want to. And that's what it is, right? So you have the button right there. Now we have, let me go to the design. And I picked up the linear layout I told you that I wanted the button to be one below the each other, right? Under Hello Edureka, I just wanted the button to be below the Edureka. That's all I wanted. But no, it is not happening so. Now let us go back and see why. Now, normally the linear layout, the default characteristics of linear layout is we have to use something called as orientation. When I type OR, the orientation comes in. Now, please check on the vertical. By default, it happens to be the horizontal orientation. When you don't give anything, it is horizontal. Now you're picking up on vertical. Now we are done with this. Now I'll go back to my design and you all can see Edureka and Push Me is just below the Edureka, right? So it is all one below each other, you all can see. All right, guys, so it's time for us to compile this program and see how it works. Now, let me click on this play button. Now, before I compile the program, I'd like to ask you, do you have any questions in creation of the file and about the resources? And like we have just seen how to create your resources, we have not yet walked into the main activity. Now, first, if you have any questions, let me clarify on the resources and then I'll move on to the main activity and for the compilation. Now, you guys have learned how to create your application. Now, when you're writing a simple application, that is all these things came automatically to you. You had the main activity and you're extending app compact activity. Now guys, now you're extending your activity. Activity happens to be a part of your Android. Now, like Swati, the way you're asking me, the kind of APIs is present inside the SDK. Now, if you come here into this main activity, you're extending the app compact activity, right? You're under the hood of the activity. And if you want to know what kind of APIs are available for me, please press Control O. By pressing Control O, and you're going to see tons of functions what is existing under your activity. And these are the APIs. And you have API coming under the relevant banner. For example, if I take my locations, you'll have relevant APIs under locations. If I take the content providers, you'll have relevant functions under the content providers. So like that, it is very well organized, and I'm going to talk to you about it in detail later, just to give you the gist of it, because I don't want to keep you thinking, so I just took you to this particular point. All right. Now, this onCreate function, that what has been created, this is more or less like a constructor for your application, right, for the main application. So this comes in by itself. Now, then after that, I'll be talking about the bundle very soon. Just give me a few minutes. Then you're going to the super and you're trying to give all the saved instances to the parent, that is app compact activity. As of now, don't bother about this. This is more or less like your Java scenario. Now, then you're calling something called as the content view. Now, guys, I told you very clearly that you have two different layers when you're writing the application, and this main activity happens to be the core. Now, let me write a comment. We take care of core business logic. Now, when you're practically looking at this line, this is related to view. Okay. Now, what I want to say here is following line brings in view on top of the activity. Now, this is what exactly is going to happen. Now, the view is being brought on top of the activity. Now, if I take this line out, the activity does not even know about the view. This is what it means. Now, activity is an independent application by itself. Now, to do that, anyway, you saw the set content view function. Now, it is all there. When I retype it, it is all there. And it says integer layout resource ID. Now, let me click on this. Now you guys know that this is where you have got your text, that is your hello Edureka is sitting right here, isn't it? Now I want to get this and I want to print it in my main program. Now let me show you how to do that. Now after writing set content view, please type R for resource. Whenever I'm typing R, it gives me the package name, myapp.training.edureka.com. Now I'll say dot. When I say R dot, you're right here in resources. And when you say dot, you're going to get into the resources. Now, what do you want inside the resources? Do you want drawable? You want layout, map, value, and where do you want to go? I want to go to layout. Now, guys, don't worry. I'll be talking about the map drawables later. As of now, I'm omitting this. Now, I want to get to this layout. Now here, I'll say R dot, I'll just type L. Now you all can see the layout. This package name confirms that you're in the right track. Now the layout is over, and I'll say inside the layout, I'll press R dot layout dot. Now, whatever the files is existing inside your activity main, it is showing up everything. Now here, I just want to pick up activity main. That is a file that I want to pick. Now that is where you have the text view, and whatever is there in the text view, that is what gets printed onto the screen, right? Now, what we can expect here is Edureka here. When the program is executed, and this is what you guys can expect. Now, how is that we can run this program? Now, we have a small catch here. Now, even before you run this program, we have to bring in the emulator onto the screen. Is that right? Now, let us see how to do that. Now, I'm just clicking on the play button. Now, it says it is initializing the ADB. Now, here already I have a couple of emulators sitting here, but I want to create my own. Now, let me say create new virtual device. Now, I came here to create my own emulator. Guys, you know what? You can create a TV as the emulator, or the Wear, or Tab, or the phone. Now, I'm in my phone. Let me stick to my phone. Now, what kind of an emulator you want? Now here you have a very high density emulators, and it has got a big screen like 5.7 inch, or if you want the smaller screen, you have 5.4.0, and you have all the screen sizes, and you have the resolutions, and you have density. Now when you buy the phone, you want to buy the best of the phone, right? So you always go in for the biggest screen and HDMI, HDPI and things like that, because to bring up such devices, it may take a while, right? So let me moderately select, this is Nexus 6, right? No, 480 also is too low, I don't want. Okay, let me select Nexus 6, all right? So I'll say next. Now, when you have picked the Nexus 6, now what kind of API is it that you want? Now here, which version that you want? Now here, you know pretty well that by selecting 7.11, 7.0, you know you get the very less number of hits. So you'd prefer to go in with the Lollipop 5.1, and this is what I'll say. Now in Marshmallow, it says it is there in your system, but you have to download this, download the SDKs. But anyway, I don't want to. Let me go to the Lollipop 22 and let me say next. All right. Now you have got the Nexus 6 22. Now here you can call this as my emulator, or your company name, whatever the name that you want to give, it can be given here. So this emulator, what you're trying to create, and then like it is asking you that, hey, you have opted to this, do you want to change, or do you want to change the Lollipop to anything else, or do you want to change, by default it is portrait, do you want to change it to laptop, I mean the landscape, now let it be portrait, and then the emulated performance, all that is there. So don't bother about all these things and go on to the show advanced settings. Now this is interesting. You all may get excited by looking at this. Now it says the same stuff here. Now comes the interesting stuff. Now you'll get to see the RAM. Say, wow, I've got the RAM. I can control it, and do not jump into this and type the RAM size here, because every phone has its own limitations, and you have to know about the phone you're working on, the real device. The emulators are real devices for you, and it is going to pretend like a real device, and it is going to stimulate all the hardware what is present in that device. By changing it, if there is a conflict between the hardware and between you, emulator will not come up. So please do not touch all this unless you know what you're working upon, right? Now you have the various things, you can try it out, you can play around this later. Now I'll go to my finish. Now this is the emulator you wanted. You have gotten my emulator, Nexus 6, and API is 22. Let me say okay. Now at this point of time, you're likely to get an error if you have not installed your emulator in your SDK, right? So be aware of that. So it's very important for you to install it. that I've shown you how to install it. Now, this will take a while because this is almost like your cell phone, and it takes all the time to come up because you're almost booting your phone. All right. So congratulations, you have written your first application, and you all can see the hello Edureka, and you all can see the push me button, but there is no relevance to it. And you guys have not done anything with this push me button, right? So what is that you want to do with this push me button? Now, just by clicking on push me, and let me print some text, right? Saying that somebody clicked on the button, right? So let's do that. Now here, it's a while that we moved out of the PowerPoint. Now let me go back to the PowerPoint. Now this is where we were, and you learned how to install this, and we moved on to activity. And here you all can see it serves as an entry point to the user interaction. Each activity has a layout file where you can place your UI, and application can have different activities. Now we have just created one activity. Now while writing your application, you can have as many activities that you want. Now the activity that what we have created is a very crude one, and to the right that what you're trying to see here is you have a Facebook picture, and you see this email, a phone and password, login, and a lot of other information are there in this activity. And just to show you the activity, and we are trying to show you how the activity will look like. Right. Now, getting back to the features of an activity, all activity interacts with the user in order to do something such as dial the phone, take a photo, email, or view or map. Now, guys, we have already written a program. We already have a button. Just by clicking on the button, I may dial a phone, or I may ask my button to take a photograph, or I may receive an email or send email. Whatever I want, I can do that. Now, all this happens inside the activity. Now, you all know that the view has enamored on top of the activity. As you all can see in this diagram to the left, you all can see the view. You all can see a calculator. Now, obviously, the calculator is a view. Beneath that, you have an activity that in turn is going to do all the calculation jobs. Activities are presented as floating windows or embedded inside another activity. In fact, this floating windows, we'll talk about it later. In fact, that is called as the widgets. As of now, we are writing a simple activity, and we are learning how to use a simple activity. But on top of the activity, you can bring in a widget, or you can bring in as many activities that you want, right? Now, if you're using a calculator, and if you go click on the gallery is going to surmount on your calculator, and so on and so forth. You can bring in any number of activities on top. Now, an application consists of multiple activities that are loosely bound to each other. Now, when you have an activity, now you need not have to call this as the activity A, B, C, D. A is calling B, B is calling C, C is calling D. No, not necessary. Now, B in turn can call A, B in turn can call D, or B in turn can call C, C in turn can call B. So like this, the activity in turn can call each other however it is required. Now guys, please be aware, activity is not just your main activity or the screens, or it is not that like functions you're going to call the activity, and we have got a lot more to it. Now, end of the session, you guys will understand how to create a component out of the Android. Android is just not an application. Android has got much better behaviors and beautiful stuff being ingrained into it, all those things that you're going to see, so that we are going to loosen up the tightly coupled applications, and we're going to make all this activity as a components by itself. That is what you'll be learning as we progress. Now comes the activity lifecycle. Now briefly I have told you the meaning of activity lifecycle. That is, in the previous diagrams I told you, when you're with your calendar, when your phone call comes up, the calendar will go to the background, and the call is there on top of the stack, and you're going to take the call. That is what you all have seen. Is that right? Now let me take you in the realistic way how the activity lifecycle will look like for you. Now when you start your application, now the activity is started, all right? Then it calls the function called as onCreate. Now you guys have already seen that onCreate function in your applications, and there is onCreate that you have called. That means the activity is started and onCreate has come in. In onCreate, we have displayed the text view, and in onCreate, we have displayed the button. This is all that we did. What next? Now this in turn will call onStart because the onCreate happens to be a kind of constructor function. Whenever the activity is created, only then the control will come to the onCreate. Now otherwise, whenever you recreate or when you reschedule your activity or when your activity is called all over again, that in turn will call onStart. The control will never go to onCreate again. Always after that, the control will come to onStart when the activity is active. All right. Now I'm going to go deeper into the onStart and I'm going to tell you how this onStart is going to help us down the line. Now we have something called as onResume. This also I'm going to explain in a minute from now. Then your activity is running. Now, hello Edureka program, that what you have written is going through this process. Activity launch, and it comes to onCreate, and we are not overriding onStart or onResume. And if at all, if you're overriding these functions, and it'll go through this onStart, onResume, and it will let your application work. And even without this onStart, onResume, your activity is going to run when I compile the program. Now, let us go back to the application. Let's compile and see how this application will work, and then we'll come back to this diagram. Now I'm back in my application. Now I've created the emulator, and now this activity is running, right? Now this is all that you guys have seen. Now you know what? I want to trace, did I really come into this onCreate? How do I know if I've really come into this onCreate? You all will tell me, yeah, you came in because we all can see this hello Edureka there. You have come into this particular function. Now say your hello Edureka didn't print. So how do you know whether this particular function is being executed or not? Now for that, we have to bring in the log. We have the logcat, that what you guys have seen. Now that comes really handy here. Now you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say log.d. Now this D stands for debug. I'll be explaining this to you. Now here to the log, we always give a tag, something like this, or it can be your name also. And here I can say a string, okay, on create. And this is where you landed. And this is how you can write a log function. Now it is throwing up an error and it says that, now when I click on this, it says Android util.log. Please click on Alt and enter to get rid of that error. Now he brings in the relevant library and he is out of the error. Now when you're using this log D, this is for debug. This tag in onCreate will be displayed to you in one particular color because you said that I want to see it in the debug mode. Now guys, I just want you to experience this. Now the log in turn has got various elements to it. Now let me say log E. This means it's an error. All right. Now let me say log W. This means it is the warning. And let me say log information, for I for information, right? So like this, you have the logs and you have got various parameters to it just by, let me remove this. Just by using so, all that it does is it changes the color and it displays it to you. Let me run this once again and show you how it works. Now you all can see the program is coming up. Now the hello Edureka is printed. Now you want to see the log, where exactly the log is present. Now guys, come down to Android monitor here at the bottom left corner of the screen where I'm hovering my cursor. Click on the Android monitor. Now that's where you are. Now when you see this log, I told you this is not just displaying your application. This in turn can display all the running applications in your emulator. It can start showing all the applications data. Now, what do you want to do? You want to tell this log that, hey, I'm interested only in my application, don't show me the junk. So in that situation, you come to the top right corner at the bottom, you all can see that I'm clicking now show only selected applications or Firebase no filters. When you click on no filters, all the applications will start throwing the log on this particular area. Now let me click on show only selected applications. Now you have to search in this junk for your messages. Now instead, if you can come here and type your tag. Tag is what you gave it here, right? That is your key. When you give the key right here, now if it is verbose, in verbose it brings everything. Now you know, oh, you have given debug, edit, warning and I, right? So verbose is right for you. Now you all can see the messages right here. Now you all can see the debug is in black color, error is in kind of rustic red, and warning is in blue, and there is the info is in black color. Now this is how you all can see the logs. All right. Now when we are talking about the activity lifecycle, let me bring in the properties into it. Now here we have the onCreate. Now next we went into on. Now I'm just typing on. I'll type capital S. You all can see this on start, right? This is what you guys saw, right? I'm going to click on this. Now I'm going to bring in on start. Now after that, what did you all see? On resume, isn't it? Now I'm just going to bring in on resume. And then you saw the application was running. Right after that, your activity was working. Now, if you want to check on the activity lifecycle, there are two ways to do it. One is you can go through the diagram of what I'm taking you through via Edureka, or the better way, like if you guys are very hungry for the data and you want to be really very professional, you all can go to developers.android.com. Now this is your Bible and this is where you get all the help, and here I can type in activity life cycle. When I type in activity life cycle here, and this is the ultimate place for you all, and this is where all the APIs and all the libraries arrived from, and this is where we take everything from, and this is the diagram that what you guys have seen in our PowerPoints also. Now we saw activity launched had on create, on start, on resume, and this is where the activity was running. In our diagram, we came till here, right? I'm going to go back to my diagram. Then we need on pause, on stop, and on destroy. Let me bring this in and then I'll explain the meaning of on pause, stop, and destroy to you. Now let me go back. Now I want to bring in my on pause, right? Now I want to bring in my on stop. You know what? I can press Control O now. Now I will type in here on stop, S-T-O-P. You all can see this on stop here. This is yet another way of bringing it on stop, and then I can have something called as on destroy. Now I am going to bring it in the regular way. Now I've got all the events which is pertaining to my activity. Now let me put all these guys in a remark. Now I block the entire thing. I hold my control and a forward slash to put remark for all the 3 lines, right? So it goes into the remark. Now I'll just copy this and I'll put it everywhere, right? I'm just going to copy it here and on start and on resume, and I'm going to say, hey, this is where you guys are, right? So all that I have to do is start making my changes. Now here I'm in on start. Now here I'm in on resume, right? So here I'm in on pause. Here I'm in on stop. Here I'm in on destroy. This in turn consists of your activity lifecycle. Now, whenever you run your program, now let me rerun the program. Now I'm going to show you some magic happening here. Now let me see it all over again. Now, so far you saw only on create, right? Now let us see what exactly is going to happen. Right, so you all can see it is refreshing the screen and you're going to get to the application all over again. Yeah, and it flushed the screen, and you all can see as I scroll down, now you all can see because you ran the application all over again, meaning you recompiled it, you ran it from the beginning, you came to on create, you came to on start, you came to on resume, and your activity is running. Is that clear to you guys? Now, these are the 3 function events which gets called, but you didn't see the other part of the program running at all for you, right? Now, this is what you saw in the PowerPoint. This is what you saw in developerandroid.com, and this is what we tested. And we all are able to see just the same stuff that is on create, on start, and on resume. Is that clear so far? Were you able to understand the flow of the activity? So I quickly want to see an act from all of you. So Neil says yes. How about others? All right. So this is, now I just want to show you something very curious. Now, before that, let me take you back to the Edureka presentation. Now, activity launched, and next is on created, then comes on start, then your on resume, now comes your running activity. Is that clear? Now guys, you know what? Now you may opt to click on some other application or a call may come in. Now, what should happen to your application which is running now? I told you all in the first session that your application is going to go below the stack. Is it right? Now watch what happens. Now, when some other application comes in, it can be a call or you would have clicked on some other application, another activity comes into the foreground, then your activity gets the control. In your activity application, that what you're getting, the on pause is getting called. That means when some other application is coming on top, the on pause of your activity is called. Now, whenever it calls your on pause, it's your time to save all the temporary variables where you feel the data you're going to lose. That kind of data can be stored in your on pause, and I'm going to go deeper into it later. Now, that is the temporary data will be stored in your on pause right in your activity. Then user navigates to the activity, meaning he goes to the other activity. Now the other activity will receive the resume, and then the other activity will start working for you. Then the control will go to on stop. Now that means it says that your activity is suspended, meaning your activity has lost the scope completely. Now some other activity has taken over. You know what? Now the other activity is running. Now when the other activity loses the focus, when he's done with the job, now your stop will go to on restart because you want to come up all over again, right? Then you're calling your on start, then you'll go to on resume. Now in on resume, now you can bring back all the variables that what you had in the temporary variable back to the application, and you can make your activity running. And this is how your activity can be brought in, right? Later on, now just in case, when all the applications are there on your phone, it may so happen that one of the application may be hogging the memory, or one of the application has not been used for a long time. Now, perhaps the higher priority, when it needs the memory, let us see what exactly is going to happen. Now here you can see the app process gets killed. Now this is there in the hands of Android. Now whenever it feels the application has not been run for a long time, and whenever it feels Android needs the memory, and it'll go kill the application and the process will be killed. Meaning one of the idle application process will be killed. Now that is what will happen. Then the control will go back to the activity. Now you're back to the on create. Now you have one more possibility here. When you click the, let me go to my, oh, I cannot go from here. Yeah, when you click on at the bottom of your emulator, when you click on the back button, now the control will go to on destroy, and the activity gets destroyed completely. Now, if you want to start that activity, you have to start all over from the beginning again. Now, this is what is your on destroy. This comes into the picture when you click on the back button on the emulator, right? All right, guys, now this is the activity lifecycle. Now, let us quickly jump into the program and see how this works. So far, you would have understood the flow. Now, let me explain it through the code, how it really works. I'll be mapping everything through the code. After that, let me see how much that you guys are able to follow this. Right now here, after the destroy, you all can see your activity is shutting down. Now, let me quickly go to the code. Now you all know that you have come till on create, on start, and on resume. You know what? I'm just going to click on this rectangle and let me see if I have any applications. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any applications here. So what I have to do is I have to have some other application, or the best thing to do would be I'll change the orientation. When I change the orientation, also the same thing happens, right? I change the orientation. Now, when I change the orientation, it went into on pause mode, and it went into the on resume mode, it went into the on pause mode, and it went into the start, resume, pause, and stop, right? Now, let me change the orientation once again. All right, so you all can see, okay? Now, let me do something. Instead, I will compile one more application so that you will have it as a reference, so you all can know how exactly this emulator is working. Now, let me pick one more application. Okay, some application, so that I can show you how the stack is working and how the events are working. Now, yeah, it is loaded. It takes a while to load also. Now, anyway, I don't want to see the contents of this app, and let me just say okay. All right, so you have some application, so I don't care what it does and how it works and all that. Now I can, now I'll go to my Android monitor. Now here I'm just going to click on, see now you all can see the other application has come in. Now let me go give my tag. Now here, when I click on this rectangle, now you can see the stack of activities, right? Now this is the first activity, and on top of me the other activity came. Now I'm going to click on my first activity. Now when I click on the first activity again, it came to on start and it came to on resume. Is that clear to you guys? Now, when I override my application with another application, now again it regains the control from your on start and on resume. Now let me do this again. I'll go back by clicking on this rectangle. Now I'm going to click on location tracker. When location tracker came up, now you all can see my application came into on pause and on stop, right? It went into the pause mode and my application is stopped as of now. Now to gain the control back, now I'm going to click on this when the location tracker is done with the work. Now let me click on my first app. Now again, you all can see you're back in your on start and on resume. So this is how you can see your application running, and this is what it means to be the life cycle of the activity. Now you're eager to know what exactly happens when I click on the back button. Let me click on the back button now. Now I just clicked on the back button. Now you know pretty well that the control has to come to on destroy. Is that right? Now watch this. The control came to on destroy. Now all this while you never saw control coming to on create. It is all on start, stop, resume, pause, stop, all that you're able to see. Now you have come to on destroy. That means your application is completely destroyed. Now if you bring in the application all over again, now you can see the applications here. Let me click on my first app. Now when you click on the my first app, you all can see on create, you all can see on start, and you all can see this on resume, right? Now because you started the application all over again, now it goes into start and it goes into resume. So far we have learned how to create an application and how to create the life cycle of the activity, and we have learned how to create the button. We have seen about the life cycle of the activity. Now let me move on to my original app. Now so far this is what we have done. Now let me move back to my slides. Now this is where we all left, right? So now if you want to watch, we came to on create, on start, on resume, activity is running. When some other activity is coming up, we went to the on pause and user navigation to the activity. We went to the on resume, the other activity came up, and our activity went to the on pause. Then it went to on stop, and then we went when the other guy is losing the control, when he's about to lose the control, you went to on restart, we went to on start, and again you went to resume and you started running your activity. Now, just in case, if there is any priority or if the Android needs a memory and apps with a higher priority need memory, at that point of time, Android will kill one of the existing apps from your best series of apps, and then it goes and calls the other activity of whatever has to gain control, because you're not able to execute one activity because you're running out of memory. So at that point of time, the Android kills the app which has not been run from a long time, and it loads your application and it starts your application. And after that, when you click on the back button, you guys are going to hit your on destroy. That means your application is completely killed. You saw that, and that means your activity is shut down. All right. Now that's about your activity lifecycle, and this is what you guys have learned so far. Now is the time for you to go deeper into Android. In this session, you guys are going to concentrate on the event listeners. Now, just as an example, in the previous session that we got the button, and you guys are going to learn how exactly the button works now. Like if someone clicks on the button, how do you listen to it? And we'll be implementing the logcat right into the button. Now, whenever you click on the button, my logcat is going to tell you all that you clicked on the button. This is what you guys are going to learn under the event listeners. Now, then comes the most interesting part that happens to be the intents. Now, intent happens to be the spine of your Android, the intent takes birth at the kernel. Now in kernel normally we call that as a binders. Now to call an activity we use the intent, and apart from that I'll be teaching you how exactly to take a deep dive into intent and how formally, how professionally that we all can use intent in Android. Now how to call the Android components like your geocoders, the Google Map, and your Google Chrome can be called, the dialers can be called. All this happens to be the component of Android, and you guys are going to learn how to call all those components using the intents. So far, this is what we intend to learn in your session 2. And after that, I'm going to clarify your doubts. All right, guys, let's take a plunge and let's get started. Now, guys, it's time for us to move on to event listeners. And this is going to be the most interesting part of this session. And this is where you're going to learn how to call many activities. And you guys are going to learn how to call activities with the implicit and explicit intents. And you're going to learn how to make an activity as a standalone activity, wherein the others from the different process boundary can also use your activity. All right, guys, let's start with event listeners. So far, we wrote a program to have a text being displayed on the screen, and we had the button. Now, let us see how to grab the event. If somebody clicks on the button, how do I get to know that if somebody has clicked on the button? So let's get to understand how exactly this works. Now, in event listeners, we have various event listeners like on-click listeners. For example, when the user is going to click on the button, now we are going to override the on-click listener. This is called when the user either touches the item when in the touch mode. That means when the user touches the button, and we're going to grab the on-click listener. So as you have on-focus change and you have on long click. Now when you come to the screen and hold it for a long time and you want a context menu to pop up, so probably those cases we use the on long click. And on key, whenever you click on any of the keys, the on key will come in, and on touch will come in. You can have one touch, multiple touches to play the game. All those things is possible. Now, this way we have many listeners. So as of now, I'm going to talk only about the on-click, and the rest of the listeners will be covered in the next couple of sessions. All right. Now, to get going with this on-click, and I'm back to my code, and here you all can see this push me is right there. And when you click on push me, I want to say something. I want to print a text, right? So this is all that I want to do. Now, let us see how to do that. Now, here, all that I'm going to do here is I have to bring in push me. That is a button. Now, let me use the button, and I'll declare the button, and I'm going to call this as push me is the name of the button. And now I'm going to use something called as find view by ID. Now, by using this find view by ID, now this guy in turn is going to refer back to my resource. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my resource and I'm going to use my ID. Now, guys, do remember we are already there in activity main because we have already moved from resource, we went to layout, and we went to the activity main. Now, in activity main, now we are already there, and we have to be here in the button. Now, to get the handle of this particular button, we need to declare an ID. Now, let me say, for that I will opt for @+ID. This is the identity to write your button. Now here, I'm going to call this as push me button. And this is the identity of the button. And I'm going to use this identity of the button in the main program to get the handle of this particular button. All right. So I'm going to say or.id. The very minute I say, you all can see the handle you got. Activity main has one handle and push me button, and this is what we created just now. And let me get the handle of that. Now again, this guy is throwing up an error because he says he is recommending me to write the cast here in front of find view by ID. Now I'll click and I'll say cast to Android widget button. Okay, and this is what he brings in by himself. So when you're returning the address has to be known. It is of the type button, so you're casting it right there. Now you got the handle of the button. Now the next thing that what you guys will be doing here is use your push me dot, you can call set on click listener. Now, if anybody clicks on the button, I want to be the listener. Now you're overriding a class called as new view. Now when you type capital V, you get this on click listener. This happens to be the function that what you're overriding. The very minute you override this on click listener, you're going to get this implementable function on click right here. So inside this, you can say whatever you want to say. You can say that somebody clicked on me, somebody pushed me, or whatsoever it is. Now, in this case, let me also use my log.d, and I'm going to use my tag. And here, I'll say somebody pushed the button. All right, so this is what you want to say. Somebody pushed the button. Now, this is one way. Now, you guys know that this is going to appear on your log. Now, instead, if you want to bring, instead of hello Edureka, I just want to bring in my message. How do you do that? That's fairly simple. Very similar to push me. Again, you all can use your text view. Now, I'm just bringing in text view. Now, I'll call this as text view is equal to, no, I'll cast this text view this time myself, and I'm going to use my find view by ID and or dot ID dot. Obviously, you have to have a handle here for the text view. So there is no handle. So let me create the handle here. Now I'll say ID, and my handle is going to be text view. Now this is going to be the handle. Now what is that I'm going to do here is I'm just going to bring it in. You all can see this text view here, and I've got the handle to it. All right. Now the text view, this is what is going to point to my text, what I have in my activity main. Now here, you know what I can do? I can use my text view dot, I will call the setText function, and I will pass my string that is somebody pushed the button. All right. Now there are two ways of doing it. One is you're showing it in your log. The other way around is you're trying to show it in the text view that somebody clicked on the button. Now guys, this is what you call it as an event listener, right? This is what you call it as your event listener. And this is where you're overriding push me dot, you're overriding set on click listener. If somebody clicks on the button, now the control is going to come in here. You're creating new view on click listener. You're using this particular view object on click listener, and this brings in the implementable function. Now this is actually an interface. Now this is what you call it as an implementable function. Right inside this, you're trying to show a message in log. You're quite familiar to log as of now, and then you can even still display the message on your screen using your text view. All right, so let's see how this code will work as of now. Now I've got my logcat also here. Watch what happens. I'm just going to push that button. Now watch, I'm just going to press the button. Now somebody pushed the button, and in the log area, you all can see somebody pushed the button, right? So you can see it in the log as well as on the screen, both the areas you can see the message. Now this is what we call it as the event listeners. Guys, you have a problem here. Now you may ask me, what if I have many buttons? Now for example, I've got button 1, and now I've got my next button. This is my button 2. We'll just call this as button 2, and I'm going to call this as button 2. All right, so this is what it is, right? So you all can see the push me button 2, and there is some problem here. Now I just want this guy to be straight like this, right? So I've got push me button 2. Now what is that I will do? You know what? I have to repeat the same program, meaning I have to copy this push me button, and see, it is all the cut and paste kind of a scenario. What I'll be doing now here, it is going to be button button. Now it says 2. I'm going to check on this 2, right? So here this is going to be push me 2, right? Now you know what I'm going to do. Under this, I'll say push me 2. Now set on click listener, right? So I'm bringing in set on click listener, and everything is going to be the same stuff all over again. And I'm going to bring this and again in log, and I'm going to bring in these 2 messages, control C. Now I'm going to paste it here. Now it says somebody pushed me on button 2 and somebody pushed me on button 2, right? So even this guy is going to work now. But if you see your applications like this, if you have 20 buttons in your application, if you have 10 buttons in your application, don't you think this is going to clutter up the entire screen? No, this is not a good way of writing program. Now this will start cluttering up the entire screen when you have so many functions, right? First, let us try to run this and see if the program works. Then if everything is all right, then we are going to bring a better way of writing program. Now, incidentally, you have to see two buttons here, and you have an option to click on any of the buttons, and that message has to come on top of the screen. All right, so you've got push me to. I'm going to click on this, and you all can see somebody pushed on the button too. Now, you can see in your logcat that somebody pushed me on button 2. Let me click on push me, and you all can see push me, somebody pushed on the button, and either of this, and you all can see it is displaying here, and even in this logcat, you're able to see the button has been used. All right, now let me do one thing. Now I told you this is not a good way of writing program. Now let me put a remark into all this, and then you know what I'm going to do? Instead of writing it here, okay, the way that we have written a program, now I'm going to implement an on-click listener. Now I will say implements. Now I'm just going to call my view dot on-click listener, and this is what I want to implement. Now this in turn is throwing an error, and let me see what he says. He tells me to implement a method, and I'll say okay. Now he is giving me a generalized on-click, and I'm going to say okay to it. All right. Now this is what he's bringing in, right? Now this is more comparatively, this is a better approach. Now let the user click on any number of buttons. The control is going to be here. Now let him have 1 button, 2 button, or 10 button. The control is going to come here. Now you all may ask me how. It's very simple. Now I'm going to use my switch, and I'll say view dot get ID, and here in this switch I'm going to figure out what did the user press. I'll say case r dot id dot. Now you know we have button 1 button and break. Then you have again, I'll say case r dot id dot. So now you know it is button 2. Now I'm just going to click on this, and it is a button 2. And what is that you want me to do? Now here I can bring in my messages that what I had written earlier. Now I can bring in my log or my text here, right here. Now I'm just going to copy this, and I'll just paste the entire thing right here. Right, so this is what I'm trying to bring in. Now the user is clicking on the button. So here it is showing an error. Now obviously because you have said the text you right here, right? Now he has also brought in the final. Now a better way, a good idea to do this is I'm going to make this global, right? Control C. It's always good to make it global. Making it global. Then I'm going to call. Okay, now here I'm going to remove this. So as even for button, I can make it global. So it'll be better because I'll be using the button everywhere. Now you had push underscore me, comma, you had push underscore me too, right? So here I'll just take this guy out, and I'm going to take this guy out, right? So you have these declarations here. Now it is the small letter, and you're done and you're ready to go, right? So I've declared it global, and here you will not get the error because it's been made global. Now I'm just going to bring in the functions here. All right, so this is going to be 2 and this is going to be 2. So that's about it. And when you run the program, and this code is going to work. Now this is a better approach, and this is a better way of bringing in the listeners for the multiple buttons. When you have too many buttons, and this is the best thing that what you could do. Right, so let's wait for the result. Now we are able to see the same screen. Now there's not much of difference, but you all can see. Now we have a small problem, that is it is not displaying the results, right? So now let me come here. No, log.t and text view, text view, text view. Okay, let me go back and see if I have text view is right there. Now text view, you got the handle and text view dot setext, and you're printing it. Right. Now let me recompile this because everything seems to be all right, but why is it not working? So it's good for you that the log, you should be able to see the log at least if this program is not working. I have got the text view here and text view. On click. So here inside this we have gotten, okay, the case order push me button and button 2. Case or ID and the break, the log ID. Button push me. Yeah, everything seems to be all right. So we did a small mistake. See here, we have to set the listener, right? So we have the push me button here, and whenever somebody clicks on that, and we need to add the on-click listener to it. Now I've put everything in a remark, and I just got out of it. Now I'll say set on-click listener. This time I'll just say this, meaning when anybody clicks on the button, so I'm overriding on-click on my application itself that is pointing to this pointer, so that the on-click is right there in this application. That is what is that you're trying to mention, and you're trying to print it. And that was missing. That was the actual error. Now here I have to add this also. This button also I need to add an on-click listener. Now because we never had the on-click listener, and that's the reason it didn't work, right? Now let me run this. Now the program is going to appear more like the same stuff, but only the functionalities that we have changed, right? So you all can see that somebody pushed on the button and somebody pushed on button 2. It is appearing here as well as in your log also. Both the places you're able to display it. So this way you can bring in any number of buttons that you want to use in your application. So this is a better way of writing an event listener, just in case if you have too many buttons. Now guys, it's time for us to learn about the intents. Now let us move on to intents and let us see how to go about it. Now let me go back to my slides. Now it's a time for us to move on to intents, and in intents, now all it means is by using an intent, you can call from one activity, you can call the other activity. And that is where we are going to use intents. And slowly, the way that I'm going to take you towards, I'll be making the activities as components, and even without knowing name of the activity, you'll be able to call the activity. And that is what you guys are going to do. Now let's see how to create yet another activity and how to call the activity. Now let us move on to that and let us see how to do that, right? So here you all can see an intent is a messaging object you can use to request an action from other app component, meaning you can call from the first activity, you can call the second activity. At the same time, if you have any messages, text, objects, even that can be passed on to the other activity, right? So methods are used to deliver intents to different components. Now, in fact, the activity is being broadly classified. It is being divided into services, broadcast, and many of the other components. And while sending the message, you can use context.start activity, or you can start a service, or you can send a message to the broadcast. Now, these things that we're going to see it in the later stages. Now, in today's session, we are going to see how to call an activity alone, right? Now again, in intents, you have implicit intent and you have explicit intent. Guys, even before I move on to the implicit intent and explicit intent, I would love to show you what exactly an intent is all about and how to use an intent. All right. Now I'm going to teach you about various flavors of intent, how to use the intent in many different ways. Now let me show you how to do that. Now for that, Let me go back to the code. Let me do it quickly so that will give you a very good insight into intents. Now, let me go back to my text. Now here I have the push me button 1. Now let me call this as, okay, now I'm going to change all this stuff. I don't want this to be called as the push me button. Now let me give a name to it. Let me call this guy as, now I just want to dial a number, right? So that is what I'm going to use. Now the second button that what I'm going to use is I'm going to call a toast. You guys are going to learn something new. And here in this, I don't want the string as of now. I'll say dial a number is what I just want to display. And here I don't want anything. Toast is all that I want to display. Now like this, let me create 5 more buttons, and that is what you guys are out to learn in today's session. 3, 5. So we have stopped at toast. All right. Now, you know what? I'm going to bring in something called as show location. Now here, let me call this as, so this in turn is going to take you to the Google map, and it is going to show you some location of your choice. Now that is what we are going to do in my show location. Now here I'll call open web page. Now I'll call this as open web page. Now this can be Google or whatever you want to open. It can be that. Now here I'm going to call something called as view intent. This is going to be very interesting. Now this is where you're going to call this as a generalized and common intent. Now comes there's another interesting stuff. I'm going to call this as let's get professionals. Let's get professionals. Now this is what it is. Now this is what you guys will be dealing with in today's session. All right. Now this is an amazing stuff, and you're going to learn how to use the intent in many different ways. All right. Now we have the buttons ready. Now let us go to the main activity, and I have to bring in, no, it is not my push me, you know very well, it is not push me. Now we have used a couple of other things here, right? So it is going to be dial the phone and toast and show location, right? So open web page. All these things will be very simple and very easy for you to understand. And view intent, right? Then let's get let's get professional, right? So this is all that what we'll be using. Now here the text view, let this guy be there. And here in the first button, now you're going to use dial phone. And instead of dot push me, you know when I type D, you're going to get this. Now the second button, it's fairly simple. As you all can see now, once if you write this program, you will be very comfortable throughout, right? You'll be learning how to use, get the handles of all the objects. Now show location, right? So yeah, no, second is the toast. So I'll say toast comes in here, right? Now comes, let me copy this at another 4 times, right? So it is not toast again. Now show location, and let me call show location, and here it is going to be open web page, and I'm going to call this as view intent, and this is going to be view intent, right? So ID dot, so just type V, the view intent comes in there. And here there is a problem, so it is, oh yeah, the typo. Now it is view intent, right? So yeah. And now the final one is going to be let's get pro, and dot let's get, no, it should come by itself, right? So why is that is not coming? Dot let's, where is that? Let's get pro. There's some problem here. We have everything, and oh, capital L. No, why capital? Everywhere we are using the small letter. So let me dot let's get pro. So right, so we are right there. So I have declared all this. Now here I have just to bring in the monotonous stuff. Now, as you all started, now it is going to be dial the phone that you're going to bring in here and set on click listener, and you're going to bring in toast. Toast is something new that you're going to learn, and then yet another 4 stuff that what you're going to bring in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's about it. Now here we have to change this to show location, and we are going to add a listener for your open web page, and we're going to add a listener again for your view intent, and the final one is let's get pro. The word itself sounds exciting, right? So that's about it. Now here inside this we have to change. No, we are not interested in any of the stuff that what you have done so far, and I don't need this. I can even delete this. Even I don't need this to stuff. And here, as you all know, the first one was dot dial a number, and now the second one was your dot toast. All right, so now I'm just going to copy this 4 times. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And here I don't want the toast. Now next to the toast is your show location, right? So show location, and after the show location we had your open web page, and after the open web page you had your view intent, right? So view intent, and after that, yeah, that's about it. And we had let's get pro. That's about it. And we have everything in place. Now, how is that we're going to call dial a number? Now, let me go back to the slides. Now, guys, you all can see we are dealing with 2 intents. That happens to be the implicit and explicit intent. Now, here you are calling something called as an implicit intent. Implicit intent is when the target component is not defined in the intent, and the Android system has to evaluate the registered components based on the intent data. That means you really don't know whom you're calling. Now, anybody can give you the service from any point of time, meaning you can call completely a different application, different activity to get your work done. For example, when you're calling, I said that I'm going to use a dialer, and anyway, eventually I'm going to come to the web view, I'm going to bring in the statement also. So at that point of time, if I have to call a dialer, dialer happens to be a different component. Now I want to use that component to dial the phone. Now, if I have to call the edureka.co, action view happens to be a different component. Now I want to call that component to display the web view, that is your edureka.co. Is that right? So I don't know whom I am calling and who is going to help me, who's going to render my job. And that is when I'm going to call the implicit intent. All right. Now, even before you guys learn how to call implicit intent, it would be a good idea to learn how to call an intent from your application, right? Now, what it is, how it looks like even to call an intent. Now, just before this, I will show you how to call an intent, and I will come back to this. Now, then the things will be more clearer to you. Now, first I'm going to do this. In this case, you're giving intent I is equal to new intent this comma activity2 class. Now here you're writing an intent and you're calling an intent and you're placing this pointer there. That means that you're trying to put in your running object, that is your main activity. And then activity2 class is the object that what you intend to call. That means this is the class that what you'll be firing. Now, before firing, you want to send a message to activity2 class. So what is that you're going to do? You are going to use i.putExtra. In that, you have the key value pairs. The value one that what you see inside the codes is the key. And to that, the value what you're going to put is, this is activity2. That is a value what you're trying to put and you're passing it on to the activity2 class. So that you're having 2 keys, that is value 1, value 2. It has got 2 values. And when you call start activity of I, that means you're passing the values also to the activity, second activity. Now, let me break this into a simpler piece for you. Now, let me teach you how to write only 2 lines, just how to create an intent as you all can see in the first line and how to call the start activity, right? Now, let me do this first and then I will talk about how to pass the message to the other object and how to receive it, right? Now let me move on to my code. Now in my dial my number, you know what I'm going to do? Or let me take toast. In my toast, let me create an intent. Intent. Now I'm just creating my intent. Intent is equal to new intent. Now I'm just creating a new intent. Right. Now here, I'm going to give it this pointer. To be very explicit, let me say main activity dot this. When I'm giving this pointer, I'm being very clear that this pointer belongs to the main activity. Now, I want to call the other activity. So to call the other activity, we don't have the other activity here, right? So let me create yet another activity called as the other activity. Guys, you know what? I told you all the manifest is a very important part of your application. The manifest in turn will keep all the information of the application. This is what I've told you. So let me take you to the manifest. Now in manifest, I'm going to go really deep into it as we start progressing with our application. Now here you have the application. This I'll be talking about it later. Now to tell you in brief, this application class happens to be the super class to your activity. He happens to be the parent for your activity. Now this we'll be discussing in the next sessions. Now allow backup also, you will get a good insight when you all learn the DDMS, so that the file system, the file manager, now you can take a backup of that guy, and that will happen later. Now here, what kind of an icon you want to associate with your application? Now in my MIP map, you all can see this MIP map. In my MIP map, I have got a couple of icons, ready-made icons. We're going to pick one right from there. Now that is what you have picked, that is IC Launcher. And what should be the name of your application? Now here it is called as the app name. That is all there in string. Now I can call that as intent also if I want. And now support RTL, I'll talk about it later. Now the theme, in fact, when we come to material design, and we're going to go deep into it. So till then, you just bear with me. And then comes the activity. Now when you all see the activity, you're starting the activity or ending the activity, and then the name of your application is the main activity. Like what you have created is what you all can see here. Now, when you created the application, all this has been generated by your Android, right? Android Studio. Now, whenever you create an activity, it has an intent filter. In intent filter, you have 3 data types. That's what I have shown you while explaining. That is what I said, the action, category, and data. The data is in between, which is not shown to you as of now, but I'm going to bring it in later. Now, in action, now this main activity happens to be the default activity. That means it is the launching kind of an activity. So it is called as the main. And in category, we'll say it is the default, and that happens not a default, this happens to be the launcher. Meaning this is the, now if you have 10 activities in this particular application, now this is the application which kickstarts everything. That is what is that you're trying to say in the category, right? This is what we have done. Now I want to create one more activity just because we want to call that, right? So I right click on my package, I'll go to new, now I'll go to my activity, now I'll click on my empty activity. So there I'm going to call this as other activity. This is the name that what I'm going to give, and I'll say finish. Now you all see the other activity is created. Now there's an XML file for other activity. Now you know what, just for my laziness, I'll go to this guy, I'll fetch this text view, and I'll come to the other activity, and I'm just going to copy it there, because I just want to say that you have been called from the other activity or something like that in text area. Okay, from activity. Now let me say hi from other activity. Now this is what you want to say. When you guys land in here, this is what you want to see. So we have the text view also here. Now text view, other text view. Okay, so this in turn will clarify, and there is no confusion with us. All right, so now I'm going back to the main activity, and here I'm going to call the other activity, right? So you all can see other activity. Now I'm just going to bring this in dot class. No, it's a class file. It's a Java class file. That's what it gets compiled with. And now I'm going to call my start activity because I want to fire the activity, and the intent is where I have the address of my other activity, and I'm giving this intent. So what exactly this line does? Now this intent, in turn, you're giving the current application's address. This in turn is going to fire the other activity.class. Now this is where you guys are going to jump into. And when you start this, when you click on the toast, and you're actually toasting, meaning you're firing another activity. So obviously you guys are going to be there in the other activity. Now this is what is the meaning of intent. The intent in turn will help you to call the other activity or to call any of the activities. Down the line, we are going to explore quite a lot about intent. Now intent happens to be the central nervous system of the Android, and everywhere till the end of the session you're going to learn many flavors of intent, and you're going to learn quite a lot about intent, and that is what we have started exploring as of now. Now let me click and let me just run the program and see if you all can land in the other activity when you click on the toast button, right? So aren't you serious about this? Aren't you curious? So let's see if this line works. Now when this line works, I can move on to the other explanation. Now none of the buttons are activated because we have nothing in these buttons. Only toast, we have some hopes on toast, because when you click on toast, the control is going to come here to toast, and here you're trying to launch the other activity right from the toast, and obviously you're not going to see the screen. From this activity, you're jumping on to the other activity completely. Watch. You all can see that you're here in the other activity. It is called as hi from the other activity. Now I'll take you back to the manifest. Now what exactly you can see here? What kind of changes that you can see here? Now the Android has inserted one more line, that activity again dot other activity this guy has inserted. Now this is the body. Now anyway, this intent filter he has not created because we just created a very simple and empty activity. So the intent filter is not there. Later on, I'm going to bring in the intent filter, and I'm going to show you what exactly that means and how exactly to add the intents. Okay, meaning the intent filters, we'll talk about it later. Now, let me go back to my code. So this program is working. Now let me go to the other activity. You know what? I just want to teach you something. Because I use the word toast, let me also show you the toast. I'll just say toast and I'll just scroll down to the last bar. I'll click enter. Now I told you these are two ways. One is I can call other activity.this, or even this is okay. Now here I can say any message landed in other activity. You know what? This toast is going to stay for a couple of milliseconds. That is the behavior of the toast. Now, whenever you set the alarm in your program, the toast will appear and it stays for a few seconds, and that is what exactly is going to happen here. And this toast dot length short, in fact, this is going to delay by a few milliseconds. Length long is going to give little more, a longer time. All that is negligible. We cannot calculate, or we cannot say in so many milliseconds the toast is working. This is just the arbitrary time that it delays down to, and then it is showing it on the screen. Now let me run this code all over again, just to see. As soon as you guys land in the other application, you will get to see a toast message also right here. Now here it'll take me to the first activity. Now when I click on the first activity, it has to take me to the second activity. Yeah, when I click on toast, it has to take me there. Then you have to see a toast also. Watch, the toast here landed in other activity. All right. So guys, you have learned toast also. So you have learned two things you have learned as of now. That is, you have learned how to create an intent and how to fire the intent so that it starts the other activity. Now let me show you how to use the implicit intent that, in fact, when we all saw that in the slide, that was looking a bit cryptic to you. Now let me demystify that. Now, you know what? I can again say intent, and I can again call my handle intent. Intent1 is equal to. Now I'll say new intent. Now till now, you have learned that this address of the current activity and the other activity you have to give. No, I'm not interested in calling my other activity. I want to call a different component which is mounted in my Android. I want to call one of the component that happens to be the dialers, right? Now, you know what I'm going to use? I'm going to use something called as intent dot, and I'm going to call my action dial. It's right there. I'm going to call the action dial. No, to that, to dial the number, let me say I want to dial my number. I want to dial my phone, right? So to dial, I have to give the data. The data has been given in URI parse, and inside this, you all can see this, right? The remark, inside this, we are going to give the data in form of a string. Now let me click on that, and I'm going to give my phone number here. Just before I give the phone number, it is a mandate for me to give my TEL colon. Now this is the data type that what you saw in your, this is the specific data type that what you saw in the slide. And this is the action that what you saw in the slide, right? Now, as of now, I told you that you're trying to call a component right from the Android, and that is the action. And in about a minute, I'm going to demystify this to you. Now, just hang on to this as of now. Try to understand it is calling one of the components in Android, and here you're trying to give the phone number. When you're trying to give the phone number is identified by TEL colon. If you do any typos or any mistakes here, your application will not work. Now, let me give you my phone number. This is my phone number, right? Now, that's about it. And then, you know what, I'm going to call my start activity, and I'm going to call my intent. All right, that's about it. You know what should happen now? Now, whenever you, sorry, I did everything on show location. It should have been on my dialer, right? So I've given everything in the dialer. Now, when I run the program and when I click on the dialer button, and this in turn should open up a dialer for me, right? No, the most interesting question here is, did you write the dialer program? Does it belong to you? The answer is no. It's a part of your, it's a component. It's no, dialer happens to be an Android component, right? You're calling a component. That means an application that can give service to any other applications is what you're trying to call. Now, having said this, the other immediate question that what will ring in your mind is, can we create our own component? Is what is the next immediate question what will ring in your mind? Oh, can I make my program also generic? Can somebody use my program also the way that I'm using the action dial? Guys, this is where we are getting to. So to get to this particular point, we have to traverse through some simple process, and then it becomes very easy for you to understand how to get there, right? Now, let us see how this program works. Now, let me, by clicking on the dial number, let me see if my application can call the dialer. Now, you know what? If you're running this, compiling this application on your device, and when you run, and you can really dial, you can dial and talk to the person, right? That is all that you can do. And you're calling one of your dialer components. Let me click on the dialer. That's it. Now, you all can see the phone number is already there, the dialer is already there for you, and all you have to do is click on this, and this is going to place a call, and this is mimicking as though it is calling. As I told you, the emulator cannot do all such things, so for this you need the real-time device, so that this in turn will place the call and the call will get generated, right? Now, this is how you guys can call the dialer, and this is how you can dial out a number from your application. That means it's a different component that is sitting, and you're calling the component, and you passed the data to the component, and the component in turn dialed it for you. We have learned how to dial a number, and we have learned how to toast, and that means you have learned how to move on to a different application altogether, right? So that's what you guys have seen. Now, you would be curious to know how to write a couple of other things, like how to call a couple of other components. Now, let me write one more program. This is going to be a kind of contradictory, and you may wonder what's happening, and you may have a lot of doubts by end of this, but intentionally I'm doing it. Now, I'm going to bring in an intent, and I'm going to bring in my intent2 is equal to new intent. Now you know this is what you have to bring in. Now I'm going to bring in an intent dot. Now for a change, I'm not going to use the dial. I'm going to use the action view. Now you all may think, oh my God, this guy is calling yet another component, right? Now, how is that? What is that is going to do with it? Now, you know what? I want to call a component called as, you know what, this is a generic component. Now, this component can belong to many of others also. I'll explain that to you clearly in a short while from now. Now, again, to use, I have to give my URI parser, and this is where I have to give the data. Now, the label itself sounds exciting to you, that is show location, right? Now, let me ask for the location. Just to ask for the location, I have to say geo. This is a must, and you have to give this geo just in case if you want to bring in the map right there. Now, but having said this, let me see if I have my applications right here. Yeah, thank God I have one of the applications here. So I can quickly go grab the location from him. Location tracker, okay, I just wanted the latitude and longitude. This guy does not have it. So, okay. Now, you know what? Let me go do that quickly. I'll go to Google Map. Okay, yeah, I'm already there. All right. So I'm there in the Google Maps. You know, here I'll say Bangalore High Court, and I just want to go there. All right. So it takes me right here, and I'll right click here, and it says what's here, and that is where you can see the latitude and longitude. Oh, I can take it from here, or I can even grab it from here. Now this is what I wanted. Instead of keying in the number, this becomes too cryptic. It may take me to some other place, right? So it's always a good idea to copy it from here. Now let me click here. Yeah, so I've copied. So there's a junk also along with this. Not a problem. Now I'm going to go back to my application, and I just wanted, no, I don't want this. I'm just going to close this, and I just wanted my location, right? So Control V. I copied it. Now the Z I'll remove. Now this is my latitude, and this is my longitude, right? So you know what? I can even give the zoom position also. No, I can put a question mark, and I can give a zoom position is equal to 3. Zoom in a little bit and try to get me as close as possible to high court is what is that I'm requesting this guy. Okay, no, that's what it is. And I'm going to start my activity, and I'm going to call my intent to. All right, guys. Now you would have understood that, oh, to call the Google map, I have to use action view. To call the phone, I have to use action dial, right? No, not really true. To call the phone, you can use action dial. To call the Google map, we can use action view. To call the notepad, I can use action view. To call so many other things, maybe the web services, I can call the action view. And to call my Chrome, I can use the action view. So please do not get deceived by looking at action view. This action view is not really bounded to your Google map. In fact, it can be used in so many other places. And now this intents, this is what you call it as the implicit intent. And this, whoever is overriding the action view, and everybody is called. Now, not only the Google map, your web page, your Chrome, everybody is using the action view. So when you call this, and everybody should get called, but the point here is you gave geo colon. This is where everything got narrowed down, and it called only the Google map. It didn't call your notepad, it didn't call your web view, it didn't call your Chrome or whatsoever it is. By giving this tag, you narrowed it down. Now let's take a look at this as of now, and I'm going to clarify this little more after you see the code working. I'm going to explain, I'm going to go deeper into this intent.actions now. Now, where are we? We are in show location. Let me click on the show location. Now, this guy, the emulator, you know what? We installed it fresh, and this emulator is asking for all the sign-in, add account, who are you, all those you will ask for. And finally, if I give all my authentication, and he's going to take me to the Google, and he's going to show me that. Now, let me say, now he's asking for all my credentials. He says try to use email. So he is asking for all the informations, and All right, so let me push this guy. Okay, I agree, I agree. Yes, and I just want to see the map. Please don't delay, come back as soon as possible. And okay, it's all on. Now, once if you have been using the emulator, it will not be a problem. Right, so guys, you all are able to see the Google map and there you are, and you're in Bangalore. And as I double click and I can go get close to your marker, now that's where you are, right? So let me, somewhere here it is showing the marker and okay, so that is how it takes me to the map. I'm not really keen on where we are going and we just got the marker and I'm just trying to take you to the high court and I'm trying to get the Google map and that's how you all got the Google map. Now, just to use the action view all over again, let me use this. Just to explain, just to make you understand, the action view is a common scenario, right? Now here, you know what you guys saw. Instead of this, let me bring in Edureka, right? So this is what you guys saw, isn't it? Now let me see, let me go back. Now URI parser and http:// www.edureka.co. Is that right? So let me go there. Now let me say http:// www.co. Now this is where I want to get to. Now again, guys, watch. He is also using action view. I am also using action view. I am requesting, hey, please, any of the browsers, guys, can you please get me to edureka.co is what you're requesting your browsers, right? So let me change this to 3. Now here, I'm trying to tell you, watch, even the browsers like Chrome or ... is using intent dot action view, right? So here in this case, even your even not the browsers, let me say, in this case, who is using the map, right? Control V. Even the Google Map is using the view, right? And even the Chrome is using the view. No, this is where you guys will get to understand, oh, so many of them, they're using the view, is it? Yes, you know what? End of the line, we'll be using the view in our own application. That is where we are getting to. That is where I'm making the things even more exciting for you all. Now let me run and let me go to the open web page. And if everything is right, now this is the specific data type that what you guys have learned. Now I can give chrome.com also, or I can give edureka also. Now where you have to be, you have to click on open web page. Now let me click on open web page. And if everything is all right, now because this is the brand new stuff and I'll say hello. Now he is asking me for all the credentials because it's a new emulator that what I'm creating and he is there. Now yeah, can you all see this http edureka.co and he took you right in there and this is the Edureka web page that you all have landed in, right? Now Edureka is a different portal, that's a different web page and you in fact opened it using one of the browsers that one of the browsers had the action view in them and you said, hey guys, can you help me to open edureka.co? That is what you requested. And you don't even know whom you requested with. And whoever had the action view, your message has been sent, your request has been sent to all the guys who are having the action view. And one of them, that fellow had, that is a Chrome browser. And he said, hey, I can do this work for you. Because Chrome browser identified the specific. This is what is specific. HTTP is specific, geo is specific, telephone is specific. They will identify this, and if it is related to me, if it is my kind of a work, now HTTP is the Chrome kind of a work, and he executed this for you. Now, geo happens to be the Google Map work. Now you may ask me a question. Oh, if I add geo, what will happen? No, nothing will happen. Your application is going to crash when I click on show location because it is not, nobody will understand the geo, right? So many things. Even the Google Map will not understand. So obviously there is an error in the URI that what you're trying to pass, and you're going to get into trouble, right? When you click on the show location. So guys, that is where I told you this specific type, the data type that what you're using is very important. Now show location, that has to create a disaster for you all now, right? So look at this. Unfortunately, my first app has stopped and Android throws an error, and that is where everything stops, because this is what went wrong. The typo, nobody understood what you're trying to say, right? When you are using Geo, and the map will immediately understand, he will respond. When you're using HTTP, the Chrome will respond, right? Now you're going to ask me, let me put our doubts here. Can we create own our own data type like TEL colon GEO colon? Is it right? Then what else you saw? Then HTTP colon, right? My answer is yes. You know what? Let me show you how to create my streamer as the data type. Right, this my streamer is going to be like one of the types. I'm going to come there. I'm going to show you. Just before this, I just want to, my last explanation, I just want to explain with one more view, because you have been so curious and you had all the patience to stay with me, so that I just want to break the thaw. I want to break the ice in showing the meaning of intent view. Now watch the fun now. I'm going to copy this. Now, this is the fun part, and just for the heck of it, and I'm going really wild all over, and I'm just going to say, I don't care for all this. What if I call only this action view? Now, the way that you have been explaining me so far, this is what you guys will be thinking. Now, because the geo map had the action view, the maps came in, and the Chrome had the action view, the Chrome came in, because you gave the right data type. If you don't give the right data type, now the can geo also appear here? Can Chrome also appear here? Whoever is overriding the action view, will everybody appear here in front of me, is what is the question, right? Now, will all the apps which is imbibing view, will it appear on screen now? Okay, that is what is your question. Is it right, guys? Now, so far I've been explaining, you all understood. Now I told you anybody can override the action view. If this is a case, now can I see the map coming up? Can I see the Chrome coming up? Can I see a lot of other application coming up on my screen? Is what is that I'm trying to ask myself when I click on intent view. Now this is the greatest of the time, that this is the best part of the time that you all are having now. Now you will understand the meaning of action view, because I have not given any specific data type. This in turn will call for the confusion. You're calling the view, but there's no data type. So everybody is going to show up and asking you, can I help you? Can I give you a service? Is what is that everybody is going to ask you. Now let me click on the view intent, right? So can you all see this, guys? Now you can see maps, you can see application hardware preferences, you can see calendar, you can see so many other applications. All right. Now, you know what, this other activity is one of my activity, calendar. When I click on calendar, it is going to take you right into the calendar. So whichever, so many applications is coming up, and it is taking you right into that application. Now, I'll say just once, and you're there right in the calendar, right? No, anyway, the calendar is not there because it's not there in this emulator, because it is a brand new one, right? So anyway, so this is how the view intent in turn is going to show all the application. It is going to bring up all the applications. Now we have almost come to the fag end of the session by using the intent, and I'm going to show you all like how to call my own component. How to call the component is what is that we are going to see now. You know what, I'm going to make a small change. Now let me go to the last part of the thing, that is your let's get professionals. You know what, I've been telling you the action view is used by so many guys. How is that they'll be using this action view, is what would be the next question, what will be racing in your mind. Now we have to create that for our own selves, isn't it? Now watch what I am going to do in my manifest. Now I told you in manifest, I can bring in my intent filter. Now let me copy this. Now in my other activity, I am bringing in my intent filter. Now in action, now this is the package name. I can copy this. Now instead of Android intent action main, I'm going to copy the package name. Then I'm going to give my other activity to it. Now people can call me by this package name also, right? This is something that what I'm trying to say. Now instead of launcher, I'm going to say dot default. Now watch this. This is beautiful way of writing program, very professional way of writing program. Now I'm going to take you right there. Now here you all saw this, right? Now I'm just going to add one more line here. Now let me bring this in here and paste it. Instead of calling this intent action view, and I'm going to do something very funny and very different, and this will be mind-blowing. Watch this. What I'm going to do now is I'm going there. Now this is the application name, isn't it? I'm just trying to get this package name. This is what I call it as action, right? Guys, do you remember you saw the PowerPoint and you all saw action and you saw something called a specific, or of which this is what you call it as action. Now I'm going to go into the intent and I'm just going to give this. No, I'm not going to call. No, earlier, what did you learn? You have to call your application like this. You have to call by the activity, the current activity, and then the other application name. Now, what I'm trying to do, I'm just trying to call my application using the package. Now, if I know the package across the process boundaries, and this in turn is going to fire the application across the process boundaries. Now, guys, this is where you guys are getting closer to the component. You're getting closer to the component, meaning you give any package name across the process boundary and this guy in turn has to execute it. Now let us watch. Now we are at Let's Get Pro, and this is the first step, and then we have got one more step to go. Let's Get Pro. Watch this, and it calls your other activity and it's a success. And you all can see that it called your activity just by using this. Now, my next question is this. Can I call my activity? How is that I can imbibe, rather, how is that I can imbibe the action view? So when somebody calls, my application also should show up, other activity also should show up, is the next question. Now guys, you know what I'm going to do? Now while creating action, watch, I'm going to create an action. This is what I told you. I can create action category data. Now I can create an action. Now here, let me create the action. Now inside this action, let me create a name, right? So inside the name, I'll create Android intent. Now you all can see this view. I'm going to imbibe this view right in there. Now by imbibing this view in my program, you know what? I'm going to copy this. No, not necessary. I'll put a remark to this. Now I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. Now I'm going to call this guy as 5 or 6. Let me say 6. Now watch carefully. Now among the application, your other activity also will be an application. It is going to pop up because you imbibed the view in your manifest, because you overrided the view in your as a part of the action. So when anybody calls the action view, your application should also pop up. That is the whole idea behind it. Now let me show you that. Let's Get Pro. Now watch, open with calendar, my first app. Look at this. This is your my first app. It is already there. And you have the other activity. Now this other activity is completely a different application. Now this is not the activity you're looking at. This is small letter row and this is capital letter row. It's completely a different application. Now your my first app is coming there and I'm going to click on that and it is going to call your other activity, right? This is from the other activity. Now this is what you called. Is it right? And that is how you can imbibe the view right in the manifest. Here you imbibe the view, and now among the application, your application too will turn up, and you can call your application just by having the view. Now, this is what is called as the explicit intents. When you declare, now you're trying to tell the world that you can give a service. Now, if anybody wants to do anything, this is the job that what I can do. Now, when you go to gallery and when you click on the photograph, now a lot of other applications like email, WhatsApp, a lot of applications will come up. Meaning it says that, hey, do you want me to mail your photograph? Do you want me to send it in WhatsApp? What is it you want to do? Like every application has a behavior. So as your other activity also has a behavior, wherein you can even print the documents or the pictures or whatever that is your characteristics. Now when the people clicks on your application and you can carry out your work. And this is how you guys can create a generic component. You know what? In my next session, I'm going to show you, I'll be deleting this main activity. I'm going to copy this program in a different name. I'm going to call this as other activity. I'll delete the main activity. And when I run the first application, this other activity also comes up the way that you're watching it now. All right. So this is how you guys can call the activities, meaning in various different forms, you can use the intent. And now if you want to pass the data to the other activity as the last thing that you have seen in the slide, let me say intent 6. We are using intent 6 dot put, right? Now you have put extra. You can put the key value pair into it. There is a name and Boolean value. Now let me say put extra. You have the key value also in it. You can pass. And let me bring that in. Intent source. Where is that? Now let me take you to the slide. This is the last thing. Now guys, you understood this is the action and this is the specific stuff. And here put extra, you have the key and value pair. Now that is what you want to do. Now let me go back, and this happens to be the last part of your code. Put extra. No, why is that? Dot put extra. Yeah. Now I'll say, let me call this as key and let me call this as value. Okay, value is my data, is all that I'm trying to put here. And now you know what, when you call intent 6, now this guy in turn is going to receive. Now when that guy is going to receive, now you have to evaluate if the data is coming in or not, isn't it? Now I have passed the data. Now what I have to do here is you have to receive the data. So to receive the data, I'm going to use bundle. Now in the later stage, I'm going to go more deeper into bundle. Now I'm going to use the variable is equal to get intent. Okay, get intent dot. Now the extra data that what you have given is being obtained from here, and that you're taking it into bundle. All right. Now next what you want to do is you want to give the key and you want to get the value out, isn't it? Now I'll say bundle dot. Now I'll ask for get string. Now see, he's asking for the key. Now what is the key? Key is the key because I want to remember it the way it is, right? Now this guy in turn is going to bring the data for me. Now string str, and he's going to bring the data. Now what I can do here is I can even display it on text view, or I can display it in toast. Now let me do that. Toast is much easier for me. Now let me bring it in toast. You guys can try it out, bringing the text view and displaying it right there. Now here I'm going to bring in my str. Okay, so this in turn is going to display the key. First it says landed in other activity, then you all can see the value being received here and the value being displayed here. Now let me run this. Guys, you have come a long way with the intents, and so slowly what is that you have to understand here is your activity is just not an activity. It has got enormous power to it, and your activity is a component, and that can be used by the other application across the process boundaries even without doing much of the work. And that is what that you guys have to understand. Now let me see where this guy is hiding. Yeah, he's right here. Let me pull this guy up. Now I'm going to click on Let's Get Pro, and now what? Yeah, I'm going to click on my first app. Now here when I click on this, you have to land in our first app. Now landed in other activity. Value is my data. Now it is showing the data. Now that is the value that what you passed right from the other activity, right? Now, this is where you pass the value. Now, you can pass any value that you want. You can pass objects also to, but we need to use the pass level and so on and so forth. We can even pass the objects. Now, this in turn can be across the, please do remember guys, the activity that what you're writing, it is in a process boundary. Nobody can touch your data. Now, if you want to pass the data to completely to yet another application, yeah, this intent in turn will work, right? That is where I told you the intent happens to be the most powerful stuff that what you guys can find in Android. So now let us quickly go back and see where we have come. Now, let me take you slightly up. You all have seen the implicit intent and explicit intent. An intent can carry data bundle to perform an activity. Yeah, you saw that. For example, if an activity has to launch an email operation, we can use an intent action send. Yeah, email guy will identify that. Now we have to talk about implicit and explicit intent. There, this is the implicit intent. You saw the action and the specific stuff.
Welcome to this session on Android SDK tutorial. But before we get started, let's take a look at the agenda for today's topic. First of all, I'll be talking about what is the Android SDK, followed by which we'll take a look at the installation process where you'll understand how to install Android SDK on your system. Next, I'll be discussing the most amazing features of this Android SDK, and also we'll take a look at the SDK tools that are present. And finally, I'll wrap up this session by walking you guys through how exactly Android SDK Manager works. So I hope the agenda was clear to you guys, and I also suggest you to subscribe to Edureka YouTube channel to never miss out any updates on the trending technologies, and hit the bell icon to never miss any notifications on this channel. So let's begin. Software Development Kit, that is SDK. This is basically a collection of software development tools in one installable package. So this SDK, that is the Software Development Kit, is also used with Android, which helps to download the tools, the latest versions of Android available, and many more. So this video on Android SDK tutorial will help you guys learn about how to work with Android SDK. So what is the Android SDK? Every time Google releases a new version of a software or an update, corresponding SDK will also be released with that. So in order to work with Android, the developers must download or install each version's SDK for the particular device. Now say for example, if you have a OnePlus phone. So OnePlus has a set of SDK files in it. So this will differ from one system to another. So when OnePlus releases a new version of Android, that is now every other device is working on Android 9, once it updates to 10, every other system will be updated. Now OnePlus 7 has Android 10 in it. Now if the OnePlus community releases the Android version for every other devices of OnePlus, this is where SDK comes into picture. So this SDK is basically a tool using which you can install every other update that you get. Okay, like I mentioned, the Android SDK is a set of development tools that is used to develop applications for the Android platforms. And also this SDK provides a selection of tools that are required to build the Android applications, and also ensures that the process goes as smoothly as possible. Now, whether you create an application using Java, Kotlin, C Sharp, and many more, you need to have SDK in order to run it on any Android device. So you can use an emulator in order to test the application that you've built, or you can just use an IDE to perform an action. Now, talking about IDEs, nowadays people prefer using Android Studio and also IntelliJ in order to develop any Android application. So this Android SDK also comes bundled with the Android Studio, that is the integrated development environment where the work gets done, and many of the other tools are now best accessed or managed. So Android Studio is one such platform or IDE which gives you all the other advantages like using the Android SDK, which is inbuilt. So Android Studio helps you deal with it easily. Now talking about IntelliJ, IntelliJ also provides libraries and also SDKs, but the thing is we are not going to be using IntelliJ in this session. We are going to be focusing on Android Studio because it is easy to access the SDK files over here. So we'll be using Android Studio. And also do note that you can download the Android SDK independently. If you're not going to be using an IDE like Android Studio or IntelliJ, you can just download the versions of Android SDK on your system. Now, the next question that you might ask is how to install this Android SDK on your system. So installing SDK is very simple, guys. All you need to do is, like I mentioned, have an IDE where you can perform all the actions. All the testing, coding, creating, debugging, everything will be done in this IDE. So all you need to have is Android Studio. So once you have this Android Studio installed in your system, you're good to go. So this is the step one, guys. You need to install Android Studio on your system. I've given a few instructions over here, just follow them. And there is also another video which is put up by Edureka, that is how to install Android Studio on your system. So just go through it before you can go ahead with this session. And the step two is where you get the welcome page of Android Studio. So let me just quickly walk you guys through it. I'll show you how exactly you can access this Android SDK. Yeah, you can see that it is loading my application because I already have Android Studio installed in my system. So this is another small project which I was working on. So I'm going to go to File, go to Close Project. Yeah, so this is what I wanted. So this is the welcome page of Android Studio, guys. So all you need to do is go to Configure here. You can see that there is SDK Manager present over here. So just click on it. And you'll be given a set of options, that is which Android version that you want to work on. That is Android 10, 9, 8, 7. There's so many versions, like from the beginning. There's so many other versions which are available, which is the Android SDK platforms. And there are tools, and also there are some sites. So the current version that I've selected is Android 10 because 10 is the latest version available right now. So I'm going to use 10 in this case. So this is how you can access the Android SDK platform. Click on OK. Now another way to do this is go to New Project, go to Empty Project and click on Next. I'm going to give this as, so I'm going to name this as SDK Tutorial. And you can see that you can select either Java or Kotlin. I'm going to be using Java in this case, and the API level is the same. So do not change anything over here. Just click on Finish. Yeah, you can see that the project is created and it is syncing to Gradle. So let's just wait till it's done. So you can see that the main activity code is present over here. So for zoom in and zoom out, you need to add your own shortcuts. All right. I already have the shortcut added. So the question is how to install Android SDK over here. So once you've opened it, how do you install it? Like I mentioned, Android SDK is bundled with Android Studio. So all you need to do is just go to Tools and you can select the SDK Manager over here, which will again bring you back to the same page. Now cancel this. And another way to access this is there's a symbol over here. I think you guys can see this. This symbol over here, which is next to search button, is the SDK manager. Just click on it and it will direct you to this page, and just click on cancel because the Android version is already selected. So this is exactly how you can install, or I might say access, Android SDK on your system. Now that you guys have understood how to access or install Android SDK, let's move ahead and take a look at the features of Android SDK. Android SDK has a lot of amazing features, like I mentioned. I've tried to list a few of them. So I've tried to gather more information about Android SDK features. So here we go. SDK helps in dynamically downloading the maps for more than 190 countries in over 60 languages. So this is something really cool about this, right? You can also view these maps offline. So this is actually an added advantage of using Android SDK. Also, dealing with the map styles and the touch gesture is also improvised. So this is also quite interesting, right? So this SDK also has the ability to render raster tiles and map objects interleaved within different map layers. So this is something extraordinary, right? Android SDK has this feature of offline mapping. So using which we can actually download the maps even if you don't have the internet connection. So now talking about the next feature, we have dynamic markers. So in the previous versions of Android SDK, you could not have moved the position without a fallback or re-adding the icon. In the latest version or the latest edition, you can update the position of the icon dynamically. Okay, so this is also one of the important uses of Android SDK. So dynamic markers are also included in the current versions of Android. Now talking about the next feature, we have improvised API compatibility. With the latest release, that is Android Q, it is much easier to migrate from the Google Maps Android API. Now Google Maps is present in every other phone, like it's become a basic need for a human being. You want to go out somewhere, just check for traffic, you need maps in order to check for the traffic. If you want to go somewhere and you don't know the route to take, you don't know how exactly to go there, you use Google Maps. And also, migrating from the Google Maps API is not very easy. So using this Android SDK, it is very easy to migrate from the Google Maps API. So these are some of the features which are very interesting, guys. Now that you've understood the major features of Android SDK, let's move ahead and take a look at the SDK tools which play a major role in Android development. Now, talking about SDK tools. Android SDK tools is a component for the Android software development kit. This includes a set of development and debugging tools for Android. These SDK tools are also included with the Android Studio, so you don't have to install or download them from Google or any other website. Android comes up with a revised version every now and then, and the latest release is the SDK tools. That is in the year 2017, that is called revision 26.1.1. So this is the latest SDK version tool that we are going to be using. So in this release, they've made a few changes and I've noted down two of them, and that is a command line version of the APK analyzer has been added to the tools.bin.apk analyzer folder. So in this folder, you can find the command line version of the APK analyzer. Now, what is the use of this? So this actually offers the same features as the APK analyzer in the Android Studio. And it can also be integrated into build CI servers and some scripts for tracking size regressions, generating reports, and many more. So this is another feature which is added to this SDK tools. All right. Now the next change is the ProGuard rules that are under the tools.proguard folder are no longer used by the Android plugin for Gradle. What is a ProGuard? ProGuard is a free Java class like Shrinker, Optimizer, and Pre-Verifier. It detects and removes unused class, fields, methods, and attributes. So this ProGuard is no longer used by the Android plugin for Gradle. All right. So these are the changes with the latest update. Now talking about the SDK tools, these are generally platform independent and are required no matter which Android platform that you're currently working on. There are a set of tools that get installed automatically when you install Android Studio. So here are a few of them, that is Android. So this tool lets you manage the AVD, that is Android Virtual Device, and also the projects, the installed components of the SDK. We also have an emulator which helps you test your applications without using a physical device, that is any external device. We also have ProGuard. ProGuard is not used, but yeah, we use ProGuard, which is actually inbuilt. So this helps in shrinking, optimizing, and obscures your code by removing unused code. We also have DDMS, that is a Dalvik Debug Monitor Service. Okay, what does DDMS tool do? So DDMS lets you debug your Android applications. And we also have Android Debug Bridge, that is ABD. This is a versatile command line tool that helps you communicate with an emulator instance or connected Android powered device. So these are the tools which we'll be using or which is currently in use. Now that you've understood the tools also, let's move ahead to the last topic of this session where you'll understand about Android SDK Manager. In order to download and install the latest Android APIs and development tools from the internet, Android helps us by having the Android SDK manager. So this manager separates the API tools and different platforms into different packages which you can download. And also do note that the SDK manager comes with the Android SDK bundle. You cannot download this separately. So this is exactly how Android SDK works. Welcome to this session on Android Design Layout tutorial. But before we get started, let's take a quick look at the agenda for today's topic. So first of all, I'll be giving you a proper introduction to the UI components and then discuss about the views that are present. Moving further to the discussion, I'll be talking about the different types of layouts that are present in Android development. I'm going to be discussing about the units of measurement, which is something new to you guys. That is, we have different kinds of units of measurements that are present in the design layout. So we'll be discussing everything about that. And finally, I'll wrap up this session by walking you through a demo where I'll be explaining different features that are present like drag and drop, text layout, design layout, and all of it. So I hope the agenda was clear to you guys, and I also suggest you to subscribe to Edureka channel to never miss out any updates on the trending technologies, and hit the bell icon to never miss out any notifications on the trending technologies on this channel. So let's get started. Talking about the major UI components present, any application that you're working on or any application that you want to develop has and should have a user interface, which is everything that the user can see and interact with. Android basically provides a variety of pre-built UI components such as structured layout objects and UI controls that allow you to build a GUI, that is graphical user interface, for your application. Android also provides other UI modules for special interfaces such as dialogues, notifications, menus, and so on. And talking about the typical UI components that are used for any Android application development, they are namely main action bar, view control, content area, and split action bar. So these play a major role while you're developing a complex application. So you'll get a clear understanding of how these UI components work when we get to the demo section of this video. And another important factor that helps in customizing the UI design would be the view component. So what exactly is a view? Let's take a look. View is basically considered as a basic building block for a proper user interface that is actually created from the view class. View is a small rectangular box in Android development which responds to the user inputs, such as, for example, we have button, checkbox, and so on. And we have something called the view groups here. So what exactly is this view group? A view group is an invisible container of other views, namely a child view and other view groups. This view class is a superclass of all the GUI components in Android. In Android Studio, we have a commonly used views called as edit text and image view. So these are the two views which we'll be working on for now, guys. And it is also considered as the base class for widgets, which are used to create interactive UI components such as buttons, text fields, and so on. We also have different layouts under this subclass of the view group class. Talking about the view group class and the typical layout, which basically defines the visual structure for an Android UI, and it can be created either at runtime using view or the view group objects, or can be declared using a simple XML file which is located in the result layout folder of any project that you're working on. As I mentioned that you can save it in the form of an XML file, Android provides a straightforward XML vocabulary that corresponds to the view classes and the subclasses, such as those which are present for widgets and layouts. So this tutorial focuses on a layout design, so we'll be talking more about layouts, the different types of layouts, and how exactly you can design this layout while you're developing an application using Android. So let's understand more about layouts. A layout basically defines the structure of the user interface of your application. All elements in the layout are built using a hierarchy of view as well as the view group objects. A view usually is something that the user can see and interact with, whereas the view group is an invisible container that defines the layout structure for view and other view group objects. Now, what exactly is a layout over here? How can you work with this layout? By looking at the view. A view plays a major role while you want to develop an application, because you need to see the things that are present in an application. Like, for example, if you want to add colors to it, you want to customize one of your application page. Like, say, for example, if you're working on developing an application that is solely for login, the layout of this application can be designed using this view class and the view group class. As I mentioned, Android provides solid support for development of any UI-based applications. It also provides a variety of widgets that the programmer can use it to create a desired layout and interface of his choice. These layout elements can be created via programming language directly or through XML layout files. We'll see how to create XML-based layout in Android. First, we'll understand why to use XML-based layouts in Android. And also we'll see what are the different advantages of using this XML-based layouts in Android. So in Android, an XML-based layout is a file that defines the different widgets to be used in an UI and the corresponding relationship between those widgets and their containers. So do note this, guys, that Android treats all the layout files as resources. So as a result of this, the layouts are kept in the folder result layout. So if you're using Eclipse or if you're using Android Studio, it creates a default XML layout file in the result layout folder. So this is exactly why we need to use XML based layouts. So it helps in treating it as the resources, which is very useful if you're working on a complex Android application. Now, talking about the benefits of using this XML based layouts. So this XML based layouts are very useful if you know the basic UI components at the time of compiling. If you require the runtime UI components, then you need to add them using the XML code. So this XML based layout have the following advantages. It is mainly XML is very popular and widely used format, and the majority of the developers out there are comfortable using this XML based layouts. It helps to provide separation of the UI components from the code logic, which in turn provides the flexibility to change one component without affecting much the other. Generating XML output is very easy than writing the direct code, which makes it easier to have drag and drop tools to generate interfaces for Android applications. So this was about how and why to use the XML based layouts in Android applications. Now let's take a look at the different types of layouts that are present in Android development. There are a number of layouts provided by Android which you will use in almost all Android applications to provide different view, look, and feel. So here are a few which I'll be talking about: linear layout, absolute layout, table layout, frame layout, and relative layout. So these are considered as the standard layouts or the view groups that can be used for Android application. So now let's explore each one of them in detail. So first I'll be talking about a linear layout. What comes to your mind when you hear the word linear? Linear in graphical terms refers to a straight line. So this linear in Android development is used to arrange views in a single column or a row. It is further divided into horizontal and vertical layout. So we'll see how this works when we get to our demo section. Now talking about absolute layout. So this absolute layout enables you to specify the exact location of its children. Now say for example, if you're developing an Android application and you want to locate the child element or the child class. So how can you do that when you're working on Android application? This is not any web application or anything else. This is a mobile application, right? Android basically deals with mobile development. Using this absolute layout, you can specify the exact location of the children in the class. As the name suggests, you'll have rows and columns. So this table layout helps in grouping the views into rows and columns. Now, what is relative layout? So this relative layout enables you to specify how child views are positioned relative to each other. Okay. Now, say if you want to add in two buttons onto your application. So you will want to place one button in one position and you want to place another in another position. Okay. So using this relative layout, you can specify how to position these child classes in your application. Now talking about frame layout. Frame layout is a placeholder on the screen that is used to display a single view. A frame is actually an entire screen. So the frame holds the entire design or the layout. So inside this frame is where you can find your table layout, your absolute layout, your linear layout, and all. So these are not the only layouts that are present. We have a lot of layouts. I've discussed the most commonly used layouts, guys. So I think you guys understood what are the different types of layouts that are present. Now let's move ahead and understand the units of measurement. Now you might ask, why am I discussing about units of measurement in Android application development, right? The layouts have different form of measurements. So that's the reason I want you guys to understand how exactly you can specify the size of an element using Android. So the unit of measurement that I'll be talking about is DP, SP, PT, and PX. I think most of you are very familiar with PX because it's used for pixels. And talking about the other three, DP is density independent pixel. 1 dp is equivalent to 1 pixel on a 160 dpi screen. So talking about SP is a scale independent pixel. This is also very similar to DP and is recommended for specifying the font sizes in your application. Now PT is used for points, right? A point here is defined to be 1/7 of an inch. So let's move ahead to the interesting part of this session where I'll be walking you guys through a small demo where I'll showcase how exactly this layouts can be designed using Android. So in order to do this, I will not be considering using IntelliJ here. This is because we already have a dedicated platform in order to perform these actions, that is Android Studio. Many developers out there would have worked on this amazing tool. So I'll be working on Android Studio for this session. Okay, so the first thing I'll be doing is download Android Studio. I already have Android Studio in my system, so I'm just going to quickly open it. So this is Android Studio Workspace. So the first thing I'll be doing is create a new project. So go to new and go to project. It'll ask me for what kind of project I want to create. So we have so many options over here. We have basic activity, empty activity, bottom navigation activity, full screen activity, master detail, flow, and simultaneously we have the information regarding what exactly this project or activity is about. We also have navigation drawer activity, Google Maps activity, native C++, table activity, scrolling activity, and login activity. So these are the different types of projects that you can create using Android Studio. So the first thing I'll be doing is I'll select navigation or drawer activity because we are considering working with the layout. So we need to use the drawer activity as well. So I'm going to click on next. You can also create an empty activity and select the layout, but I'm going to be considering using the navigation or drawer activity. So click on next. The name, I'm going to provide this as my first application. You can see that the language being selected is Kotlin. Okay, select this project will support instant apps and click on finish. You can see that the Gradle scripts are also present here, and you can see that it is syncing. It is going to build the application for us. So Gradle is actually a build tool. It is trying to build resources for us. So you can see that the build is completed now and also it is synced. So the first thing I'll be doing is click on the drop down over here. So this is a project that I've created that is my first application. So I'm going to click on the drop down over here. You can see that the Gradle libraries are present, ID libraries, app. So this is where all XML files or the design layout is present. So again, we have the Gradle components here. So these are a few build libraries by Gradle. So let's click on app over here. So this contains build files. So source field is where we're going to find our corresponding design layout. So Android test, this is used to test an application. You can see that it has example instrument test. You can see that the code is already present here. So let's not get into Android test. We are currently working on layout. So let's focus on finding where exactly layouts reside. Okay, so let's get to the main section here. So this Java holds main activity. So you can see that there is this corresponding code which says main activity, and you can see that it is creating a function called onCreate. So this is the class main activity here. And as I've already selected import all the functions that are present, so it is going to import everything on its own. Okay. Yeah, so this is a corresponding code for main activity. Okay, so this is where all our drawable files and layouts reside. So drawable holds XML files here, and layout is what we're going to be focusing on. So let's get to the layout section here. Okay, we have 4 XML files here. So one says activity main. So you can see that there are 2 components here. One is considered as a parent layout and the other is considered as a child layout. And talking about app bar, so you can see that the activity main has plain blank screens over here, whereas the application bar holds an image over here and it also holds the text field. Talking about content main, this XML file holds the constraint layout. So content main also holds the similar activities that are taking place in the application bar main. Now talking about navigation header, you can see that the images are also added over here. It says linear layout and it says application compact text view. So it says Android Studio and androidstudio.android.com. Okay, so this is the text that is holding and the image which this is holding. Okay. In this session, I'll be explaining how exactly this entire thing works. So you can see the design over here basically. Now, say for example, you can code it on your own and then look at the design. So you have this field called text field. So this text field basically helps you to code the corresponding layout for you. So you can see that this linear layout contains all necessary arrangements or all necessary information regarding the width, height, background, padding, and so on. Say here you can find the layout width to match the parent. And then we have layout height here, which says dimension navigation header height. And do note that you can provide values over here, which is of the decimal format. Okay. And take a look at the background. It says side navigation bar, that is specifying the location of it. Padding bottom, it says activity vertical margin. And you can see that it is saying 16 dp. It says dimension activity horizontal margin. Okay, so these both are same. The padding towards the right and padding towards the left are similar. And the theme is the style app compact dark. Okay, I've selected the dark theme, so it is going to show us in dark, and orientation is vertical. We have the same for the image view, text view as well. Now let's take a look at the design here. I'm going to zoom it for you guys. Now, say for example, if you want to add anything else, you can see that this is saying it is a linear layout. So linear layout can hold a single row and column, right? Now, say for example, if I want to add this button, I'm just going to drag and drop it over here. Yeah, you can see that it is added in this part of the view. This is because this is a linear view and it can hold only one component at a time. Now, if I want to add an image to this, it says add resources. I'm going to say image, click on OK. It is not going to add it anywhere else apart from this section, right? So this is because it is a linear layout. So I'm going to take off this image view. All right. Yeah, we have a button here and I'm going to add text to it. We have palette over here. So let me just talk about what is a palette. Palette is a list of views and view groups that you can drag onto your layout. Now, what about the component tree which is present over here? This component tree basically helps in viewing the hierarchy of your layout. Now, talking about the toolbar. So this is a toolbar. So this toolbar buttons to configure your layout appearance in the editor and helps to change some of the layout attributes. Talking about the design editor, okay, so this exact view that you have here is the design editor. One is considered as a parent and the other is considered as a child. And talking about the attribute, okay, so these are the common attributes that are present, guys. It controls the selected views attributes, okay. So I hope you guys are clear with it. Now let me just go here. It says coordinator layout. So let me just quickly give you a proper or a brief introduction to what is a coordinator layout. So this layout is described as a superpowered frame layout, which is used to facilitate how views within your layout interact with each other. So let me just show you guys how exactly this works. You can see that it has the app bar layout under which the toolbar is present. It says constraint layout, which includes content main. So this XML file is also included in this app bar main function. So now let's add anything that you want. I'm gonna add widgets. I'll go to buttons first. Yeah, I'm gonna add a button over here. I can even drag this button till the end of it. Yeah, I can edit it over here. Let me just show you what is written. It says hello world. It is the text which is included, which is of the content main class. Then you can zoom in and zoom out using this toolbar over here. We can change the app theme if you want, guys. You can also check the Android availability over here, the number of pixels. And if you want it in the landscape, portrait, or UI mode, night mode, any other way that you want to display or view this particular layout, you can use this orientation feature. Now, talking about selecting the design surface, we have design plus blueprint. We've selected design plus blueprint by default. We have blueprint alone, we have design alone. You can also alter your specifications over here. You can change the width of the layout. You can also change the height of the layout. ID is most important feature here, guys. If you know the ID of a particular element, you can easily find it, or you can easily differentiate it between two parent or two child classes. So the text that is given as button, I can change it to new button. Yeah, you can see that it is changed over here. And the layout width, yeah, you can see that there are a lot of options over here. You can also change the text style, right? You can also include a checkbox over here. So I'm going to just drag and drop it. You can see that the checkbox is present over here. So I'm just going to take the checkbox and place it in here. I'm going to place this checkbox. Okay, so I'm going to put it to left. Yeah, so I'm going to just say wrap component. I'm going to change the view of this. So I'm just going to place this checkbox over here, and I'm going to select the checkbox value to be true. Okay. So if you're not able to find it over here, you can just go to the text. I can just say true. And let me just check the design over here. Yeah, you can see that the checkbox is selected. Yeah, to get a better view of this, let me just quickly show you this. And now say, for example, if I try writing false, let me just delete it. Yeah, to get a better view of this. Yeah, you can see that it is checked over here. And if I say false, it is going to uncheck. Okay. So this is how you can design your own layout. All you can do is you can just drag your palette and drop it over the design editor. You can edit the placing of it. You can edit the size and everything. Okay. Now, say for example, if you want this particular checkbox to be aligned to center. So I'm going to write layout as center horizontal, and let's check. Yeah, you can see that it is coming to the center of the design layout. And if I say center vertical, let's see. Yeah, you can see that it is coming to the center of the vertical plane. So this is exactly how you can customize your application.
I'm presenting this Android interview questions in behalf of Edureka. Now, in this session, we're going to completely cover the Android right from the first chapter to the last chapter, that what we normally conduct in Edureka. And here I'm going to I'll be walking you through the various questions that what you're going to face in your interviews and how to answer it. And if you really want to go deep into it, and in fact, I'll be highlighting all those places, and definitely Edureka is offering you a beautiful course, and that is what you call it as the AAD program. And after that, you can take up the Google examinations. Then Google examinations is something that it is going to put you all in limelight. And as of now, if you take the Google examinations, you'll be the first person out of, you'll be 1 out of 100 guy. And you still have a lot of reward, and you have a lot of opportunities, and the world is looking at you. All right, guys, let us start off with the interview questions. So let us go and see what exactly the Android has it on shelf for us. Now, let us take a look at this market and the salary trends. Normally, we all are interested in what kind of a market is it, and what exactly is happening in the market, and what is the kind of salary that we all will get. Now, we have some information for you from Gartner. And those guys, the Gartner, that what you all see here at the bottom right corner of the screen, and these are the guys that they, in fact, they keep upgrading the information about the IT industry, and they will give you 100% accurate information about the IT industry, and you can trust them 100%. Now here, as you all can see, in a nutshell, you can very easily understand we have different operating systems just under the header operating system. We have Android, iOS, others, and total. Now, if you look into Android, the market share is about 86.1%, and iOS is 13.7. Though the iPhone is fancy and people, they really want to have the iPhone, but the Android has taken over the iPhone, and we are in 86.1%. The other phones is taking up the share of 0.2. That sums up to 100%. So obviously the Android is doing really good in the market, and most of the phone, this is almost touching about 90%. Most of the phone that what people are using today is Android, and a lot of research is on, and a lot of new stuff is coming into Android. Google is bringing mind-blowing characteristics and features into Android, and you're going to be one of those to be with. No, you're going to be with a bandwagon, and you'll be celebrating with Google when you take up this examinations and courses and all that. So let's get going with this, and this is just to get you an information of where exactly you stand and what exactly is Android and what kind of percentage it is holding in the market. And as I told you, Google has promised about 3 billion jobs in the next 2 years, and that is what it is, and almost everyone will get the job, and that is where the industry is heading towards. Now, all of you would be interested with the salary trends, and in Android, you can expect about 2,83,566 per annum, all right? Now, let me share my experience with you. This is not just that. I've got a guy working for the IT, and he is working on Android and NDK and all that stuff, and he has got about 3 to 4 years of experience, and he is getting this 2,83,566 monthly, not per annum, and he is getting it for 1 month. So guys, please, it depends on the qualities and characteristics that what you hold by end of the day, and that is what determines your standard and your salary. So there is no dearth to it, and this is a ballpark figure that what has been stated here, as well as in India, as well as in US. In US, it is 117,564 per annum, and this is what it fetches you in US. And this is just a ballpark figure, and the source is Indeed.com, and you can make much better than what has been stated here. Now comes the most awaited stuff of this particular day is the interview questions. Now guys, it's fairly simple. Now it's just about how much of passion that you have towards Android, and how much are you in love with Android, and what is that you really want to do. Don't worry about the job. And if you are looking at it with a passion, if you are looking at it with a love, and if you say, yes, I know all this stuff, I know little more than this, then 100% you have a job on hand, and you need not even have to think about it. Now the question arises, what is Android? Now you guys, I just want to make it very brief. I don't want to tell you the story of who founded Android and how Google took over Android, and that is not the concept that what we are looking at. We are jumping straight into the stuff. Now, as you all can see, a couple of points. Now here, Android, initially it was not the operating system. Slowly it evolved as an operating system. And this operating system is even more powerful than Windows and compared to any of the other operating system. Because this is almost like writing a kind of assembly language program in a very less memory, in a very less space, that you have to write an amazing and a beautiful program. And that is what it is all about. And that is where the operating system predominantly came into the picture, and they got in the Android activity stack and framework and so on and so forth. And that's how the Android became an operating system by end of the day. And by the time that they brought Android as an operating system, earlier they were using a generic editor and IDE called as Eclipse. Now the Google disowned Eclipse, that's about 2 years ago, and they brought in Android Studio. and that makes everything complete. Now, the phone is predominantly been designed for touchscreen, okay? And most of the phone, earlier days, we used to think about the keypads and touchscreen. Now, today, as of today, almost every phone that you buy in the market, let it be the cheap phone or let it be an expensive one, it all has the touchscreen. Now, the other important point that what you have to look at is the Android is open source. Now, there are two ways of installing Android. Normally, the way that you install Android, that is a limited version that what you're trying to install. Now, you can install Android open source, that is the complete source code is available for you and it is at your perusal and you can dig into it and you can study how exactly everything is working. And the complete source, the Android source is open and you all have it at your fingertips. And if you want to do anything creative more than what Android is already doing, and we can take up the open source and we can start rigging up your codes into it, right? And the complete code is being written in Java, and most of us, we jump into Java because Java is very user-friendly and very simple and a very interesting language, and we all move on to Java, and Android is having Java as the base. So you need not have to learn 100% of Java. Even if you know the core Java, that's about 40% of Java, and you're good to go with Android, and it has all been written in Java. Now, if you try to look at what exactly lies underneath, now the complete Android framework is based upon the LTS, that is Linux kernel long-term support. Now, all the code has been scooped from the Linux. Now, don't get excited. Wow, it is going to be the process, it is going to be the memory, it is going to be the threads and so on and so forth. Now, what they have done, they have scooped up everything from Linux and they have remodeled the process, the memory, and everything to the way the Android looks at, meaning they have to make it very concise, right? So they've been using what exactly Android needs, only that they've been scooped and they've modified and they're using it in the applications. So this is what it is all about Android, and this is how it goes. Now let us try to look at the features of Android. Now you all, even a kid knows most of it, right? So we have the user interface. Now here you have the UI and UX, and normally most of you when you're working on Android, you guys are going to work on the UI, that is the user interface. And now you have the messaging architecture which has been brought into Android, and you have got the various sources of messaging. It has been brought into Android. We have the web browsers. Now, web browsers are the regular browsers that what you normally see in your Java, even that has been brought into Android. So when you guys look at the web browsers, those are not the native Android code. It has been plugged from the Java. And normally when you write the Android applications, we all start looking at the code as the native code. And normally when you come to the web browsers, and we normally say a big no to it because it consumes up a lot of memory, a lot of space, and it is a bit sluggish. So we really don't recommend for an Android program to use the web browsers, and we have many different ways of avoiding this and writing the native applications. Now when it comes to the connectivity, this diagram reminds you what kind of connectivity your phone can have. Now you have the Bluetooth, you have USB, you have Wi-Fi, you have Wi-Fi direct, and these are the basic connectivities that what we can talk about, right? Then we have the multi-touch. Now you guys would have played the game that instead of just touching on one place, you can touch on 2, 3 areas and your phone can identify the multi-touch, and it has got the multitasking. Now do not ask me, is that a process or what is it? What exactly is the multitasking and how it is working? Now Android in turn has a lot of threads working, and Android in turn has got something called as a services, and services constantly, it works like a process in the background memory, and that is where the Android stands for the multitasking. Multitasking, the Android has the time slicing concept also in threads, and Android has services too. The services in turn will be running all the time in the background. So that's how it got the name of multitasking here. And multi-language. Now when you guys write an application just for India, that will not really work. Now you may want to, the people may want to write, they may want to buy the product, your application in Japan, in China, and in France. So they expect their language, their native language. And the Android supports the locale that is called as the multi-language. You can set it up with any language that the user wants. Or if you want to create your own new language, yes, the Android will also allow you to create a new language, and you can even bring it up into your phone. Then when it comes to storage, now Android, obviously, as you all can see, the first thing that what you all can see is what is my RAM size and what is my SD card size and so on and so forth. So obviously the SD card happens to be the storage. Now we have two kind of storage. One is the internal storage and the other one is the external storage. The external storage happens to be the SD card. The internal storage happens to be the phone memory. So apart from that, we have got shared preferences, we have got SQLite is what is available for to call it as storage, and this 4 concludes your storage. There is your internal memory, and there is SD card, shared preferences, and your SQLite. All that put together, you can call it as storage. Now we have Android Beam. This is nothing but your near phone communications. There is the NFC, and Android supports the NFC, and in fact NFC also is taking up a lot of new turns and twists, and they're making it more efficient, and they're trying to bring in a lot more stuff via the NFC, and that is what you call it as the Android Beam. Now let's get to the architecture. Now whatever that we have seen so far is very frivolous, and those things are very obvious that what exactly the Android is. And when you go for the serious interviews, people are really not interested in whatever you have looked at so far. Now let us get to the thick of it, and let us try to understand what exactly is the Android architecture. Now guys, this is the diagram that what you all have looked into. Now, it is just not the diagram. It is just not the punishment that what you're going to go through. Now, this in turn will decide what you are going to be by end of the day, whether you're going to be the UI designer, whether you're going to be the Android application level programmer, or will you be writing the NDK applications. This green block that what you all see here, the libraries, it's all been written via the NDK. Or if you have the urge to be a device driver programmer, or if you have the urge to do anything onto the board, you're right here at the Linux kernel. And now you can opt for any of these verticals. It can be application, it can be your NDK, or it can be the driver, or you can be a hardware guy who's sitting on top of this board. Now, this is what Android is out to offer you. Now, let us look into this diagram in a very simple way. I don't want to complicate this stuff. In fact, I can go on talking about it for half an hour, and I can tell you what exactly is all about. Let me tell you the complete story in about 2 minutes. Now, normally, when we take up the stack diagram, we come from the bottom. So normally, when you write applications, you're sitting there here at the application level. So let us try to understand this diagram right from the bottom. Now, any of the companies, let me take any of the healthcare companies, and if they want to use the Android into their devices, they convert the phone into the healthcare devices, and they take up the Linux, whatever is available in Android. So whatever else that they want, they scoop from Linux, they recompile the complete Linux, and they will try to put it onto the device of what they're using. Now, that is how they mount the Linux onto their devices. Just by doing so, you're bringing in the display driver, you're bringing in the camera, you're bringing in the memory of how it has to work, and you're bringing in the most important thing is the inter-process communications. Now, this inter-process communication is something that it lets two different applications to talk. Now, as you all have understood, that Android in turn works on a sandbox. Every application works on the sandbox. Now, if you want to start communicating between two different applications, then you have to bring in the IPCs and AADLs and all that, and then the binders and so on and so forth into the picture. And that is where the IPCs is going to come in. And then comes the power management. Now, the power management has been treated as the most important component in Android. Now, whenever you write your application, it is based on the time and space complexity. The more your time you take, the more your space you take, obviously the more the power you take. So how exactly to reduce the power, and how exactly to bring in the schedulers, how to bring in the job schedulers, and how to have your program tagged along to the power management to the job schedulers and how to execute all that they have been working on with the power management. And this happens to be the most interesting part of your complete framework, and people are doing a lot of research on day-to-day basis. Then we have the audio drivers, and whenever you listen to a song, now MP3, MP4 and all that, and those are called as the codecs. And now this drivers has been installed here at the hardware level, and the library in turn will start using the codecs, and the library in turn will start spooling. It'll start pulling the data from your codec, and it'll play the songs, the audio or video or whatever. So the library can stream, and it can spool, it can do all such things with this audio drivers. Now we have the Wi-Fi driver, we have the camera driver, and so on and so forth. Now let us hold on to one of the drivers, that is a camera driver, and I'll be talking more about it to relate the other blocks and how exactly it is being linked. Now whatever you have seen here, it is all about the device drivers, and it is all about the hardware. Now when it comes to the library, now we have the library files that is normally called as .so files, .so files or the library files, and we have the Surface Manager. Now when you want to display an image or when you want to play a video, it happens to be on top of the Surface Manager. And when you want to record a video, obviously you'll be using the OpenGL. Now this OpenGL, you have to have your 3D this thing in it in your phone, and without which the OpenGL will not work, right? So the camera in turn is going to use the OpenGL. The OpenGL in turn will allow you to have all the 3D recordings and so on and so forth. And even this 3D chipset is a must for you to have it on your phone to use the OpenGL. And when you come to this SSL, and it is all about the 2D that what you're looking at. And also you guys can see the WebKit. This in turn will help you to run your Chrome and your Safari and all such things using this WebKit. SQLite, predominantly all of you know, this in turn will carry the complete SQLite database, and that happens to be a part of your Android framework. Now, we do have the runtime. Now, in fact, we're going to go deeper into the runtime as we start moving into these interview questions. There, I'll be talking about the core libraries. I'll be talking more about the Dalvik virtual machine. Guys, please hang on as we start going further down. I'll be talking more about the Dalvik virtual machines. Now comes the application framework, and these guys are the managers without which you cannot write an APK, you cannot write an Android application. Now, if at all, if your application has to work, the application framework manager has to be active. Now, for example, if you receive a call that is happening at the low level, that is happening at the Linux kernel, and you have to receive your IR, and then somebody has to go up all the way to the application and say that you have a call. Now, when there's a call, the library in turn will spool the information that there's a call. It tells the telephony manager that there's a call. Telephony manager in turn will penetrate through the application layer, and it tells that, hey guys, you have a call, take it. And you'll be receiving the call. And when the call is done, and when you're done with the call, you're going to talk back to the telephony manager, and this in turn will go to, with the help of the library, and it'll go to the Linux kernel. Now guys, between the library and Linux kernel, you also see a layer called as the hardware abstraction layer that stays in form of the glue to communicate between the driver and the library. All right, so that's how the communications will take place. Now, for example, being in the application level, you want to take a photograph, and you just press on the click button on the camera, which happens to be your software. Now at that point of time, now the framework manager in turn will get to understand what exactly that you want to do, and it carries the information all the way to the library, and from the library it carries the information all the way to the camera driver, and it says, hey, somebody has clicked on the button, why don't you take a picture? And that is how, right from the application level, you come to the framework, you come to the libraries, and then you talk to the camera. Very similarly, you're here, the managers that what you can see here is the activity manager. Activity manager is a manager which in turn keeps track of all the applications. All the applications will come under the activity manager to know which application is working and the life cycle and so on and so forth. And we have the Windows Manager that in turn will take care of your screen, the rectangle, and your applications, the UI, and so on and so forth. We have the content providers. This in turn will help to share the data from your sandbox to the other applications. And we have the package manager. Package manager is a guy who keeps track of all the running applications in your emulator or in your phone. Now, who has to know about it? The package manager will know how many applications are running, how many applications are suspended, how many applications has got permissions to it, and so on and so forth. A lot of information has been tracked by the package manager. All right, without package manager, your applications cannot work. Now, as I told you briefly, the telephony manager in turn will tell you what call is coming in, what is the number, from which tower the call is coming, and the durations and so on and so forth. Everything is being taken care of, and the network speed, all that is being taken care of by the telephony manager. So as your resource manager, location manager, and notification manager. Location manager, now predominantly the Google Maps, that when you all look at it, and that deals with the location manager. All right, guys, so that is how all the managers, and it is just not this managers, you got a lot more managers which has been rigged into the Android framework, and this managers constantly, they create a wrapper on top of the application, and they monitor the application, and they keep helping the application with the right resources. So that is how your application works at this particular layer, that is at the application level. All right, so this is at a very high level. Now, you guys, when you sign up for the Android course, and most of you will be sitting up here at the application layer, and you'll be writing the program. Now, when you sign up for a course on NDK, that is a native development kit, and that happens to be the C and C++ program, and you guys will be sitting here in this green box, and you'll be writing your program, and that in turn will have a close relationship with the hardware and with the Linux kernel. And then you guys will be connecting your application through the application framework, and that's how the application will get connected and to your main applications. Now, this is what exactly happens with your architecture, and normally this we call it as the framework also. All right, so that's about your Android architecture, and you can call it as framework, or this can be called as the Android stack also. All right. Now comes the various versions in Android. Now, Android, they have been bent upon the name of the desserts. Now, instead of calling it as, regularly we call it as a version 11, 12, 13, so on and so forth, they call all the versions by the name of the dessert, like the donut. So here you all can see how it has been written. Now you all can see this 1.0 and 1.1, and that is the second one is pointing to 1.1, and the third one is pointing to the cupcake, and fourth one is pointing to the donut, and fifth is to the eclair, sixth is to the frio, and 7 is gingerbread, and 8 is honeycomb. Guys, I just skimmed through everything. I didn't even talk about it because as of now, till 8, the phones are not existing. If at all, if it is existing, the old iconic phones, and that is less than 1% of the phones. So nobody wants to write the application who is going to buy for less than 1%. So we are really not interested in writing any applications till honeycomb. When you take up the ice cream sandwich, and when you normally they start from jelly bean and Kit Kat. Yeah, even this ice cream sandwich also is welcome, and you can start writing applications from 4.0, that is ice cream sandwich, jelly bean, and so on. Now, ice cream sandwich, jelly bean, Kit Kat, lollipop. Now, this 4 version as of now is the major versions, and a lot of people they're using. More than 75% of the industry of the users, they're depending on ice cream sandwich, jelly bean, lollipop, and Kit Kat. And so many of them, they're using these versions as of now. And if you say that, hey, I'm getting excited, let me go to Nugget, let me go to O. Now, less than 1%, they're using the Nugget and O. So stick to this, and this is how the versioning will work. And when you, since you all have the experience of writing applications, and you would have seen at the compilation time when you click on lollipop for compiling, and you would have seen how many % of the users are there to work on it. Now, as you all can see, we have various versions. Now, from ice cream sandwich to jelly bean, it is 4.0 to 4.1, and from 4.1 to 4.4 is your Kit Kat. Now, whenever they change the version, obviously the hardware too will change. Now, the new hardware will be released into the market. And obviously, when the new hardware is released into the market, when you're writing a software, when you're using the Lollipop API, now it is not downward compatible. We cannot take it onto Honeycomb, or we cannot think about Froyo to execute your applications there, because it is completely dependent on hardware, and that is what you guys have to look at. And that's about your various versions of Android. Now, if you take Marshmallow, if you take Nugget, it is still buggy. So not many people have put their hands as of now into Nugget. It may take a while to have the perfect version. Now comes an activity. What exactly is an activity? Now, normally, when you guys write an application in Android, the extension is called as APK. The file extension is called as an APK, and it is also called as, your application is also called as an activity. Now let us take a look at the activity. What exactly is activity? Now guys, as I go on explaining, do not come to the conclusion that I'm only talking and I'm reading the slides out for you. Now, I'll be taking you right into the Android Studio to experience a couple of things. And whenever you see it in Android Studio, it stays in your mind forever. So I'll be taking you into the code, and I'll be showing you the code, and I'll also be explaining you what exactly it is and what it means to you. Now, when you all see the screen, you all can see this. This looks more like an application for you. Now, there are two important things. It has been rigged into this particular screen. Now, let us take a look. What exactly is that? Now, an activity is the window representation of any application in Android. Now, you see a beautiful screen, right? Now, the question is this a UI or is it an activity? Is what would be the first question. Now, my answer is whatever you're seeing here is normally called as the UI. Now, whatever you're seeing beneath this, whatever that cannot be seen is what you call it as an activity. And UI is sitting on top of the activity. The activity is the core application that in turn is going to render the information from here to the server and so on, so forth. Now here, as we saw, activity is a window representation of an application in Android. It serves as an entry point for user interaction. The user they have to say something. So the activity takes it, and meaning the UI takes it, and it gives it to the activity to perform the action, to do whatever it has to do with your username and password. Now each activity has a layout file where you can place your UI. Now whenever we talk about the activity, whenever you guys create an activity, now you all would have seen activity main underscore XML or main underscore activity dot XML. That XML happens to be the UI. Now every activity that you create has an XML, and in your XML you can design the screen so that it becomes the UI and activity will become one. Now, when you have an application, when you create a project, you can create as many activities you want. But guys, do remember, when you have about 10 activities in your application, one activity happens to be the launcher activity. The rest of it happens to be the default activities. Meaning, when in Java, you write public static main, isn't it? That is a program. It's called as a launching program. And in Android, you'll have a launcher too. When you go to the manifest.xml, you guys, in fact, I'll be showing you that also down the line. And that is where you guys can see .main in the action and .launcher in your category. And that application will be the launcher. The other 9 applications will be the default activity, meaning that those activities in turn is going to help the launcher in profiling a lot of informations to it. Now, let us take a brief look about the activity and what exactly is the UI and an activity. Let me go to my studio. Now, for that, I have to just minimize this for a while, and I'm right there in the studio. Don't worry about the code. Now we are trying to understand what exactly is an activity. Now you all can see that you created a class called as a main activity here, and this is the main activity. While creating the project, now you would have seen the main activity and activity main.xml both came automatically for you. Now, activity main.xml is where you have the UI. This is the user interface. Guys, this is how the first application screen will look like. And this is what is your UI. The UI sits on top of this main activity. If you ask me how, it's very simple. Now, you need not have to worry about these lines. Now, I can put entire thing in a remark. You need not have to worry about it. Now, all that you see here is set content view. Now, to set content view, you're calling resource. That means you're coming here to resource and you called layout and you came here to the layout and you gave the name activity main. Now, this is the file name. So whatever, however, the file has to be shown, has to be represented, that will be represented by the set content view. Now, what exactly is that you're trying to see here is we are bringing in the view, or I can say UI in our activity. Now this is what it is, and this is where you all have seen the activity and you all can see your UI. Now as I told you that you can have many activities, you know what I'm doing? I'm just going to new and let me create one more activity that let me call that as the blank activity, that is the empty activity. Let me click on this. Now other activity. I'm just going to call it as other activity. Now you all can see the layout name. The layout name is the activity other. Now this is the UI for the other activity that what I have created. Let me say finished. Now I created, now you all can see two activities. Now I told you one activity is the launcher activity and all the other activities happens to be the default activity. And also the main activity is being related with your activity main. Now let me click on this. It says hello world. Now other activity, now let me go to this hello world, to the text, and all you can do is just copy this right here in your other activity. Now instead of hello world, let me call this as activity. Now this is the screen that what you guys are designing, and when I click on this it says the other activity. Now the other activity is related to the other activity. As you all can see, it is a set content view and the content you all can see is the other activity. It holds the other activity. Now the other activity happens to be the default activity. As I told you, let us go to the manifest quickly and see what it is. Now the first activity is the main activity that you all can see here. And I told you the action area, you can see the main here at the end. Now the category that is called as the launcher, at the end you all can see the launcher. Now the launching, when you have your project with about 20 different activities, now you may want to know who is the launcher. So just come to the manifest and you can check the activity, whichever the activity has got the main and launcher, and this is the launching activity. You can come to a conclusion. Now getting back to the other activity, now it's fairly simple. Now this guys will not have, you will have the intent filter. You can bring in an intent filter here, and here I can say dot other activity. Now here I can say dot default, right? So I can bring in the default here. So that is how you can have all the other activities. You'll see the activity name and action, and you'll get to see something called as the default. So these activities are not the launching applications. So just to keep it simple, now when you don't see anything here, now by default it is called as the default activity. The any other activity that what the compiler is going to, what your Android IDE is going to create, everything is going to be the default activities by default. Now the other activity is the default activity. Guys, please do remember this, and that is how it happens. Let me move on to my slide. Now we saw an activity is a window representation of any application in Android. It serves as an entry point for the user interaction. Now because you have to give the username and password, each activity has the layout file where you can place your UI. Right now I've shown you what exactly is UI and how the UI can be brought on top of your application. An application can have different activities. I've shown you how many default activities that what you can have in your applications. So that's about your activity. Now comes the most interesting and the important aspect of the Android, that happens to be the activity life cycle. Now you have to understand something here. Whatever the applications that you have copied into in your phone, all the applications are working, or few of the applications would have killed because the Android does not have much of resource, so it would have deleted few of your applications. Now, you don't have anything called as an execute, or you don't have anything called as an delete. Now, after installing, all the applications will live in your phone. That is something that what you have to remember. And I'm going to build upon this as we start progressing further down. Now, when you start looking at the activity lifecycle, now you click on your application. Let me say that you're clicking on the gallery. Now the activity is launched, meaning you would have copied, you would have compiled it, and you would have launched your gallery application onto the emulator or onto the phone. Now, the very minute the gallery application is going to come up, meaning you're starting your application, it calls the function called as onCreate. This happens to be a kind of constructor for your Android applications. Now, when I say constructor, what rings in your mind is the constructors cannot be called repeatedly. The constructor will be called only once when the object is coming into the scope. And that is what exactly happens in your activity. When the activity is coming up for the first time, the constructor is getting called. Then comes to onStart. Now, this after onCreate, the control will come to onStart, wherein your activity is getting ready to start. Now, as of now, I don't want to talk more about it. I'll come back and I will tell you the meaning of onStart in a minute from now. Now, the control comes to onCreate, it goes to onStart, and it goes to onResume, right? Now, you'll be curious to know what exactly is resume. I'm going to come to it. Now comes the activity and it is running. Your activity is running. Now, guys, what you did, you clicked on the gallery. Now the gallery is running. Now, I did not talk about the start and resume, and it is in suspense, and I'm going to come back to it. Now the activity is running as of now. Now imagine a call is going to come in. Now the call has the highest priority in your phone, right? Now when the call is coming in, you cannot hold on to the gallery. The gallery will go away and you have to take the call. At that point of time, the gallery that what you have been working on will go to on pause mode. Whenever other application comes up on top of the stack, that means when it is springing up, when it is coming up, or you would have gone and clicked on WhatsApp, or you would have gone and clicked on Facebook. Now at that point of time, the gallery will go in the background. Not only the call, it can be any of the other application. The gallery will go into the background. That means it is going to say on pause, right? The application is going into the pause mode. Now, when the application is going into the pause mode, guys, do remember the activities that what you're trying to run, you're running the activity with the space, with the time and space complexity, and you have a lot of problem with the memory, and you don't have, the Android does not have too much of memory to give to all the applications generously. So at that point of time, all the variables that what is being related to the activity, that what has been running at that point of time, and it is going to get quelled, it is going to get destroyed. So to avoid that, the very minute the control comes to on pause, it becomes your job to store the value into the shared preferences or into any of the local variables. And that is what you guys will be doing in on pause. All right. Now, when you want to resume, now after pause, you want to resume. Now, how this can happen? Now, let me say on top of your activity, a dialog box came in. Dialog box is not a complete proper application. No, momentarily a dialog box is coming, and at that point of time, your application can go to on pause. And when the dialog box goes away from your application, the control can go to on resume and your application can resume. And this is where I told you, I'll come back to it. Now, in such situations, the dialog box is away and you're going to come to resume and you're going to start your work. And that is a momentary disturbance that what you have noticed. Now, a call is coming in. Now, when a call comes in, the control will go to on pause. That means your application has to be paused, and eventually your application also should be stopped. The very minute you all can see the stop here, that means you're going to lose all the data that which has been held with the variables in your application. That is what exactly is going to happen when it comes to on stop. Now, you guys can prepare yourself an on pause or an on stop to store, to save all the variables in shared preferences or with your local variables. Then comes to on restart. That means when your application, when you're done with the call, the control will come to restart and the control will go to start. Now, when the control goes to start, now it is your option to bring all the values back in your on start. Now, let me say in on create, you guys are going to declare variable like integer I is equal to 0, k is equal to 0. While starting, you wanted those variables to start from 10. Say I is equal to 10 and k is equal to 10. So whenever your application comes to the start mode, you want to start from that. And that is what is going to happen here. And it retrieves or whatever the value that you would have stored and in your shared preferences, and you'll be retrieving it here in on start. And on start and it comes to on resume, and again your activity will start running because you gave all the values back to it so that you will not feel the activity lost the control, the activity is almost about to die and it came back into action. All those things you cannot make out here, but literally that is the scenario that what you have gone through right here. Now, when the apps with higher priority needs memory, now your application has gone to the stop mode, meaning you've been watching the gallery. After that, you clicked on Facebook, then you moved on to WhatsApp, then you moved on to so many other applications, you forgot the gallery itself. After that, for a week, you don't even remember the gallery. You don't care for it because somebody said, hey, this picture is good and you watched it, and after that, you don't care for it. So that gallery has been there in your memory for a week, and then the Android realizes that this application has not been used for a while. Now, at that point of time, the Android in turn will clear the resources. Now, that is when the app process will get killed. That means your gallery is no more. It is dead. Now, then the user navigates to the on create activity. That means the gallery is gone and you're off to creating a new program. Whenever the new program is coming up, obviously you guys are in your on create. All right, guys. So this is how, and this is what it is all about, the life cycle of your application. Let us go quickly take a look how this works. Now we do have the last interesting stuff that happens to be on destroy. Now, whenever you guys click on the back button, now the back button meaning you don't want that application. That's what you mean. When you say, I don't want the application, you're disowning the application. That is when the on destroy gets called. Now, when the on destroy gets called, now, if you want to bring back your application all over again, going and clicking on your icon, now your application has to start all over again from on create. When the application is dead, it has to start from the beginning, meaning only in two situations the on create will work. Whenever you press the back button, the application is destroyed. So when you want to bring back the application, it has to work from on create, or your application has not been used for a long time, the Android killed it. Now, whenever you want to bring it back, it has to come through on create. And this is how the on create, only in these two cases, the on create will come into the picture. Or when you're running the application for the first time, right? So you can have it as three different scenarios. Run it for the first time, you'll go through on create. When the memory is, when Android is struggling for memory, it has deleted your application. And when it has to come in all over again, it'll go to on create. All right. So when you have clicked on the back button and when you want the application back, it will start from on create. These are the three cases that you guys will be onto on create. Right. So on destroy means it is activity shutdown. So guys, before I move on to intents, let me walk you through a brief code of what exactly you guys have understood till now. Let us see, let us take a quick recap of what you guys have learned. Now, guys, you know all this. Now, I am not teaching you how to write the application and how to write on start, on resume, on pause. And when you bring in, when you start on create, I told you this is the constructor. And now on create is going to be here. And you have seen on start, on resume, on pause, on stop, on destroy. Everything is right there. Now, you know what? Let me compile this code to see what exactly is going to happen. Now, our application is running. Now, imagine some other application has to come up now. Now, in that situation, now let me bring in this. Now, let me click on this rectangle. Now, you see so many applications are already there. All right. Now let me click on the browser. Now when I click on the browser, you all can see the Google application right here. When the Google browser came up, obviously your application has taken the back seat. That means your application has completely gone out of focus. Now let us go back to this program. Now let me minimize this so that we can have this guy here. Now in this case, you all can see that you're an on pause and you're an on stop. That means your application came into the pause mode and your application came into the stop mode. Now your application is there in the back burner. Now, if you leave it like this for a long time, the Android, if the Android needs the memory, needs the space, then the Android can even destroy your application. Or if you want your application to be back, by clicking on this, you can see your application back. And let me bring my application back here. You should be seeing your application right here. Let's prepare for Android. Guys, watch me clicking on this now. When I click on this, now obviously you know it is not going to call, now as of now you're in on pause and on stop. Now it is not going to call on create. Alright, now I just click, you all can see it called on resume, right? It just called on start and it called on resume and it came back to your application. Now let me click on the back button, this one. Now, obviously, this has to call your on destroy. Now watch, your application went out of focus. And here, if you see in the logcat, you all can see that it is called on destroy. All right. Now, again, I'm going to click on this rectangle and I'm going to bring this application back. When I click on this application, evidently you all should see on create, start and resume, because after on destroy, your application has to come up all over again. So at that point of time, the application is going to start fresh right from on create. Let me click on this. You all can see you're calling on create, on start and on resume. Guys, that's it. And this is about your activity life cycle. Now, let me go back to my PowerPoint. Yeah. So it's the time for us to understand what are intents. Now, most of you would have been used intents. Most of you would have used intents to the depth, and few of you would have used intents to a very shallow level. Now, to understand the intents happens to be the backbone for your Android. And this intents is originated from the kernel. It is not that you're just trying to call an activity using an intent. There are lots of things that what you have to look at when it comes to intents. Now let us take a brief look on intents. Now when you guys think about an intent, you always think, oh, to call the second activity, being in the first activity, if I have to call the second activity, I have to use an intent. Obviously, this is what will ring in your mind. Now, first activity, click me, it takes you to the second activity and it says you're in the second activity. Now, that is one of the ways that the intent is used, but that's not all. An intent is a messaging object you can use to request an action from other app component. Now guys, do remember, whenever you start working on the activity, an activity is also called as a component, and I'm going to down the line, I'll be explaining why it is a component and how it has been looked as a component. Now, the most important thing is when we talk about the components, as you all can see here, an intent is a messaging object you can use to request an action from other app component. Now, when we talk about a component, here you can see the highlights here. You can see activity, service, and broadcast. Now, you may get a doubt, oh my God, why the start activity is a component? Now, when I say start service, yeah, I agree it's a component because it's a process, it runs in the background, so it can be called as a component. Send broadcast can be called as a component because I'm broadcasting a message. That is what may ring in your mind. Guys, do remember, what you have learned is when you guys create an activity, you guys have created an activity, the nameless activity, and we called it as the component wherein, now if you want to write a calculator, now the calculator is of no use for you and you want your calculator to be a component, so any of the other applications which is there on your phone should be able to spring up and use the calculator. and that is how your activity can be called as a component, because in the activity you have written a calculator which can be used by any of the other applications just instead of just using it by your own self. Now, methods are used to deliver intents to different component. Now, whenever you call, you're going to call the components as start activity, start service, and start broadcast. Guys, please do note that you have something called as a context dot start activity. Now, in the interviews, and this is going to be a vital question that they're going to ask you, why is that you call it as context? Now, all of you would have understood context means, oh, it's like this pointer, this dot start activity. Guys, it is just not about this pointer. This is a world by itself, and this is where they're going to hold you for a ransom in the interview, and you have to have a very good knowledge and an in-depth knowledge about the context, using the context, at what time you're using the context and why context. Now, down the line, I'll be explaining all these things to you. Please hold on till then. Now, how do you call from one activity, how do you call the other activity? Guys, it's fairly simple. Now, when you click on a button, the second activity can be called using the intent. Is it right? All of you would have seen that. Now, let me quickly take you to the code and I will show you probably what is that you guys will be doing. Now here, you are not going to click on any button. Now, let me just say intent. Now, this is how you all are going to use an intent. Now, I'm just going to call it as an intent. Now here, I'm going to call this as this. Now, you all should know the meaning of this. That is very important. Sometimes we also write main activity dot this, and then you're going to call the other activity dot class, right? So that is how you guys are trying to fire the other activity, and you're going to call start activity, and you're going to give your intent, right? Now, this is how you are calling right from being here in this object, and you're trying to call the other activity, and this is where you're calling start activity of intent. Now guys, I told you this intent happens to be the binder, and this in turn comes from the kernel, and this in turn binds your first activity to the other activity, and you've got a lot of stuff that what you can look at it at the later state and about the intent. Now, as of now, this is how the intent is going to work. Now, when I run this program, you'll not see the main activity. You're going to see that you have landed in the other activity, and that is what you guys are out to see now. Look at this. You all can see that you're in the other activity because I called my intent right here. Guys, this is what you have learned as of now, just plainly about an intent. All right. So there are three components, important components: activity, service, and broadcast. Now, they may ask you a question. How many important components are there in your Android? Now, incidentally, when we talk about intent, there is also a subtle difference to this. We also have something called as the content providers. And the content providers are not there in this diagram because that happens to be, it is even more complicated, it is even more powerful than intent, and the content provider in turn indirectly uses the binder to it. And there are four components. There is activity, service, broadcast, content provider, and this is what it is all about when it comes to the components. Now, when it comes to the intent, now we also how to call the start activity, and we also how you ended up in the other activity. That is one way of calling the intent. Now, whenever, in fact, I'll be showing it to you later, I'll be taking you through how to start a service, and that also is an intent. Very soon you're going to see it and you'll understand how to call service and how to call the broadcast. Now, it's all almost the same way that you guys are going to call. Now, whatever that you have seen here so far, now this happens to be the explicit intent. Now we are moving on to the implicit intent. What exactly is that? Now, in the previous case, what did you all do? You said intent main activity dot this comma other activity dot class. That means you knew the name of the other activity to call. But when you do not know the name, I want to call an activity and I don't know the name of the activity. Now the activity has to do something. Now that is when we use the implicit intent. Now let us take a look at the implicit intent. Now implicit intent is when the target component is not defined in the intent, and the Android system has to evaluate the registered components based on the intent data. Now, many of your activities in turn would have been imbibed by intent action view. Now, which activity has to help you? Which activity has to give a service to you? It all depends on the data that what you're given in this URI parser. Now, if the data matches right inside your activity, now your activity is going to come up and your activity is going to run. Now at the same time, now if you have 5 activities that has been imbibing action view, and at that point of time, whenever you're running the program, you guys are going to see the 5 activities, but when you click on a specific application, if that application can deal with this parser www.edureka.co, and your application will be called. And this is how the implicit intent in turn is some other program which is sitting inside the package manager. And when you run an intent and when you call intent.actionView, this in turn will go ask the package manager, how many of you with you has the action view? Then the package manager says, hey, 5 applications has the characteristics called as the action called as the action view. And what do you want me to do with it? And then you're trying to pass the URI parser of edureka.co. Then the package manager in turn will pass this edureka.co to all the 5 applications. Whichever the application can handle, it will handle it. So that is when you guys can call it as a component. You're not going to call it as an activity or as just as an application. Now, without even knowing your application name, and you parsed the, you gave the URI parse in the data, your application was able to catch that and your application was able to execute it. Now, let's take a brief look at this particular point. Now, all that I will do here is, let me see if we can copy, and I'll just go here. And instead of this, I'm just going to, oh yeah, the entire line I've got it, right? So let me paste it here. Now the URI, I have to resolve this error like this, and we have the intent, right? In the previous case, you called with the main activity, comma, the other activity dot class. That was very clear and very specific, and you targeted at it and it said, hey, okay, call him, and it called. Now, in our application, the other activity cannot do this job. Now we don't even know which application we are calling and who is going to render this work for us, right? Now, we are going to request the package manager. Now, whoever can do it, please let them do it. Now, that is how you're going to call this particular intent. Now, let me run this program. Watch what happens now. All right, guys, can you see that you're able to load the Edureka portal here? And that is what happens. Who did this for you? Nobody knows. It is not your application. And that is why we call an application as a component. And your application, end of the day, your application has to be a kind of service provider. Anybody can use your applications to get the work done. Guys, this is a very interesting concept, and we train for almost about 2 hours just on the intent and how to write this characteristics and all that in Edureka. So if you want to know more about it, and if you want to go really deep into it to the level of your framework, and if you want to write the intents, please think about signing up with Edureka, and you're going to get the best by end of the day, right? So this is what it is. Now let me quickly go back to the PowerPoint. Now what it is called as. The most important thing that you guys should remember, in the interview they're going to ask you, what is an implicit intent? What is an explicit intent? These words are confusing. Now when it is an implicit intent, the previous program, intent here, new intent of main activity dot this comma other activity dot class, start activity, that happens to be the explicit intent. Now the implicit intent is the action, and you're giving the URI parser. Whenever you give the action view, action call, action dial, it can be any action, and then the URI parser appropriately to that is what you call it as the implicit intent. Please do remember this, guys, and this question is there for sure, 100% that they're going to ask you this question. Now, once again, we are there with explicit intent. Now, in the previous example that I just took you through and I showed you how to write the explicit intent, meaning I told you there are two ways. There is main activity.this and other activity.class, and I started the activity. But whereas in this case it is just the same, you're trying to see here in the explicit intent, but you're also trying to give the value to put extra. The put extra in intent.putExtra works acts as the key value pair, and you're giving the key there is a value 1 and the value is this is activity 2. The key is value 2, this value 2 for activity 2, and these are the values that what you're trying to give it to the intent, and you're starting the activity. Now this values is what would be transported to the activity 2. So these two sentences that can be retrieved in activity 2 with the help of the key, so that you guys should know the value 1 and value 2 to retrieve the keys. Now when we practically talk about the explicit intent, it is just about these two lines, and they may ask you a question, how is that you can transport, how is that you can pass a value? There are two ways. One is you can use put extra, and the other way around is you can use bundle, transfer the value from one activity to the other activity. Now, what is explicit intent? Explicit intent is when an application defines the target component directly in the intent. Now, what it is? Now, the target component is activity2.class is directly being given here, the start activity. That's about it, and this is what is called as the explicit intent. Now guys, you have seen this earlier. Just go back in the video and go to the previous program and you have already seen this. Now that's the difference between the implicit and the explicit. Implicit is action view and URI parser you gave. Explicit is you're giving the target class directly because you know him and you're asking him to come up, and that is what is your implicit intent. Now, yet another interesting question, what are the tools placed in Android SDK? Now, you have the Android emulator. Now, the emulator is the one that what you have seen so far. I've been running all the applications in my emulator, and that is what is your Android emulator. Now, let me show you that emulator all over again for you. Now, this guy will be hiding here. And when I bring this emulator here, now this, while creating this emulator, now we cannot afford to buy 5 different phones to test the product. I cannot buy 3-inch phone, 7-inch phone, a tablet and a TV and this and that and all that to compile the product. You know what? I can create so many emulators and I can start testing my applications on my emulator. That is what I can do. So this in turn will cut the cost of buying the phone. Secondly, the emulator, the Android emulator that what you guys are seeing here is typically a phone. Now, whenever you are trying to bring up the emulator, it takes all the time the phone takes to come up. And this is working exactly like a phone. It starts right from the board support package and it comes up all the way and it displays the content on the screen. And it's truly a phone. Do not come to the conclusion that it's just a rectangle or it is just a view. I'm displaying my outputs. No. This is truly a phone that you guys are using the phone. That's when you all started creating the emulator, you defined the memory size, you defined the screen size. You said whether you wanted an Nexus phone, you said what is that you wanted, all that you defined, and you brought up the emulator on the screen, right? That's what is your Android emulator. Now comes the DDMS. That happens to be the Dalvik Debug Monitoring Services. This is what happens to be the DDMS. Now guys, the DDMS happens to be a very vital part of your development. Now, whenever you complete the program and when your program is ready to be rolled out and it has to go through the harness test, and that is where the DDMS will come into the picture. Now, let me briefly show you what exactly is a DDMS is all about. Now, let me go back to my app. Now, let me pick some other application just for the heck of it. Now, let me take one shared preferences application here. Yeah. So that I can give you a demo of the DDMS too. Now I'm just trying to load one of the shared preferences application. As I told you all that the shared preferences in turn uses the internal memory, that is the file system of your Android. And if you want to watch that internal memory, now you all have to open up your DDMS, right? So let me open that application. Now this is the application. Now still the process is on. Now all that we do in this code is we're going to enter the login and password. The login and password is stored in the file system, right? That happens to be the internal memory, and that happens to be the secured memory. Nobody can go see what is there in that memory because it comes under the sandbox. All right, now let us see how that works here. In the meantime, let me compile this before I explain the code or before I take you into the code. Now here in the shared preferences, you guys have given the file name as login edureka. All right. Now you're going to create the shared preferences in login edureka. Now whatever the username and password that you guys are going to type in, it will be stored in the file system that is in login edureka that can be watched using your DDMS, and that is what we are out to do now. Now let us give a couple of seconds for him to finish compiling. So I told you the shared preferences comes in form of the internal storage. The SD card is the external storage. Now we are going to see the internal storage with the help of our DDMS. Now, when you all get to, let me click on Android Studio and I'll go to Tools. All right. So guys, we are back to the code, and you all can see a shared preferences application and your login. It is asking me for the login. Now let me say, I'll click here and let me type in Satya. And the password, I'm going to give Edureka. All right. Now I'll say login. Let's say Satya and Edureka logged in. Now this information is stored inside the shared preferences. Now this happens to be the internal storage in your file, right? Now how do I see that? Where do I see that? Now all we have to do is we have to go get our DDMS. So I'm just going to go to tool, but you have to understand something here. We always end up this DDMS Android device monitor and your application, these two guys are rivals. When this application is running, your DDMS will not work. You have to have either of this on at any point of time. So now I'm going to turn my Android device monitor on. Now this is where the DDMS is going to come in. All right, so we have the application. Now here the package name is example cog layout I have given. Now you all can see this as example cog layout. Now one of the characteristics that I'm trying to bring in here, and this is what is your DDMS, and this is how the DDMS looks. And here in this we can check the heap of your application, or we can check the threads of your application, and I can start profiling, I can start method profiling, and I can check like where exactly your program is sluggish. Now this is what is called as the profiling. Now this in turn will start recording your application as it runs, and it starts telling you where exactly your application is sluggish and where exactly your application is good, and so on and so forth. All those information, it gets it for you. And that is where you do the method profiling, and we can do the trace view analysis, and a lot of stuff can be done in DDMS. Now, as we start going further down, and I'm going to bring you back into those explanations. Now, I just wanted to show you what kind of tools Android supports. Now, one of the most powerful and the most important tool happens to be this DDMS. Now, by clicking on the file system, now click on the data. Now we are getting to the internal storage. Click on the data. Again, you click on the data. Now this is where all the files that is available in the emulator in different sandboxes have been shown to you. Now we need to get to example cog layout. This is all COM. Now we have example cog layout, and then you all can see the shared preferences. Now you all can see the login edureka.xml, right? Now this is what is present inside the shared preferences, and if you can see the icon here, it says pull file from the device. I can pull this file out. Now login edurecord.xml. Now I just want to show it in my, let me say, documents. Login edurecord.xml. I've just stored it in documents now. I'm saving it. Now, being in my file, I can go to my documents. Let me go to my documents. And there we all know it is login edurecord.xml. Let me click on this and you all can see that I typed Satya and I typed edureka as the password. Now you all can see this here, and this is the secured information that what you all have stored it in your file system, and that is what is your DDMS, and that is one of the activities that what we all can see. And we saw how to pull the data out of the file system, and only you can do it because you're the owner of the application. No one else can lay their hands on to this. And this is how you can pull the data and you can see what data is present in your file system. Now, this is one of the characteristics of your DDMS. Now, we have got a lot more to talk, a lot more to discuss. As we start progressing, as we start going further down, I'm going to explain this to you. Now, as of now, what is that you guys have seen is, what is Android emulator? We have seen. Then the DDMS, the Dalvik debug monitoring system, is what we have seen at a very high level. Now comes the AAPT, happens to be the Android Asset Packaging Tool. Guys, now the APK that what you all have seen is being made out of this Android Asset Packaging Tool. And this happens to be one of the tools which is available in your build folder, and whenever the APK is created, and the APK is created, all the files, the jar files and all that, it has been zipped and it has been put in to the .apk with the help of this Android Asset Packaging Tool. So this happens to be the default tool, and you may not have to do much with this particular default tool. And if you go to the build folder, and you guys will get to see this AAPT. All right. Now comes the other important thing, that happens to be the ADB, that happens to be the Android Debug Bridge. Now, this ADB happens to be the Android Debug Bridge. Now, whatever we do with the help of the IDE to compile the program and to put the program into the emulator. And we went to DDMS and we pulled the file out of the DDMS. All that work and lot many things can be done with the help of the Android Debug Bridge without the IDE. Now, this is what can be done. Now, further down, in fact, we're going to talk more about the Android Debug Bridge. At that point of time, I'm going to show you how to use a couple of functionalities via this ADB. Okay. Now, in this session, you guys have learned about the emulator, about the DDMS, about the AAPT, and the ADB. Now, what exactly is the Android runtime? Now, after the runtime, you guys will hit that AAPT, right? The packaging stuff. Okay. Now let us take a look at the runtime. Now it's fairly simple. Now Android runtime has the Dalvik virtual machine and core Java libraries. In Java, you all saw the Java virtual machine. In Android, you guys are out to see the Dalvik virtual machine, right? Now, DVM is optimized for low processing power and low memory environments. Now, the Dalvik virtual machine is meant to run on this smaller devices with very little memory and very little power. That is nothing but your mobile applications, right? And that is where the DVM will come handy. And that is where you're going to see predominantly you're going to see a difference between the Java virtual machine and then the Dalvik virtual machine. Now, unlike Java virtual machine, the Dalvik virtual machine doesn't run the .class files. Now, the .class files is just the files that what has been created by Java, and it stops right there. And now, henceforth, the .class files is being converted. Instead of .class files, the Dalvik virtual machine will be using the DEX files, right? Now, it uses the DEX files. Now, it really started, the DEX file started coming into the mushrooming up from the Frio 2.2. Now, they got in a lot of other interesting characters into the dex file. That is, the dex file, you understood what exactly it is, right? Low processing power and the low memory environments, and the DVM, that is where the DVM comes in, and the DVM in turn will create the dex files, and dex file in turn has got something called as the JIT, called as the just-in-time. Now when it comes to the just-in-time, now that's really very interesting. When your program takes about 3 minutes to compile, after that you would have added 2 more lines to your source code. When you compile, it'll take milliseconds and your program is ready to go. But if you try to do so in other operating system environments, if you recompile, it'll take 3 minutes all over again. But in Java, it doesn't. It compiles only that small little tiny bits of code that what you have modified, and your application will run. And that is what is called as the just-in-time. Now, Android 2.2 Freo brought trace-based just-in-time application into Dalvik, optimizing the execution of the applications and dynamically compiling frequently executed short segments of their bytecode into native mission code, right? There is a short segments. The 3 lines that what you have added, it compiles only that, it adds up to the bytecode and it brings it onto the mission, and that way it remarkably it improved the speed of your compiling. Now here you all can see the diagram: Java source code, Java compiler, Java bytecode, and finally it turns out to be the Java virtual machine. Now when you look at it from the Android perception, Java source code, Java compiler, Java bytecode, and then comes the Java. See, till here the dot class is there into the picture, because you all have seen the other activity had the dot class in it. After that, the dex in turn will take over, and then the Dalvik bytecode comes into the picture, then the Dalvik executable, and then the Dalvik virtual machine will come into the picture. After this, the AAPT will come into the picture, and it packages everything into the .apk file. And that's what it is all about when it comes to the runtime. Now again, what is your DDMS? Now we are going to go a little more deeper into the DDMS than what we saw previously. It stands for the Dalvik Debug Monitor Server. It gives the wide array of debugging features. One is the port forwarding services. Guys, this is very interesting, and this has got something to do in depth. For example, you're connecting one of the healthcare devices into the phone. Now the healthcare devices in turn brings the data through the serial port, and the data has to be forwarded to your port. Now that port is a different port, and the port that what you're using on your phone is a different port, and that is when you guys will be using something called as the port forwarding services, meaning you can transfer from one port to the other port, and you're telling your program that, hey, look, from this port take all the data and use it on the other port, meaning from the computer take the data from that port and use it on your Android phone right on this particular port. Guys, there are 2 ways of looking at it. One is using the ADB, you can do the port forwarding, or by writing the NDK programs, and you guys can start tweaking the data from the port that where the data is coming from. It can be spooled in, it can be read into a file. So after that, from the file you can transfer the data, you can forward the port data onto the other port which is there on your phone. Now these are the 2 different ways that we can use for the port forwarding services. Now let me quickly take you to the developer.android.com, just in case if you have any doubts like this. Now that is the ultimate guide for you. Now let me move on to the Android debug bridge. Now I'm in ADB, and as I scroll down, now you guys will get to see the port forwarding right here. Now guys, if you want to go really deep into it, all these things is being stitched into the course, and you guys will be learning how to write the applications and how to rig it up professionally. That is what you guys are going to learn. And since this has been an interview question, and I'm just taking you through this, and I'm just enlightening you what exactly is the port forwarding. Now guys, please take a look. Now this is where it is. Now you have the TCP IP protocol, and the port for the TCP IP protocol is presumed as 6100 from your computer, and that port you want to forward it onto the 7100 onto your emulator. Your emulator port happens to be, or the device port happens to be 7100, and your computer port happens to be this, and you want to transfer the data from, you want to forward this port to the other port, and this is what you mean. Now, you know what, you can just copy this and you go to the emulator. If you are using the Mac, it is terminal. If you are using your Windows operating system, it is going to be your command. And all that I'm going to do is just copy it there and press return, and it's through. It works beautifully, and you all can see, and there is no error cropped up, and you forwarded the port 6100 to the place of 7100, and this is what it means to you. But going deep, it's a different world altogether, and there are two ways. As I told you, using NDK we can retrieve the data from port 6100 and we can push it to the port 7100, or using ADB we can do that. That's quite a bit of job, and the professionals, the the companies like healthcare companies and even a lot of billing companies, the people who use the serial communications or TCP/IP communications and all that, and they use this port forwarding very commonly, and it is a must for you all to know the meaning of the port forwarding to be a good programmer. Now let me go back. Now we have the screen capture on the device. Now, when you're running your application, now you want to know what exactly is happening at the emulator when your application is running. So at that point of time, you may want to capture the screen. Now, let me see how is that it is possible. Now, let me take you back to the DDMS because it's already there. And here, you all can see the camera, and you all can see as of now we have logged in to this screen. There is a layout, and you all can see the Satya and the Edureka is right there. And let me click on my camera. Right now this guy is going to capture. You all can see it captured the image. Now let me reduce the size of the screen. Now as we scroll down, you all can see, now this is what it is. Now you all can see 4G808, and there is an image that what has been captured, and if you save, this gets saved onto, see, look at this. This is the device image that what has been captured, and this can be stored onto the document file and in form of a PNG, and that is what it is. And this is how it allows you to take the screen when you're executing your program. So the DDMS, now this is where you saw how to capture the screen right in your DDMS, and that is one of the option what your DDMS is giving you. That is all about the screen capture on the device. You also how to do it. Now comes the thread and heap information. Now when you're running your application, by default your Android application has a thread in it, and by default it uses the heap, obviously. Now how do you track it? How do you get to see the threads, and how do you know how the thread is running and the behaviors, and how do you check on that? Now let me take you through the DDMS all over again and show you how that works. Now here I've clicked on my example application. Now I told you that I can, by clicking on the heap, this is update heap. I clicked on the heap. You can see this green bin here, and this happens to be the thread and update threads. When I click, you all can see the thread, and I have roped in the thread and the heap into my profiling. Now here, so far you have been looking at your file explorer. Now you can check on your threads. Now how your application has been working, all that information is present here on your threads. And you can also check the heap. Now the heap information called garbage collector. Now this is the heap information that what you all can see here. And if you guys are interested in knowing more, and you're always welcome to sign in with Edureka, and this is not a simple stuff. If the things would have been simpler, I would have told you how it works and what it is all about, but this needs a lot of time for you guys to understand what it is, right? Now comes your method profiling. Now I stopped the method profiling, that what I turned quite some time back. Now here you can see a small window hiding here. Now this is the beauty of Android. Now when I told you your application has to go through the harness test, and this is where your application is landed, And no, because in our application, we hardly have said hello world. No, nothing is happening. Now, this rectangle that what you guys can see here, and this is where it does all the method profiling because our application does not have anything. And here you will get to see a lot of blocks, this colors that what you're seeing here, the blue, green, red, and all that, those colors you will see chunk of blocks, and every color will mean where exactly it is pointing to your program. The bigger the chunk, your program is bad. That means you'll have a lag in the code and your program is not really doing good, and that is what you guys will get to understand here. Now, I just want to take you through the demo because I'm not taking you through any of the proper applications, just because the applications that what we have been using, through that itself I did this profile tracing, and I'm just trying to show you what exactly is going to happen and how it is going to happen. And that's about it, guys. That's about the profile tracing. And as I told you, all this in turn will consume a lot of time for you guys to learn. And easily I would say a person with about 2 years of experience, he will put his hands into all this stuff, right? So this is available for you as soon as you sign up Edureka. Maybe in the 6th or 7th session, you guys will be working on all this. Now you saw how to check on thread and heap, and also I gave you the profiling, which is not right here. Then comes the logcat. Now, the logcat is a very important stuff in your application. Now here the logcat is there at the bottom left corner of the screen. I can click on that, and this logcat in turn will show, it'll take you through the application and it'll show you the vivid behavior of your application, where the errors are coming and where it is doing good, and all the traces and everything, the PID and TID and the tag of your application, everything gets displayed here in your log, right? So that's about the logcat, and you will get the application traces. Just in case if you go wrong, you will get to know where exactly you've gone wrong. Just in case if you want to have a tag, if you want to trace your application, the logcat is going to help you. And this is where you all can see the logcat in your DDMS. Now, it is not about logcat. Like where you see the logcat in DDMS is what is the question. Now, incoming call and SMS spoofing. Now, how do you know that you have an SMS, or you want to pretend as though you're going to send an SMS to somebody else? Now, there are two ways. Now, I'm just roping in my emulator. Now, I'm going to click on this 3 dots. When I click on the 3 dots, you all can see it is about the location. Now, you see the latitude and longitude, and I can spoof the information, meaning I produced it, and by clicking on send, this information will be sent to one of the emulators. This is what you call it as spoofing. Now, because you're working on the emulator cannot really get the locations, or it cannot get the cellular information or the battery or the phone. Now, look at this. This is where you're trying to send a message, SMS message to your emulator. This is what you call it as spoofing. Now, can you all see this? Now, you received it, right? So you all can see the nugget is sweet. Now, this is what you have received. This is what you call it as the message spoofing. But guys, watch the difference. Now, the PPT says that is in DDMS, but I'm showing you the location spoofing, cellular, battery, phone spoofing, everything right at the emulator. Now, earlier it used to be in DDMS, and the DDMS is not supporting this information anymore inside the DDMS, and they have given all this stuff to the emulators, and by clicking this 3 dots right at the emulator, and this information's or this things is available in emulator. Please do not go back to DDMS for all this stuff. Just to confuse you, they may ask you in DDMS, take me to DDMS and show me the SMS or location spoofing. Now in DDMS it is not there. It is as simple as such, and you have to come here and you can check on all this stuff. All right. So let me close this and let me push this guy back, and let me go back to my slides. Now let us see where we are. Now guys, you all saw the SMS spoofing, and you all saw the location data spoofing. There is the latitude and longitude also can be spoofed in your emulator itself, and this too cannot be seen on the emulator anymore, sorry, on the DDMS anymore, and this you can see it right on your emulator. All right. Now, what exactly is the meaning of the file, folder, and the app? Like, explain briefly about the important file and folder when you create a new app. Now, all of you know that when you create an app, this is what you guys will get to see, out of which when you see this app, you will see this manifest, and there you will get to see the manifest file. In Java, you all will see the app file in com example aishi.myapplications. There you guys are going to see the apps, whatever the apps that you're going to write, and when you click on this arrow, you're going to see main activity application right here. Now, this Android test and Android, the other small little thing that what you're trying to see here, this is for testing. Like you guys are going to learn about the espresso test and unit test and all that, and that testing is going to come in these two particular packages. And as of now, the app comes under Java and under the first package. It describes the fundamental character of the app and defines each of its components, right? Now, getting back, sorry, this app is all about the manifest he's talking about. Now, getting back to the Java, this contains the .java source file of your project. By default, it includes main activity.java source file. Now here in this Java, in this first package, you're going to have the main activity source file. In the app, everything related to the manifest has all been stored, meaning the app in the manifest, that whatever the information that you guys see under the app is the fingerprint of your application, and that's what is stored in manifest. Under Java, the file, that whatever the file, main activity, that what you have created is what is being stored here. And in resource, it is a directory for files that defines your app user interface. Now in resource, if you want to put all the pictures, it can go into drawable, and the buttons, icons, pictures, it can go into map to load that onto the various devices and various size of the devices. And in layout, you guys can have your UI, and in values, you can have your strings, dimensions, and locales, and all that is going to go there into it. Now comes the graded scripts. Now this happens to be the auto-generated file, right? You are not going to do anything there, and it is automatically being generated. Now that in turn will have the various build versions, compiler versions, and the SDK versions, and the tons of other stuff like the flavors, ProGuard, and lot many things. And we don't have the libraries anymore in Android, and those are the dependencies that what you will see in form of dependencies. You'll see libraries in Gradle. All the stuff will come into Gradle. Now, Gradle is just not one line. It cannot be explained in about 5 minutes. And you guys have to grow with the Gradle right from day one till you complete the course. And throughout, the Gradle is being taught to you, and how to use and how to implement your own stuff, and all that is being taught to you. And the Gradle happens to be a very important property of your applications. So that's how you guys can look into these important files and folders when you create a new app. Now, what exactly is the manifest? Now, I told you guys that the manifest file is where your fingerprint of your application is stored. Now, let's take a look at the manifest. Now, in fact, I walked you through the manifest when I opened my application. Now, the manifest file provides essential information about your app to Android system, which the system must have before it can run. Now, for example, what exactly is the main activity here? Now, it is going to tell your Android that, hey, the main activity happens to be the launcher, and he is the launcher, and he is a key guy who's going to run. Now, what kind of an icon that you want to have when the application is installed in the emulator on the phone? Now, in the map, you would have put a nice butterfly, and you may say, hey, that the butterfly is the icon that I want, or my company icon is that I want to pull in. And what do you want to call your application as, and so on and so forth. All this information is being bundled up in the manifest. Now, whatever the information that you have in the manifest is being conjured up by your package manager. Now, if you have 10 applications in your emulator or in your phone, you'll have 10 manifest files. All the manifest files is being stored, and it is being taken care of by the package manager. And package manager is responsible to take care of all the applications what is running in your Android. Now comes the exceptions. Now guys, all of you know the meaning, of exceptions, and you have seen how to create exceptions in Java, and you know most of it. But in Android, we too have exceptions in Android. Even when you're using sleep, now you have to raise the try and catch block, right? Even that in turn will generate an exception. So as you have a lot of exceptions being generated, out of which you guys can find the inflate exception. Now, when you have the layouts like constraint layouts or relative layouts or whichever the layout, and if you give a typo for the text view, just say TEX, T view, VIE, forget the W there, and it while inflating, it finds that as an error and it gives you the inflate error at that point of time. Very similarly, you have surface out of resource exception. Now, just in case, I may teach you all this, but just in case, if you want to figure out how exactly this works to you, now it's very simple. Now copy this and don't go to Google, okay? Now that's what most of you will do, but I don't want you to do that. Please go to developer.android.com and just paste this right here. And this is when you guys are going to get the right information. Now surface out of resource exception. Now what exactly is that? It is already there. Exception thrown when canvas couldn't be lock canvas rectangle or when surface texture could not successfully be allocated, right? Now the canvas has to be locked for many reasons, right? When you're trying to render an image, you don't want something else to happen on top of that surface. So you want to lock. And just in case if you're not able to lock or if anything, if you're goofing up at that particular point, now it will give you the exception thrown that when the canvas cannot be locked, and that is what you call it as the surface out of resource exception. Now, very similarly, you have surface holder bad surface type exception, right? So now guys, this is the authority for you, right? So you just put that right here and you have your answers. And you guys have learned how to use the Developer Studio also at this point of time. Now you need not even have to click here. It says, okay, there's nothing much here. Now, it is again the same exception that is thrown from lock canvas when called on surface. Those type is surface type push buffers, right? So the same, almost a similar kind that you all can see here. Now let me go back. Now comes the window manager. Now I told you about the window manager. Now he manages the frame. He manages your applications. He manages the view of your applications and so on and so forth, right? So that's what it is. Now this error. No, it's very difficult to remember the exceptions. It is not just about the 4 exceptions. There are hundreds of exceptions for you. But the most important exception, the people who tend to ask, because these are the elementary stuff that what you'll be working on. So you have to know about this. Now, exception that is thrown when trying to add view, those whose window manager layout param token is invalid. Now, that is when you're trying to add the view, when the tokens are invalid, and that is when the view cannot be managed by the window manager, and then it says the bad token exception, right? So just a feeler of your exceptions, and that is how the exceptions are occurred. Now name the dialog box which are supported in Android. Guys, this is fairly simple. Now you have the alert dialog. Now the alert dialog is something like this, that what you all are seeing here to the right. It's a simple dialog. It comes with the OK and cancel button. It's a white dialog, nothing so fancy about it. And progress dialog, no, we have 2 dialogs. One is the spinner, that is a circle will be in front of you all the time showing the progress, or a bar in turn will show the progress, and that is what is the progress dialog. In progress dialog, we have spinner and the bar. Now, date picker and time picker dialog, or the dialogs which has already been created. Now let me show you how to get that and how it looks. Now let me take any of the resources. I'll just go to layout and let me go to one of this file, and let me say I just want the time picker. Now I'll just say time picker, wrap content, and that's about it. Now when you click on the design, you all can see the time picker dialog. Now this is how the time picker dialog will look like. Now you can drag when you integrate your code, when you drag the hand of 8 to 12, and the time will change to 12 o'clock, right? And that is what you can extract, and it can be displayed on your code. And this is how the time picker dialog will look like. Now comes to the date picker. It's fairly simple. I'll just type in the date right there, and you all can see the date picker. And under this, you guys are going to see the calendar. You can see the date. And by clicking on that, and you can extract the date, what the user has opted for, right? So that's about your date picker and the time picker dialogues. You have seen other dialog is similar. Progress you already have seen. Date and time picker is what you have seen just now. Now comes yet another question that's very interesting. What are the core building blocks of Android? Now guys, you have already seen this. Initially I told you activity as a component, service as a component, broadcast receiver as a component, but I told you there's a subtle difference with all this in the content providers. And now an activity is a screen represented of any application in Android. Each activity has layout file where you can place your UI. Now there are two ways of looking at it. One is just as an activity. Now the other one is in form of a component. That is where the implicit and the explicit intent came into the picture. Now when it is being looked in form of a component, the intents will come into the picture and your binders will come into the picture, and that is where it is one of the building blocks in your Android, and it can do a lot more than that. Now in Android, we are not going to look at an application as just like a Java application as a UI and an application. Now we are going to see every activity in form of a component, because it is going to be independent and it is not going to do anything for itself. It can of course do something for its own self, and that in turn, the activity in turn can cater for somebody else, like your calculator. Like in any of the applications you can write inside the activity, wherein it can service others. Now content providers, as I told you already, that in turn can share the data among the sandboxes. Now when you have 5 different applications running on your application, running on your emulator, all the 5 different applications are using 5 different sandboxes. Now I want to use one application data everywhere. For example, let me say contacts. Contacts, when they write, they would have written the contact application. They would have stored all the data in form of SQLite. Now when you get the data out of SQLite, and when it has to be used by others, we have to bring in the wrapper called as the content provider on top of SQLite, and that is how the content provider in turn can take the data from one of the sandbox and it can be given to others. And that is where we use the content provider as a wrapper on top of your application, right? To take the data and give it to others. Now service. Service is a component that runs in the background to perform the long-running operations. Now guys, you may have a doubt that, oh, can I write a thread that can do downloading job from the server? Now the answer is no, because when the application dies, the thread also will die. So employ the service so that when the application dies, the service will not die. So service then can do a better long-running operations without interacting with the user, even works if application is destroyed, right? So even if the activity is destroyed, the service will go on working and it will download the data and it finishes the work. And that is where it has been predominantly been called as one of the important components. Then comes the broadcast receivers. This in turn can receive the data from any other hardware equipments or from the other applications from a different sandbox, can send a broadcast to all the applications which is there in your device. Now in broadcast, you have local broadcast, you have remote broadcast, you have ordered broadcast. Guys, the local broadcast being in the project, sending the messages among your activities, the local broadcast. Remote broadcast is broadcasting among all the applications which is present in your emulator. Ordered broadcast is when you receive, in what order that you want to receive the messages. Now I want to be the first person to receive the message. Now after receiving the message, I can even abandon the broadcast itself, or I can ask the other guy also to receive the message as the second person. So that way you can declare the ordered broadcast, and that is how the broadcast works. And these are the four important components that what you guys can see in Android. Now guys, it is not that whatever you're hearing now and that is all is going to happen. Now, when the companies are working more deeper in services, they're going to drive you crazy. They're going to take you deep into the services. Now here we are trying to give you the highlight of what is what, and we are making you feel very comfortable with the contents and stuff, and you'll be able to talk your way through. But if you want to go really, really deeper, now you have to take up a course. You have to take it up with some authorized people, so like Edureka, so that you're going to get the complete stuff and you'll be made perfect and you'll be taught everything in detail, right? Now, just for an example, now the content provider, I told you, the SQLite, on top of SQLite, there's a wrapper, that's a content provider. Content provider can start giving the data to others. Now, Google has started a new searching feature in Android. Now the Google in turn will not really search through the web pages. The Google in turn can come into the Play Stores and it can search through all your applications. When Google is searching through your applications, if your applications has been made shareable and if your application has the content provider, now Google in turn can come right into your application, it can pick the data and it can go give it to the world. So that way you can start sharing your applications and you can have in fact, we can incorporate a search option on top of your content providers, and the Google in turn can come all the way through to the Play Store. It can come through the search, it can go to the content providers and it can pull the data out and it can give it to the user. So there are a lot of other creative stuff that what we can do. So do not treat just content providers as content providers, services as services. Services has got a lot many things to do with ADL and components and all that. Broadcast receivers too has got a lot many stuff. Now, what you guys are seeing here is just about the high level scenario, right? Now comes the content provider. Now, this is the SQLite database, the app database that what you're trying to see here. Now, that is wrapped up with another wrapper. Now, what you see here, the query, insert, update, delete. Now, all this comes under the framework called as a content provider. Now, the content provider acts as a frame on top of your SQLite. Now, the other application can query the content provider. The content provider will read the data, gives it to the other application, right? Now, this application can be a search application, the way that you all search on your phone. On top, you will see the Google search, right? Now, when you search there, it will search the data externally in your phone, and it can also search the data internally. At that point of time, it can come through the searchable activity. It can come to the content providers and it can go to the SQLite, it can pick the data and give it back to the main app. Or even it can give this back to the Google also. There is one more layer where you can create on top of this, and that is how interesting your components are. Now, we have seen service, but what is a service in Android? Now, it's a background process. Even if the application dies, your service is going to run, and that's what it is. Now, the local service is accessed within the application. Now, within the application, you can have a service, but you can have a service in the remote applications also. The service is accessed remotely from the other applications running on the same device. Now, in this case, we have to bring in the AIDL, that happens to be the Android Interface Definition Language, to share the data between two different sandboxes. Now, the AIDL will be vehement and it'll do all the job for you. Now, it says, hey, this is how you can extend the service and you can implement the program. The most important thing that what you have to understand here is when the service dies, your application will not die. The service will go on running. Now, please do understand, the service happens to be a part of Android, but your main activity dies, but the service is still on. That is an unbelievable stuff, right? Now, let us quickly go take a look at the code and see how that works. Now, let me come back to the file. Let me open up one of the applications in Edureka. let me use the media player. So that will be really very interesting for you so that you all can listen to the song. See, in fact, a service can be the location provider also, like the Google Map. Now, when you're on Google Map, you're listening to the song also, and whenever it happens to be the turns that you want to take, and the Google Map in turn will start talking to you, take a right turn at the circle, but the song will go, the volume will be reduced, and then the Google Map comes up and says take the right, take the left, and go around the circle, and so on and so forth. That means your service is still on, isn't it? So that is how the service works. So service works as the background process, and even if your main activity dies, the service works. Now guys, you all remember that when I press the back button here, obviously your main activity will die, but you'll go on listening to the song. Your song is not going to die. Now, if you all can see, it's just about a small application that I have just written using 2 lines. Now, let me open it and I will show you how to activate a service. Now here you all can see start service. Inside that you're firing an intent. In intent you're giving this. This happens to be the main activity.this and media player audio.class. Now this is where you saw the activity can be called using the intent. So start service, stop service can be called using the intent, and even the broadcast can be called using the intent, and even the content provider uses the intent and binder, and that's how this or the most powerful components in Android. These are the 4 powerful components in Android. Now let me start service. This application is called as Service Media Player Basic. So this is a kind of slow song. Gradually he takes over, but you all can listen to it now. All right, you all are listening to the song, isn't it? Now what happens when I click on the back button? No, I told you very clearly, your application will close. Definitely, your main activity will close. The service happens to be a part of main activity. If that is the case, the service also should close, isn't it? Now, let me click on this. So, did your song stop? No, right? So, it is on. The service is on. Your activity is no more. Your activity is dead, but your service is on and you're still able to listen to the song. That's how when you're listening to the song, whenever you come out of the song and work on the other application, you can still listen to the song. This is how it works. Now, if you want to go back, get your application back, right? So I stopped the service so that I brought the application back. Then it has come back to on create. It started the application all over. And when I clicked on the stop service, now you entered this main activity and then you entered this stop player, and it went and told the service you stop it now, and it stopped. So somebody has to start the service and somebody has to stop the service, or there are ways that the service can stop by itself. And this is how you guys have taken a brief look on the service, right? So that's about your service. Now, this is a very interesting question. What are the different types of services? Let's see what is it. First comes the handler service. Now guys, you are trying to avoid the AIDL. That happens to be the Android Interface Definition Language, and you're trying to avoid that, and you're trying to communicate between 2 different processes in the sandbox without the AIDL but using the handlers. The advantage and disadvantage. The handler service in turn can deal with only 1 MB of data. You cannot send as much of data as you want into the other process. You can deal only with 1 MB of data. The handler services will work on the thread and it is asynchronous. Now, only one thread you can execute. You cannot bring in multiple thread into the handler services. Now, one thread has to talk to the other thread. Now, this can be like a single chat application, not a group chat. Now, you can talk to me, you can send me a text and I can send you a text. You can send me a small picture, I'll be sending you the small picture. And this is the kind of work your handler service can do. Then comes the intent service. Now, the intent service is more or less like your asynchronous calls. That means if you want to download a photograph from the server or a movie, and you tell your program to download the movie from the server, it downloads the movie and the service stops by itself, and that is what you call it as the intent service. Now we have The third one is the service, and this happens to be the most powerful service. Now, when you start the service, there is no end to it, and it goes on and on and on for days together if you want to. Now, the way that we went in and we stopped the service, that's how we have to go in and we have to stop the service. Now, this, like, it can be the intent service or the service. This in turn can support the ADL also, wherein you can bring in the function so that it can start talking between the different process. And that is how the ADL comes into the picture. And this is how the services are laid, and this is how the services works, and at a very high level. But we have got lot many important things to understand and to know about the services. Depending on the experience and the intensity, the people may ask more questions like how to write a plugin, and how to make the remote services to understand with each other, and how to make that to communicate, and so on and so forth. The people may ask, and that happens to be a kind of advanced questions, and all that is there is a part of your course, and that happens to be the integral part of your course with Edureka. So guys, we have just seen the different types of services so far. Now comes even more interesting question. What is a service and a thread? When thread 2 can work for a long time, why not a service? But we have a problem. When a thread works for a long time, the choreographer in turn will start throwing an error. It says, hey, you've been working for too long and you're holding the parent thread on a ransom, and you cannot do that. So you have to spawn the other child thread. Whenever your application dies, the thread 2 will die, and that is where the thread lands into the trouble. Now let's go quickly take a look at the differences. Now, when you all see the thread, since I already started talking about it, let me explain this to you. A thread is a concurrent unit of execution. That means it is the time slicing. It gets 1/4 of a millisecond to execute the task. After that, the operating system snatches the control from the thread and gives it to the second thread. And the thread works in form of the round robin concept, right? By default, all components of the same application run in the same process and thread called as the main thread. That is where the thread gets overloaded. That is where you guys have to spawn a child thread, and you can have as many child threads that you want. But when your application dies, all the threads will die. Do remember, that is what is the disadvantage that you will see in threads. Thread is killed when an application is killed. Now, Google has brought in a beautiful concept called as the handlers and loopers into the Android thread. Sorry, it is not Java threads, into the Android threads. Now, the handlers and loopers are not a part of Java, and that happens to be a part of your Android, and the very interesting concept. And using this, we guys can start building the messaging architecture between the objects. Like, we can even say how the objects in turn can talk with the other objects, how an object in turn can deal with a lot of multiple objects, and all those things can be dealt with the handlers and loopers in Android. It is not Java. Please do remember, Google has brought in handlers and loopers into Android threads. Now coming to the services. Now when there is a lag executing the program, and the choreographer and when the Android emulator will start throwing an ANR, Android not responding error and all that, and that is when we have to take a turn and we have to think about the services, how to write the program in a better way. Now that is when forcefully you guys will be moved on to services. Now services is like an activity but has no interface, right? Now service is a part of the activity, but service in turn will go on its own, and it cannot talk, and there is no interface to the activity that we have to build on our own using the handlers and looper, or we can talk from service to a thread or to the activity using your broadcast. Broadcast is not a good idea, but using the handlers and loopers you can talk, and there are many ways to talk between the service and activity. Now, service is not a separate process. Now, it works in the background until the service or someone else explicitly they stop it. Now, service happens to be a part of your activity. Please do remember, that's where it has been highlighted, and it is said that the service is not a separate process. Service is not killed when the application is killed. You saw an example right now, right? So you all have been hearing the song even when I came out of the application. It exposes some of its functionality to the other applications by calling bind service. Now, the bind service is a beautiful concept in your content providers. It's a beautiful concept when you have to talk between two different processes. The bind service will come into the picture, and this happens to be the property of kernel, and that in turn throughout Android framework the bind services and intents are used. Let's take a look at the fragment. Let us see what a fragment is all about. Now it's fairly easy to understand. Like when you all created an application, an activity had in UI, but fragment is different from the way that you have seen the activity in UI. Now, first, the fragment is part of an activity. Now, fragment is not a different program, or it is not a different element. It happens to be a part of the activity. If the activity dies, the fragment dies. If the activity pauses, the fragment pauses, and it's so on and so forth. So the fragment happens to be a part of activity. You can combine multiple fragments in a single activity. Now, when I talk about the fragment, now I can call a fragment as many different slices of the screen. Now you can see in the second example, second UI, you can see two different blocks, right? One is the header and body kind of a thing. Now in an UI, I can have two different blocks, or I can have 5 or 6 or 10 different blocks. And that is how the fragments have designed. Now you can combine multiple fragments in a single activity, which helps us to display multiple screen and reuse the fragment in multiple activities. Now, the fragments you can add, you can delete, you can change, you can do all that. Now, when the orientation changes, you need not have to bring in another UI. You can rescale the fragment and you can replace the fragment on the screen, and you can fill the screen up and you can start using it so that you'll not be calling the UI. So the fragment happens to be very powerful compared to the regular activity and UI programming, and you can do a lot of stuff using fragments. Now, what is the difference between the fragment and activity? I told you the fragment and activity is one. When the activity is created, the fragment also becomes a part of it. Activity is typically a single focused application that a user can perform, such as dial a number, take a picture, send a mail, view a map, etc. Just a single application. Now, when you are using the dialer, something else cannot happen. Now, by creating the fragment, now you can divide the screen into many different pieces, wherein if I want to see a message like a banner data, now I can have a screen wherein constantly my share information will be scrolling on the screen even if the call comes in, or even if I am on the map, right? So that way you can create fragment, and simultaneously all the fragments can work together, or it is up to you how do you want to use it. Fragment is a modular section of an activity with its own life cycle and input events, right? Because it has its own life cycle the way that you have seen the activity, and which can be added or removed. Now, the fragment also has the bundle, and it can store the information in bundle the way that you have seen an activity. Or you can add the fragment, you can remove the fragment that what you have created. And also fragments lifecycle is directly affected by the host of activity lifecycle. As I told you, when the activity passes, fragment passes. When the activity is destroyed, fragment is destroyed, and so on and so forth. Now comes the APK. Now guys, it's very simple. You all have seen how the Dalvik virtual machine comes into the picture. Now when you come to the bottom of the diagram, the APK is generated. It is as simple as such. Now APK stands for Android Packaging Kit. Android Packaging Kit is compressed with the classes UIs, support your assets, and manifests. All these files are compressed into a single file which is called as the APK, that is AAPT, right? Now there is the Android Packaging Kit. That is what you have seen earlier, and it is, again, it has been explained to you. Now this is a beautiful question. Now will Android support any other language other than Java? Now guys, you already have the answer. Do you remember the green block that what I've been talking about? That is the NDK. NDK supports your C and C++. NDK in turn can talk to the kernel. Your Java cannot talk to the kernel, right? That's what you guys have learned. That's what it is. Yes, Android app can be developed in C and C++. It should be used with the NDK, Android NDK, that happens to be the native development kit. So while installing Android, you guys have to install the native development kit too. And Android SDK software development kit. Now both has to be installed to run your applications. Now, when you want to talk to the hardware, like you want to talk to the camera driver, like you want to zoom in, you want to zoom out, and you want to do such stuff, now you have to write an NDK program. That NDK files in turn is called as the .so files, and that in turn will talk to the hardware, and eventually the .so file will talk to the application managers. The application managers will take the data all the way up to the application level, and it has been given to you, and that is where the NDK comes into the picture, right? Now, please do remember, NDK is not a part of your Android course, and NDK is a different animal by itself. And that happens to be a different book, that happens to be a different course, that what you have to take it up. Now is the content provider. Like already you have seen the content provider. Now you got a little more in the shelf. Let us see what a content provider is all about. Now, content provider manage access to the structured set of data. It is a standard interface that connects data in one process with code running in the other process. This is what I told you guys earlier. Now, when you have the data in one process that can be shared by the other process, you may ask me, can you show me what exactly is a content provider in the emulator or in the phone? Now guys, please take a look at your contacts. Contacts is eventually it's an SQLite database. The content provider has come on top of it as a wrapper. Now the contacts can be used by any of the other applications which is running on your phone or the emulator. So as your calendar, so as your SMS, all these are the content providers. Now, if you write your application to store all the movie information and data and all that, what do you do with that information? You'd love to share it with others, right? So bring in a content provider. That way you can start sharing it to others and everybody can start accessing your data, updating the data, and they can do all that. Now, they encapsulate the data and provide mechanisms for defining the data security. Now, the data what is going to go out of your sandbox is going to be a very secured way. Now, the people, they can sign in, they can use the permissions, they can have permissions to use. All that security can come on top of this content providers. Content providers are used to share data between different applications. Obviously, you know that. Now, it is implemented as a subclass of content provider class and must implement a standard set of API that enable another application to perform the transactions. Now, you guys are going to extend the content provider. By extending the content provider, you saw in the diagram that you have onCreate, and there are 4 different functions that what you have seen, and all that functions is being overridden automatically. There is implementable function comes in, and you have to implement those functions in form of the wrapper. Please take a look at the diagram once again. Now let us take a look at the singleton. Now the meaning of singleton itself says it all. That means an object is going to create a single instance. Now let me give you an example. Now you have a server or a login. Now you want to log in by typing in your username and password, or you want to log in by speech recognition, or you want to log in by Facebook or by Google or by LinkedIn. Now all that you do is on the single object. When a guy is trying to log in through the various sources, you don't want to create many objects. No, you want to create a single object. Now however you come in, you have to come in through one single entry. That is what you call it as the single instance. Now the other example could be, you have a Citibank. 1 million people in a day, they want to enter the Citibank. They want to access the data and resources in Citibank, so that you practically cannot create 1 million objects to let 1 million people enter the Citibank. Now that is where we create a single instance, wherein everybody will get only one handle. Through that, the 1 million people, it is only one object is created. Through that, 1 million people can walk into that particular object. And that is the whole idea of creating a single object. Now here, how exactly that we can do this? Now it's fairly simple. Now we have to stop multiple people creating multiple objects. So all that you do is put the constructor into the private area. When you put the constructor into the private area, now people cannot create the object. Then create an instance variable, a static instance function. The user can access the function even without creating the object. And if the object is not created, they're going to create an object being in that static function called as a get instance. Or what they will do, if the object is created, they will return the same instance back to the user. Now guys, if you have a question on this, it is fairly simple for you to take a look. Now let me briefly show you how to get to that. Now let me take one of the examples, and here I'll right click and let me go to new, and let me go to other. Yeah, it's right here, singleton. So just before the activity, you'll get to see the singleton, and I'm just clicking on it, and I'll call this as Citibank. I'm just going to call this as Citibank singleton, and it creates a complete class for me. Now you all can see the most important thing is you have created a static function called as the Citibank, and then you're constructing an object. All right. Now here you have the get instance. Now when the user is trying to use the get instance, you're returning our instance. All right. So what is that you're trying to do? You're creating the object here once, and whenever the people call, you're returning our instance. Now here you have made, please do remember, you have made, this is what I told you, you have made the constructor as the private. When it is private, nobody can create an object. Now the people can access this object only through get instance. Now when they call the get instance, and you always return our instance, what is already been created. And now let 1 million people call, you'll be returning the same address over and over again. And they have simplified it. And this is what is the meaning of singleton, and this is how you guys are going to use the singleton. All right. A singleton class is a class which can create only an object that can be shared by all other classes. Okay, that is your singleton. Now, what is the difference between file, class, activity in Android? This is fairly simple, guys. Now, file is the file. It's a chunk of arbitrary information or resource for storing information. Class, you know the meaning of class. It is a compiled form of Java file. Android uses a class file to produce the executable APK. .class in turn gets converted to APK. This is typically the Java class, and that gets converted to the APK for the execution purpose. Now, when it comes to activity, this has already been explained to you. An activity is comparable to frame window in GUI. Now, in your regular Java, when you go to the frame window, applets and all that, and to that screen, it can be compared. GUI toolkit. It is not a file or a file type. It is just a class that can be executed. Android for loading UI elements on you. Now, in fact, you need not even have to take the difference, or you need not even have to compare yourself with the frame window, GUI and all that. And I have made it very clear to you about the activity. Now, the difference between the activity and UI. UI happens to be a part of the activity. The activity in turn will inflate the UI so that the screen will become visible for you. And the activity as such does all the background job after bringing up the UI element on the screen. Now, that's about your file, class, and activity. This happens to be a very simple question. Now, what is a Dalvik virtual machine? Now, this in fact, we have been discussing over and over again, because you're going to get questions on this. And you already have the answer. Dalvik is the name of Android virtual machine. You guys know about it. The Dalvik virtual machine is an interpreter only virtual machine that executes files in Dalvik executable format, that is .dex format. Now, you guys know how the .class gets converted and all that you have seen in the earlier stages. The virtual machine is register based and can run classes compiled by Java language, compiler that have been altered into the native format using the DEX tools. Now, whatever that you are trying to see here is already been explained to you, and that is what is a Dalvik. And now the Dalvik library in turn is envisioned to provide a familiar development base for the user programming with the Java Standard Edition, but is greatly expected for native small mobile devices. Guys, do you remember that I told you that Dalvik is going to help you to run the application on the small mobile devices when you have the memory constraints, space constraints, processor constraints and all that. And that is where the DM will come handy, and that is where your applications is going to work. And whatever that you guys are seeing here in the question 28 has already been dealt with in the previous slides. What is the significance of DEX files? Now, DEX files is Dalvik executable files which are zipped into a single APK file on the device. Now, the APK file that what you see is nothing other than the DEX file, It has been zipped and it has been put into it with the help of your AAPT that I've already told you, right? Now, text file can be created by translating compiling applications written in Java. And text file is a format that is optimized for effective storage and memory mappable execution. Now, this is something like a old wine in a new bottle. Now, the text is a format that is optimized for effective storage and memory mappable executions. Now, I told you the text files is predominantly it has been used in the smaller gadgets, wherein when you have the memory problem, space problem, processor problem and all that, and it is very efficient in executing in the small environments, in the small devices, and that's where we bring in the text files. So it is almost a repeat. Now comes an interesting stuff called as the toast, and this happens to be the most easiest question that what can ever be asked. Now all that you do is to print the notification for a couple of minutes, we bring in the toast. Now when you set the alarm, now the toast in turn will pop up and it says, hey, you have set the alarm and you're going to wake me up by after 8 hours. Now that is what the toast says, and that is where we use the toast. Toast is normally used to display the short messages, and it comes up on the screen and it vanishes. Now notification automatically fades in and fades out, not accept interaction events. So there is absolutely no interactions, and it just comes for about few milliseconds, and it says that you're going to sleep for 8 hours, and it just vanishes. Now the syntax is this. You say toast dot. So the very minute you type toast, everything will come up for you. Now let me show you this, so it'll be more easier for you to understand. Now I presume that you guys have already written a program. Now here, let me say, just before this, I'll say toast. Now let me call this. The entire thing comes in here, and let me call my this. And here I will say singleton created. Now what it does is this in turn will be shown, this message singleton created will be shown for about a milliseconds at the bottom of the screen somewhere here, and it vanishes by itself, so that it does not have any control. The user cannot click on any key, or they cannot control, or they cannot do much on this particular toast, and it is predominantly used to display the short-term messages. Now, it is not exemptions. What are exceptions in Android? Now, we have already dealt with this. Now, we saw, in fact, I took you all to developer.android.com. I showed you what is the what are the exceptions. I explained the meaning of exceptions in Java. I told you even the sleep has an exception. We'll have the try throw a block on top of it. Very similarly, we have various exceptions which is running in Android, out of which just because this are the most commonly used exceptions. Now I have please refer back, and all these exceptions have been explained to you. What is the use of web view in Android? Now there are two ways of looking at it. One is if you want to bring in the Edureka portal right into your Android without even writing a single line of code, or without even trying to spend too much of time, we can use the web view objects. Now, practically speaking, this web view is a part of Java. It is not the native on Android stuff. That's what I told you earlier. And you're bringing it in. And this in turn can slow down your system. And it's not a real good idea to bring in the web view, because completely this happens to be the Java library. But this in turn will make your life more easier. Now, web view is a view that displays the web page inside your application. All right. Now, if you want to scroll back, if you want to go back to the previous page, next page, home page, it supports all such features and characteristics here. And in order to add web view to your application, you have to add web view. Now, this web view has to be added in your layout, to your XML layout file. Now, let us go quickly take a look now how this in turn will look like. Let me go to one of the activities here. Now, all that you do is you just type in web view. That's it. And content, and that's about it. And this is what is your web view. And probably you may give a handle here. And I'm going to call this as web view. And this is how you're going to declare the web view to use the web view. Okay, that's what is that you guys are seeing here. In order to add WebView to your applications, you have to add WebView element to your XML layout file. That's all that you do. And about 4 lines of code that you can bring in the complete Edureka portal onto Android, right? So that's more easier and it is more simpler. But at the same time, it is slow. Now guys, this is the most important thing. 100% they're going to ask you about the context in Android. What exactly is the context in Android? Now, initially when we started, we had something called as get context. Even today it is there, but this is slightly phased out and the Android, they stopped using it. Instead, they got in this pointer and get activity. Now, this pointer happens to be the address of the object imbibed with the UID, and get activity also does the same thing, so that it very clearly gets the address of the current activity. That is what your get activity will do. But when we look into get based context, this is a kind of dangerous proposition. Like you guys have to know where to use it. Now, you simply cannot say in toast get based context of hello, you're here. No, that is really wrong. Now, get based context in turn is going to reflect on what you're using. Now guys, if you remember, if you go back to the previous slides, 4 components of Android, you all saw context dot start activity, context dot start service, context dot start broadcast. Now, when you look at the start activity, service, broadcast, content provider and all that, the return type is context. Now, we do have something called as the wrapper, that is called as the context wrapper. Now, whatever returns is all the context type, context object. Now, to tell you honestly, the context class happens to be an abstract class. Now, this in turn can return the numerous context. Now, if you are in service, it will return the service context. If you are in activity, it will return the activity context. If you are in broadcast receivers, in broadcast receivers, the context are controlled and it sends that context back to you. Now, guys, you have to be really very careful. You should know what is that you're getting onto your hands. And that is very important to deal with your applications. Now, please do not consider the get based context as this pointer of your object, and it may be confusing. Now, you may feel all the 4 is nothing but at this pointer. It is absolutely wrong. Now, the get based context in turn is very dynamic. When your application is running, depending on the situations and circumstances and whatever the objects that you're dealing with, and that is the address that what it is holding on to. Now, holding on to that address also is very dangerous because the component that what you're holding on to may die, or that in turn may live for a longer time. Now, that in turn will not allow your application to be garbage collected. And these are the problems and these are the memory leaks that can happen. So be aware and be very careful when you're using get-based context. Now, the other way to find out more is go to developer.android.com and you'll get tons of information and do's and don'ts about the get-based context. Now, get application context. Now, for an activity, the parent happens to be the application. Now, the application does not follow the activity life cycle. When the activity dies, the application will not die. So that's a safe haven for the programmers, wherein they would love to keep all the shared preferences data in your applications. Now, so because the application will not die, your variables will not die, right? So guys, please do note, you should not inflate your views. When you're at the time of inflating the views, please do not use the application context to inflate the views. Now, if you do so, now the views in turn will be held by the application forever. The views cannot be garbage collected. So that is where we call it as the memory leak. And you have to know, so this get context, get base context, get application context happens to be a very crucial part of your Android programming, and you have to take a call on it and you have to know what exactly it is even before you use it, right? So these are the crucial stuff, and this is what it means to you. Now, the storage methods in Android. Now guys, we have already checked on this. I told you About the shared preferences, that happens to be the internal storage. Shared preferences store private primitive data and key value pairs. And in fact, I already told you, I took you to the DDMS and I have shown you where the data is stored. Now, whenever you want to give the data, it is for username, give the key called as username. The value will be whatever the user types in. For the password, the key is password, the value whatever the user types in, and that is how it takes. That is how the shared preferences works with the help of the key value pair. Now, internal storage, we have already dealt. Store private data onto the device memory. Now, guys, I have even showed you what exactly is the device memory in your DDMS, and that happens to be the file system, and that happens to be the secured place where you can store your data. Nobody can sneak into it because it comes under the sandbox. External storage happens to be stores public data on the shared external storage. That means onto the SD card you're storing the data. Now, the SQLite database stored in the private database. It is stored in the private database and it is also being pushed into the device memory. Like the way, the place that where you all saw the folder shared preferences, very similarly, it will create a folder called as a database and it will store your SQLite database right there. Now, can you deploy the jar and Android? Which package is supported by it? Guys, please do remember the jar file took its own death. That's about 2 years ago. And when we all used to work on the Eclipse. After Eclipse, we don't use the jar files anymore in Android Studio. In Android Studio, we use the dependencies, the libraries in form of dependencies. Now, no, Android does not support jar deployments. Applications are packed into Android package.apk using Android. Now, asset packaging tools and then deployed onto the Android platform. Now, guys, do remember, jar files are gone and dead long ago, but few of the applications like your Dropbox, they are still using jar files. They may ask you a question. Can you point out where Android Studio is using the jar file? Which application in Android Studio is using the jar file? Now, you can easily say in the Dropbox, you have to go to the library. You have to copy the 2 jar files into it even before you compile your code. And that is where they're using the outdated stuff and they don't consider the jar files anymore in Android Studio. So don't worry about it. Don't try to even go deeper into it. Now, what are containers? Now, containers are the object, it holds the object and widgets together depending on which specific items are needed and in what particular arrangement that is wanted. That means you would rather call the containers relative layout, constraint layouts, percentage library as same. Now, all these guys in turn will help you to call the root layout and they in turn will help you to arrange the widgets right in that particular containers. Now, containers may hold label, field, button, or even child containers as example. Now, that is what it is all about containers. If you have seen the linear layout, you all have learned how to create the child in the linear layout, right? So you can create any number of child. Inside the child, you can create any number of widgets, and that is what is called as the containers. Now, can you change the name of an application after its deployment? It's a big no. We cannot change the name of the application because it comes with a package and with so many other properties. So by changing, you may have to refactor the complete project. So the answer is a big no to it. Do not do that. Now, define Android application resource files. Now, when you're creating the application in resource, we all went to layout and saw values you roughly saw and you came back. Now in animator, you can have all the animations in animator and anim and all the color tables can be declared inside the color and drawable. This is where you can have all your bitmaps, images and all that. Mipmap, you can have various sizes of images. Now, when you're trying to implement, when you're trying to deploy your code onto tab, now you need a different size of bitmaps. Now the same application, when it has to go onto 3-inch device, the bitmap has to change into the smallest of the bitmaps. And then if you're using it on 7-inch phone, the size has to vary. If you're using it on TV, it has to vary. Now the various sizes of your button or the screen or the widgets, you're going to put it in mipmap depending on the device that what you use, it will map onto it by itself. Now XML, now this XML file is yet another interesting thing. Now this XML can be used in for many different reasons, and just for example, when you're writing your search application, now to define the property of search application, we have to define it in the XML file. So we have to create a folder called as XML, and we have to put everything into it. Now in layout, you know all the UIs will come in here, and in values, you know what exactly you saw. You saw the dimensions and all that, and where you can pad the screen, or we can set the values of, you know, what kind of padding you want, and what kind of the padding you want on top or bottom or right or left of the screen and things like that. And menu is where you're going to bring in the menu related stuff, and raw is where you're going to create a folder. Now you can have the consolidated data like a novel, and if you want to convert that into the locale, it is a good idea to bring it in raw. Or if you want to bring in if you want to have a song to be stored, it can be stored in the raw folder and it can be used so as your asset. Now, what is the importance of the emulator in Android? In fact, we discussed about this in the beginning itself. Now, the emulator lets you play around an interface that acts as it were an actual device. Now, I told you very clearly, it is not a rectangle, it is a phone by itself. And it starts the way the phone starts, and it brings up the application, and all the characteristics is imbibed when you create an emulator that is going to be the phone. Now, for testing purpose, you can create 5 different emulators, 5 different sizes, 5 different stuff you can create, and you can test your applications on it. Now, it is the best way to test your applications by having many emulators. How are escape characters used as attribute? Guys, this is Java question. The escape character are preceded by double \\. For example, if you want to write /n, you have to write //n. For /t tab, //t, and so on, right? It is just about the double \\. Now, what is an NDK? Now, NDK happens to be a very important part of your development. This happens to be the native development kit, and in this NDK stands for the native development kit, and you normally get to write your C and C++ code, the .so library, to communicate with your kernel. And after that, it spools in the data and it gives it back to the application managers, or it gives it back to the application. And that is how it builds a bridge between the application and the kernel. Now, broadcast receivers. Now, this receivers in turn can listen to the system level events. For example, a call is coming in. The broadcast receiver knows that a call is coming in, and you're not able to handle the call. The broadcast receiver knows. Or when an SMS comes in, the broadcast receiver knows about it. Or if you're writing a healthcare device, and if it has to pump the data, if that has to broadcast the data to your application, and you'll have a broadcast receiver right in your application, and that'll be listening to the devices. Now, that is what it is. And even the second line, he says that you'll be listening to the events like incoming call, SMS, or from any of the other hardwares. That is what is your broadcast. Now, broadcast receiver helps in responding to broadcast messages from the other application or from the system. Now, as I told you, it can be a different device. Even that in turn can broadcast a message to you, and a remote message, and you guys can receive it. Now, predominantly, broadcast receivers will help globally. Now, you can listen to the broadcast which has been broadcasted by any application. Now, when you broadcast, all the other application can listen to what you have been broadcasting. Now, that is where it helps, and anybody can listen to you. Now, in fact, previously I told you how many types of broadcasts are available, all that I have already mentioned. And to use the broadcast, you have to extend the broadcast receiver. Just by using this extend broadcast receiver, you're going to get an implementable function called as onReceive. Right inside this function, you guys can bring in your intent, you can check. Now here you got context and intent. Now guys, please note, this is the context that what I was talking about. Now when you're in this environment, the meaning of this context is different. So be careful. Now it's a controlled, you're inside the controlled environment, When you say context, this is not your this pointer, please do remember. And using the intent, you can check from whom I am receiving the broadcast, right? And if you don't check that, and you have to be careful, even a virus will be creeping into your application, so that it's a good practice to check where the intent, now who is sending me the broadcast, and then go ahead about it, right? So that's the best way to use the broadcast. Now, what are the security measures which has been taken in Android, and what makes the Android secure? Now, first of all of you know the Android application is a sandbox that is popularly and allow limited access to the information that is very private to the private and sensitive for the user. Now, as I told you, the sandbox information cannot be used by or seen by the other applications, by the other sandbox. So that itself is very secured. And then you can also set the permission on top of your program. And when the user is trying to use your application, they have to use the same permission to use your application, right? Now, and also you have the encryption scenario for all your messages. Now, whatever that you're trying to send between the applications, it has all been crypted. So it is very safe. You need not have to worry about it, right? So even when you're trying to send the SMS or WhatsApp or whatever it is all secured because it has all been crypted. And at the same time, the agreements, the user term, everything has been taken care of. Then apart from that, you have something called as the enterprise security that happens to be the device policies. Now, if you use this enterprise security, you can even control every variable the other application uses, because this device policies in turn is going to come in form of a wrapper on top of your application. The security application can watch at every point of time what exactly is happening in your application. Even if you want to use a variable, the super has to give, meaning the device policy has to authenticate. Only after the device policy gives a permission to you, your application will start working. And that is how the device policy has come in form of a security for the enterprise applications. And secondly, as I told you, the file system is very safe and secured, but people have hacked it. Now that shatters your thought, isn't it? And to hold onto it and to secure the file system, now the cipher, they have come up with the crypting scenario, and we can use the cipher that happens to be the third-party library, and you can crypt the complete data what you have in the file system or your SQLite. Now, as I told you earlier about the ADB, now it's called as the Android Debug Bridge, and what it stands for. Now, whatever you guys do in IDE can be dealt at the command prompt using the ADB. Now, ADB stands for Android Debug Bridge, and it's a command line tool that is used to communicate with the emulator instance. And now, in fact, I can give you some simple examples when it comes to ADB. Now, I can ask for ADB device. Note, you have the emulator 5554 device, and this is the emulator that what you're running on, and it says, hey, this is the device. And you can use the ADB port forwarding. Now watch, I can just bring in the ADB port forwarding here, and you can use the ADB port forwarding. And you can use the ADB to install package, to uninstall package, and to watch the logcat. Now I can say ADB, let me say logcat, right? Now look at this. This is all the logcat information that what you guys are able to see here. Now if you want to, it is also possible for you to pipe the logcat information into a folder. All right, so I'll say ADB logcat. Now I can also pipe the entire thing to logcat.txt. Now everything goes right there into the logcat folder, and that is how you can pipe it. Now, like this, the ADB can used for numerous purposes, and you can completely avoid your IDE when it comes to ADE, and everything, ADB, everything can be done via the ADB. Now, the ADB in turn will deal with the client and server, which runs on your development machine. You can invoke client from shell by using ADB command. Another ADB tools such as DDMS are also created by ADB clients. Now, as I told you, whatever you guys do in IDE, it can be invoked by the ADB commands. Now, guys, please visit your developer.android.com and you'll get to see tons of ADB commands right there. And you simply copy that onto the terminal and it works the way you want. Now, the server, which runs in the background process on your development mission, the server manages to communicate between the client ADB daemon and running emulator on the device. Now, guys, when we practically look at Android, now Android in turn has got two different variations. One happens to be the client and server. Now, server is a very thin line and it is a bridge that what it is trying to connect your hardware with the client. In between, the server is running. Now, whenever the server collapses, now the client also will collapse. That is when we will get to use the ADB called as a kill server, and we'll call ADB start server to bring up the server. Once if you are able to bring up the server, this in turn will recreate the bridge between the client and the hardware. And that is where the server comes into the picture, and the server in turn, ADB, that is a daemon process that is going to run on your emulator on your device. All right. So the daemon which runs, just the meaning of the daemon, which runs the background process on each emulator device instances. Right. So once the very minute the daemon dies, now even the client dies. So in between the server has to build a bridge. Now, how do we pass the data from one activity to the other activity? Guys, it is very simple. We use something called as bundle. Now, the bundle works in form of the key value pair. Now, if we say b.putString, you want to put the data in form of putString. And this email that what you guys are seeing here, it happens to be the key, and abc@xyz.com is the value. Now, this is how you put the data into the bundle. So after that, whatever the intent that you have created, that you have formed in the beginning, you're calling that intent I, you're calling put extras, and you're just trying to put the bundle into it. And that is how you're going to make the bundle as a part of the intent. After that, you're going to call start activity of intent, and that in turn will fire the other activity, and this data is sent to the other activity, and this is how the bundles can be used. Now, the orientation in Android is very simple. The landscape or the portrait, like when you tilt the phone, the data in the phone changes the way that you make it as landscape or portrait or whatever it is, and that is what we call it as orientation. Orientation helps to represent the layout in row or column. Values are set either to horizontal or vertical. Like the way you rotate your phone, the orientation changes. Okay, it can be set using set orientation. Now, the set orientation in turn will let you set the orientation dynamically. Now, what database is used in Android? This is a very good question. How does it differ from client-server database management system? Now, guys, you all would have looked into Oracle. Now, the Oracle, the server, the definition of server is very different in Oracle. And here in Android, it is a very lightweight database which has been created by SQLite. SQLite is open source relational database, and SQLite engine is serverless. Now, it has got nothing to do with the servers. Like the Oracle, it is serverless, transactional, and self-contained. Now, it is an independent SQLite. As you all saw in your Android stack, SQLite was a part of it. Instead of typical client-server relationship of most database management system, the SQLite engine is integrally linked to the application. It has been built in to the Android. No, it is not different. It is not a third-party library. Now, library can also be called dynamic and makes use of simple function calls that reduce latency in database, right? They're trying to bring in the maximum speed into the SQLite and they're trying to get the best out of it. But just to keep you informed, Oracle is phasing out the SQLite and they're coming up with the other better database. Now, what exactly is sensor? Can you list all the 4 types that what normally we use it in sensor is what it is all about? Now, let us take a quick look. Now, when we use the sensor manager, now the sensor manager in turn will return what kind of sensors are available with your device. Now, take that sensor. The class creates an instance of a specific sensor, providing method that allow you to determine its capabilities. Now, when you have a compass, what the compass can do, it gives the capability here Or when you have the accelerometer, what it can do, it gives the capabilities here. Then we have another class called as a sensor event. Now, this class provides information on sensor event by creating sensor event object. Now, what it can do, because as I told you, like when it is accelerometer, what it can do, when it is compass, that what it can do, the qualities and behaviors will change. Now, to that, what you guys can do is you can add the sensor event listeners. Just by adding the sensor event listeners, whenever the direction changes in compass, and it reports the sensor event listener saying that the compass is changed. And the event listener in turn will show you where exactly the north is and south is in your compass, and that is how it works. So we have various sensors available in the sensor manager, and all the sensors has the same functionality to use, and using this you'll get to know how the sensors will work. This is fairly simple. Now almost we are getting to the end of the session. What exactly is ANR? That means Android not responding. In fact, we started off discussing when we started off with threads and services. Now, this in turn happens when the activity's main thread has got too much of work to perform. That is when the ANR is populated, and that is when it throws the ANR. Now, to avoid ANR, an application should perform lengthy database or networking operation in the separate threads. Now guys, I told you, even if it does in the separate thread, the choreographer in turn will start throwing an error. Now that is where we have to shift this onto the services. Now it can be passed on to the intent services. Now when it can be passed on to the intent services, I told you, this intent services is something that it takes up the job and it goes on executing the job once. If the job is executed, it stops by itself. But the other service will run forever. It will not stop unless and until you ask the service to stop. All right. So that's about it when it comes to the ANR. Now, what is AIDL? This is the Android interface definition language. Now, the AIDL in turn is going to create an interface. That interface will be used by the process A and process B, so that interface will create a bridge between the process A and process B, so that you can start sending the data from one process to the other process. And that is what is your AIDL. Now, what are the data types supported by AIDL? Meaning what I can pass from one process to the other process. I can pass a string, list, map, character sequence, and then the native data types like integer, long, character, boolean. All this can be passed onto these are the data types what your ADL supports. Apart from the data type, you have a possibility that you can still pass the objects also, and this is what it is all about with the ADL.
This video covers everything that you need to know about the roles and responsibilities of an Android developer and what should you do in order to become a successful Android developer. So let me just quickly walk you guys through the agenda of this session, okay? So first I'll be discussing who is an Android developer, what are his basic roles and responsibilities, and so on. Moving further, I'll be talking about why become an Android developer. That is, why should you choose Android development as your career option? Followed by which I'll be discussing how to start learning Android development, and also we'll be discussing few job roles for an Android developer. I hope the agenda was clear to you guys, and I also suggest you to subscribe to Edureka YouTube channel to never miss out an update on the trending technologies. And also hit the bell icon to never miss out any notifications from our channel. Alright? So let's get started. Have you ever been awestruck by the way an application is designed and made you guys wonder how exactly it is built? Did you also know that it is a team of Android developers who are responsible for this? So, who exactly is an Android developer? Android developer is someone who makes our lives easy by developing corresponding mobile or desktop applications which will help us in our day-to-day life activities. So if you would ask me who exactly is an Android developer, I would say he or she is a software developer who specializes in designing applications for the Android marketplace. This means that the role of an Android developer in an organization is to create applications with regards to what domain your company works on. Like, say, for example, if you want to have an application which holds the records, that is, world records of people who have achieved something in their life. Like, say, for example, if you want an application to hold all the details regarding the people who have won Oscar awards, Filmfare awards, and so many things. Would you prefer reading about each one of them online, or would you just prefer having an application which holds all these records? It would make our lives easier, right? Like, say, for example, we have another application called InShorts. InShorts is an application which helps us read the latest news within 60 words, which is mainly related to business, sports, movies, technologies, and many more. So you can develop these kind of applications if you know the basics of Android development. So these Android developers are the people who are considered as a backbone for any application that you use. Talking about the day-to-day life activities, we use applications for everything, right? Even from a very simple application that is WhatsApp to a gaming application, PUBG, Candy Crush, Word Cookies, and so many applications, we prefer using Android. So these are the people who are responsible for creating these kind of applications and help us live a better life. And as an Android developer, you need to be very clear with your job posting and your responsibility. This video will help you guys understand how exactly you can become an Android developer. So I've noted down a few key roles and responsibilities of an Android developer. So have a look, guys. These roles and responsibility actually define who can be a successful developer. He or she should have the ability to design and develop an Android applications. You need to possess a very strong programming language skill. This is a must, guys. You need to be well versed with front end and back end technologies like JavaScript, HTML, and so on. Should work in coordination with the design and the testing team in order to develop better product with fewer bugs. And you should also know how to deal with the bugs. This is where software testing comes into picture. You need to understand how to develop an application with fewer bugs. You need to learn how to work with different APIs and data sources that are available. You need to be well versed in handling situations where you will be given tasks to run applications on different platforms, and also you'll be asked to work on different APIs at times. So you should be able to work with different APIs. Knows how to fix bugs, this is a must, and also continuous evaluation and discovering new technologies and exploring them. You need to have a clear notion of what you must develop, have an idea about how you can go around with the things, and learn how to deal with bugs by yourself. So now the next question you would ask is, why choose the role of an Android developer when there are so many other development job roles? Let's see what are the major reasons to become an Android developer. So I would say there are n number of job roles for development purpose. But when you talk about Android development, the standard is a little too high. This is because applications that are created will have a number of people who consider using it. Android development is one such field where you'll find no shortage of job roles. I'm going to be quoting this point, guys, because there is a lot of vacancies in a lot of companies out there who try to get Android developers to their companies, who try to get in a lot of experienced guys for their company. So this is the best opportunity for you to grab those options and also try preparing for the role of an Android developer. So there are so many reasons why you should go for Android development, but some notable ones among them are namely the license. Okay. So Android is an open source platform, and hence it reduces the package licensing cost and adds up on the low investment and also high return on investment ratio. Android also has a vast community which allows you to directly interact with the developers themselves in case you're facing any problems. So this is something interesting, guys. So people would prefer using an open source platform, and also the package licensing is less when it is compared to other development tools. And another major reason would be Android is an evolving platform. Applications that are created are either gaining a lot of popularity or are rated top on the Google Play Store. Google keeps changing certain functionalities and releasing new versions every now and then. So you get updates on a regular basis, which include improvised features that are added to your application. So you keep getting updates every now and then, right? So this is the advancement of the Android developers behind the updates. So this is a challenging task to develop something that can catch an eye of any user. I think you people might know how WhatsApp was in the beginning, like even Facebook for that matter, how it was in the beginning and how it is now. The UI is completely changed. And also there are so many other features which are added on to these applications. And the next reason would be it is easy to adopt. Like, say, for example, if you're working on any technology like software testing, full stack development, you would find it easy to know how Java programming language is one among the foremost trusted languages that are used to develop applications. It is also true to say that any user with the pure knowledge on Java can easily develop an Android application. All you need to do is have the basic knowledge of Java, and it is also not recommended to learn every other programming language, but Java is the must. Okay, so this holds the base for any Android development. The next one would be it is easy to learn. All right, so any fresher or an experienced person who wants to shift from one job profile to another, like say if he wants to shift from a full stack developer to an Android developer, it would be easy for him to learn about Android in detail. So the developers out there would definitely feel that the time invested in learning how to develop an Android application is comparatively less than what they invest in other technologies. Having the basic knowledge of Java and scripting languages like Perl, PHP, and so on, the job is done. So it is easy for freshers, experienced, or people who are just 2 years into any job role. So these are the major reasons why you should go for Android development. Now, talking about the job roles, there are n number of job roles for Android development. They are namely mobile application developer. So this mobile application developer is going to vary based on the level of experience and the type of the application platform that he's working on. This application developers often have the duty of creating, maintaining, and implementing the source code that makes up the application or the program. This mobile application developers may also be responsible for designing the prototype application and also indicate the program unit structure. They also need to have certain skill set like application design, software design, coding in a programming languages like Java or Kotlin, native application writing ability, and so on. So this is about mobile application developer. Now talking about Android engineer. So don't be confused, guys. Mobile application developer is different from Android engineer. So let me just quickly walk you guys through what exactly an Android engineer does. So this Android engineer should be able to translate the designs and wireframes into a high quality code. They should also be able to design, build, and maintain high performance, reusable, and reliable Java code. You should also be well versed in programming languages like Java and Kotlin. As Kotlin is a new growing programming language, Kotlin is also more preferred when you talk about Android development programming. Or he or she should identify and correct the bottleneck and fix the bugs that arise in an application. And talking about the skills that are required to become an Android engineer, you should have strong knowledge of Android SDK and also have worked with different versions of Android and also how to deal with bugs that arise in an application. You should be familiar with RESTful APIs to connect Android applications to the backend services. Should have strong knowledge of Android UI design principles, patterns, and best practices. Should also be able to design applications around the user interface. So these are the two major job profiles that people look for. And talking about other major job roles that are there in the market, we have mobile architect, embedded software engineer, lead software engineer for mobile application development, right? So these are the job roles that are currently on fire in the market. Now talking about who can become an Android developer, Android application developers can follow an easy pathway to become a successful Android developer since they already have an idea about how the applications should work. However, if you're just beginning your career as an Android developer and wish to build a strong career in this field, you can take up Android development training that is offered by Edureka. So this is how cool you can just work with Android development. Now talking about the job trends of Android development, Android application development is on the Forbes list of the most wanted technical skills in 2019. It is one such technology that offers evergreen job opportunities. Like I mentioned, vacancies in this field never dies. So to grab some handful of jobs on Android development, let's take a look at the job trends. Okay, according to the Stack Flow, you can see that Android development jobs are taking a toll over here. So you can see that it is beating the SQL job roles that are present. iOS is still on lead, and also cloud tops the list in this case. And you can see that Android is also making its move to the top position. As the market demand is growing for Android, mobile application development is increasing in India and other countries. Developers who have knowledge and experience will bag an awesome package in this industry, guys. And it is also true that there is approximately 25,000 openings for Android mobile application development in India. This is in India alone, guys. Now, talking about other countries like US, you have 50,000 openings for Android development. This number shows a huge amount of growth in the field of Android. Now, this was about the job trends. You can see that how Android is growing every day. Now, talking about the salary acquired by an Android developer, this would be a lot. According to an online resource, Glassdoor, for a fresher, the actual salary is close to 4 LPA, and it keeps increasing with the number of years of experience. And the average base salary of an Android developer in New York is close to $108,000. And this is 11% more than the national average salary. So think about the other countries or other places across the globe. You can see that in a major city like New York, it's close to $108,000. So this is the average base salary, guys. Now think about the actual pay that you might get when you become an experienced profession and start working your way out across the things. And also the number of job vacancies are increasing, so the salary is also pretty damn good. So this graph here shows the salary trend of the year 2019. Just look at the median line over here. You can see that it is growing constantly. Notice the rise in the median salary acquired. It is close to 65,000 euros per year, which means it's quite a lot of money, guys. So go out there, back these job roles, and kickstart your learning. So now that you guys have understood who exactly is an Android developer and what are the current job trends and salary acquired by them, let's move ahead and take a look at how exactly you can become a successful Android developer. So in order to become a successful Android developer, you have to be well versed in different topics under Android development umbrella, including the skill set. Now let's get to the practical part of the session where you'll understand how to get started with Android development. So the first thing you need to do is install the Android Studio. So I would also prefer using IntelliJ here, guys. So this is because ever since Google has announced Kotlin as its preferred programming language, people are drifting their focus towards Kotlin rather than being in Java. So people who like using Java for Android development would consider using Android Studio, and you can also use Kotlin over there. Now talking about Kotlin, Kotlin is a statically typed programming language. So it is easier to implement the use cases and compiling a program in Kotlin. So people are drifting their focus here. So Kotlin is a product of JetBrains and IntelliJ is also the same. So it is recommended for you to use IntelliJ if you're working with Kotlin. So there is another tutorial video for this itself. You can just click on the link in the description below, which helps you in understanding how exactly you can run a Kotlin program using IntelliJ. Now getting started with Android Studio, I've worked on both of these platforms, that is Android Studio and IntelliJ. So I would just show you guys how exactly you can do this. So the first thing you need to do is install the Android Studio or IntelliJ. So I've already installed in my system. So let me just quickly show you guys how exactly you can do this. So let me just type Android Studio. Yeah, click on the first link over here. Yeah, you can see that there is a box here which says download Android Studio for Windows. Okay, so you just have to click here and it'll be downloaded as soon as that. Okay, now talking about IntelliJ download. Yep, as it is a product of JetBrains, it'll be similar to PyCharm. So you can just download the community edition because the ultimate version is licensed. You can only get a free trial here. So go for the community edition and click on download. So let me just quickly open IntelliJ for you guys. Yeah, you can see that it is loading. Okay, the tip of the day. Okay, so this is the IntelliJ workspace, guys. So the first thing I'll be doing is create a new project. Go to File, go to New Project. Okay, you'll be asked for these options here. So I'll be working with mobile development, so mobile and iOS. Click on Next. Automatically import. Click on Next. Okay, so I'm going to name this as Demo. The project name would be Demo and click on Finish. New window. So this is the IntelliJ workspace, guys. So you can see that the name of the project is present over here. It has Gradle libraries, the IntelliJ IDE libraries, the application libraries, and also it has Gradle properties as well. And the first thing I'll be doing is go to applications, the source field, and under the source field we have common main, common test, iOS main, iOS test, and main. So I'll be going to the main Java sample where I'll be getting a small Kotlin project or a Kotlin program over here. You can see that I did not write this program. It was already present as the main activity, right? So it has created a class called main activity of the type app compact activity. And this is the code under this class. All right. So this is how simple you can work with IntelliJ for Android development. Talking about Android Studio, let me just quickly open it. Yeah, Android Studio. So this is the Android Studio workplace. All right. I have a few files open over here. Let me just quickly close them. So I'll just create a new project just like how we did in Kotlin. Here you have the ability to write a program in Java or Kotlin. Like empty activity, my application. See, you can either choose Kotlin or Java. I'm going to choose Java and click on Finish. The name of the application is my application. So this is why you can write your code here. So you can see that the application Gradle is building. All right. So this is the project, guys. There is already a piece of code over here, right? You can see that the two phases of these exist. One is for design and the other one is for text. Where text is a backend process where you can add any of your code over here and it will reflect on your design. These are called the palette, where you can just drag and drop any of these features or buttons, widgets, and so many things onto your view. So let me just quickly drop a button. Yeah, you can see that the button is dropped over here. Yeah, I can just edit the size of this button using these functions or these parameters over here. Yeah, text size is 14. All right. So this is how you can work with Android Studio, guys. I hope you guys are clear with this. Like I mentioned, it is very easy to deal with Android Studio and also IntelliJ platform. You can choose either of these IDEs, or you can also choose any of the programming languages that you like, namely Kotlin and Java. So the final topic would be, how can you become an Android developer? What should I do in order to become a successful Android developer? So in order to become a successful Android developer, you need to be well versed in different topics under Android development umbrella, including the skill set. So these are the few notable skills that you should master in order to bag the role of an Android developer. So I've created a roadmap over here. You can see that the first one would be, you need to possess the basic knowledge of Java, Kotlin, Android SDK, and should be familiar with different versions of Android. You should be proficient in programming languages like Java and Kotlin, and you should also have strong knowledge of Android UI design principles. Next up, we have advanced skill set, that is decent knowledge of SQL, where you should know how to handle the database, bugs, and how exactly you can work around with the SQL. And also you should have proficient understanding of code version tools, including Git. Now, Git is one of the major coding platforms, so you should know how exactly you can work with code. Familiar with RESTful APIs that connect Android applications and backend services. Should have working experience with offline storage, threading, and performance tuning. Moving ahead to the professional skill set that you need to possess, that would be, should have the ability to design the application around UI, such as touch and so on. Should have the ability to understand the business requirement and translate them into technical requirement. Okay, so should be very sound in technical knowledge, and also should be familiar with cloud message APIs and push notifications. Should understand the working of Google Android design principle and interface guidelines, and should also be very familiar with continuous integrations. So mastering these skills will help you grow as a successful Android developer. And also do note that you can be a successful Android developer if you start working towards your goal from now on. And also Edureka offers Android application development training, where you'll be taught by top practitioners who are working full time developing complex mobile applications. So this program is primarily designed for programmers who want to learn and have the thirst to learn how to create mobile applications on the Android platform. At the end of the certification course, you'll be given a certificate of completion, which will be helpful for you as a whole if you want to get into this awesome role of Android developer. And also, you'll be given assignments at the end of each module. And also, you'll be having a lifetime access to the course that you're pursuing. You'll also be getting a 24/7 online support, which will be helpful for you if you have any queries related to the course. At the end of this course, you'll be working on a project as well. Hands down, and kickstart your learning with Edureka now. This video mainly focuses on the Android developer salary, okay? But before we get started with this session, let's take a quick look at the agenda. First of all, I'll be starting off with who exactly is an Android developer, followed by which I'll be discussing about the job trends in this field, and also we'll take a look at the salary acquired by an Android developer based on the experience and the location. Okay, so these are the topics that we'll be covering in this session, guys, and also I hope the agenda was clear to you. And don't forget to subscribe to Edureka YouTube channel to never miss out an update on the trending technologies, and stay connected with us. So let's get started. There are close to 3 million smartphone users across the globe, and surprisingly, the mobile applications usage is growing very vigorously. Therefore, this results in the rise in demand for Android application development certification. So, who exactly is an Android developer? An Android developer is someone who makes our lives very easy by designing and developing corresponding mobile or desktop applications. So you might have come across all these applications like namely WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, Quora, and many more, right? So these are Android applications which are developed by an Android developer. An Android developer is basically a software developer who specializes in designing applications for the Android market. So this means that the role of an Android developer in a particular organization is to create applications with regard to what the company works on. Also, you can create very simple applications like calendar, calculator, and so on, up to complex level applications like gaming applications mainly. That would be Candy Crush, PUBG, and many more. So, this Android developer is referred to a key in the field of Android development. So, he or she is a major reason for the development or advancement in the field of Android development. Now, talking about the job trends in the market for this role of Android developer, you can see that the demand has been increasing from a past few years. This chart here shows Android market growth in terms of number of installs. This chart displays the total number of installs that have taken place between the year 2011 and 2019. So this displays the total number of installs for all active applications. So there are so many applications in the market right now which currently works on Android. So these are the number of installs. You can see that it has been gradually increasing exponentially. You can see that the number of installs are in billion. So if you see that the graph is gradually increasing, you can see that we have already reached close to 250 billion installs. I wouldn't be surprised if we reach close to 500 or 1000 billion in this case. So this is where Android lies. Also, check out the market trend for Android. It is also predicted to grow around 100 billion USD by 2022. You can see that the growth of Android is going to be at its peak by 2022. Also, the global mobile application development market is likely to expand at the rate of 14% CAGR during the forecast period of 2016 to 2019, owing to the entire market of smartphones, asserts mobile market research future, and so on. You can see that the CAGR is close to 14%. So, yeah, you can expect a lot of growth in the field of Android development. Also, this opens the door for the role of an Android developer. So you need to prepare or brace yourself to understand the concept of mobile application development and do master the skills. There's another video by Edureka that is how to become an Android developer. So do check out that video to get more information regarding how exactly you can fit into the role of an Android developer. Right now, moving ahead, we have Android developer salary. So the salary of an Android developer is based on a few factors like experience and location. Okay. Guys, let's move ahead and take a look at the salary acquired by an Android developer. So I've acquired few information regarding how much does an Android developer make in a year. So this will be mainly focused on India and the US, like I mentioned. So first, let's discuss about the Android developer salary based on the experience. So Android developer salary depends heavily on the level of experience. The more experienced the developer is, the higher the salary is, which is hardly very surprising. So take a look at this graph over here. You can see that an entry level Android developer salary is close to 76,000 US dollars per year on an average. So this is excluding the bonus and the overtime pay that you get. So this is the high amount of money that you're going to be earning as an entry level Android developer. 76,000 is not a joke, guys. And an average junior Android developer salary stands up to 98,000 US dollars. Whereas a senior Android developer salary is highly determined by the number of years of experience he has. So the average total compensation for an Android developer with 10 to 20 years of experience amounts to $114,000. And a developer who has more than 20 years of experience can expect to earn at least 130,000 US dollars on an average. So this is on an average, guys. So people who have more than 20 years of experience can expect more than what it is mentioned over here. Now, talking about the pay scale in India based on the experience, the pay scale might vary with the number of years of experience you have. Okay. So in India, an entry level developer may earn up to a minimum of 2.3 LPA. And the upper limit, however, depends on the skill set that you have and also the knowledge about the subject. So on an average, an Android developer can easily earn up to 4,50,000 rupees. Now take a look at the survey which was conducted by Indeed for Android development. These are still the highest salaries that are reported by Indeed, with an average of 122,851 US dollars per year. This is a golden opportunity for you guys to actually start preparing yourself for the role of Android developer. Also, Payscale has some amazing records about Android development salary. So have a look at this. So the median salary range for an Android developer in India is close to 2,04,000 rupees. Okay, so this is the median, guys. It might vary based on the experience you have and also your skill set, especially. Now, talking about the US, the median salary range would be around 81,948 US dollars. So there is a good opportunity for you guys to bag these job roles. And also the senior level Android developer with 1 to 4 years of experience will make around 345K US dollars per year. And also this might vary based on your organization. So to get a clear picture of this, take a look at this graph by Payscale. So you can see that a fresher with 1 to 4 years of experience will get close to 3,45,000 in hand, followed by which we can see that 5 to 9 years of experienced developers will get close to 7,87,000 rupees. And also developers who have 10 to 19 years of experience will get close to 1 million. You can see that the graph is gradually increasing, right? So this is exactly why the demand for the role of Android developer is also increasing. And also the job vacancies in the field of Android development is also increasing. So you have many job roles like mobile application developer, Android engineer, mobile architect, embedded software engineer for mobile application development, and lead software engineer for mobile application development. So these are the very known job roles in the field of Android development. And also people are trying to adopt themselves to Android development because it is license free. As Android is an open source platform, it reduces the package licensing cost. So people are eventually trying to adopt themselves to Android. And Android is an evolving platform, so all the applications that you use get updates on a regular basis, right? So you will not be working with the same version again, so you will have some improvisations in it. So this is another major reason why people are shifting their focus to Android. And it is easy to adopt and easy to learn. So if you've worked on technologies like software testing, full stack development, you would find it easy to know how Java works. As it is easy to learn, the time you would invest in learning how to develop an application is comparatively less when you talk about other technology. Okay, now talking about the salary acquired by an Android developer based on the location. There are major countries or subcontinents across the globe where Android development is a booming technology and the demand has also been drastically increasing. Take a look at the salary acquired by an Android developer with their location specified. So the salaries of an Android developer varies geographically. So in India, the major cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, Gurgaon, and so many other cities, the salary that they provide for an Android developer is a little high. So in Delhi, you get close to 5 lakh per annum, and Mumbai, it is 4.8 lakh. Bangalore, it is 4.8. It might not be 4.8, it will be more than that. And talking about Chennai, Chennai provides close to 4.6 lakhs per annum. Gurgaon is 4.8. Ahmedabad is 4 lakhs. So on an average, I can see that it is close to 5 lakhs per annum. Okay. So an Android developer in India can easily make up to 5 lakhs per annum. And talking about the Android developer salary in European countries, you can see that Switzerland gives up to 82,878 US dollars. Norway is close to 71,000 US dollars. Denmark is 70 again. So on an average, I would say it comes up to 60 or 70K US dollars. Okay. So this is not a very small amount. So this is the average number of salary acquired by an Android developer. Now talking about the future of Android development. Like I mentioned, there are close to 3 million smartphone users across the world. So the number will be increasing drastically in the next few years. And eventually, everything that is present on your desktop will come onto your mobile application, that is, Android application. So the number of people who are trying to create something innovative or design something very efficient can take up this Android development certification, because everything that we use on a day-to-day life basis is Android. So fix your focus and kickstart your learning with Edureka now. Android versus iOS. The face-off between the two leading platforms. Welcome to this session on Android versus iOS. So first we'll start off with taking a look at the agenda for this session. So first I'll be discussing about the market shares of these platforms, followed by which I'll be discussing the parameters based on which I'll be comparing both Android and iOS. And then we'll take a look at the major differences between them. And finally, we'll wrap up this session by taking a look at which platform you should go for. I think the agenda was clear to you guys, and I also suggest you to subscribe to our Edureka YouTube channel to never miss out any updates on the latest technologies, and hit the bell icon to never miss any notifications. Alright, so let's get started. Now, when you talk about application development, Android and iOS lead the line. This is because of their popularity, efficiency, customer satisfaction, and many more. And more likely, Android and iOS are like two faces of the same coin. I've seen a lot of people who've switched from Android to iOS, and also people who've switched from iOS to Android. But the switching is not very easy. You need to get accustomed with a lot of things, alright? Now, talking about their market share, Google's Android holds close to 88% of the market share, which might seem like a better choice. But can you ignore the high monetization prospects that Apple's iOS platform offers? The first simple solution that you can think of would be to develop both these platforms simultaneously. But one major drawback is every company does not have a budget for it. Now, how exactly these both work? Android is like free of cost, right? You can just go to the Play Store, download a few apps that you want, that's it. But what about iOS? iOS has another procedure which it follows, right? Now you can take a look at this graph over here. To the number of Android users and iOS users from the past 1 year, that is from 2018 to 2019 September. So you can see that Android users are actually on top. So that is because the Android devices which are manufactured are very high, and many people across the world prefer using Android because of the cost. But when you talk about the quality and applications or the security which iOS provides, people would opt for iOS, but that is not in range, guys. iOS is a little too costly compared to Android. So the cost that you're going to be spending on Android is less, and the cost that you're going to be spending on iOS is going to be a little more. Now you can see that Android leads in the section of mobile development. And this is a demography where you can see that the number of customers using Android and iOS. And here also you can see that Android leads with a solid 74.45%. This is way too massive, guys. This is about their market share, guys. Now, in total, if I have to sum up this entire market share of Android and iOS, Android has scored a goal over here. Because, like I mentioned, the cost, which is actually the first factor which anybody would look out for. And people who look out for security and more other features which is not provided by Android. But when you talk about security features which are not present in Android, iOS is going to be leading the industry there. But overall, Android actually leads the market, guys, for the year 2018 and 19. So now that you guys have understood the market share for Android and iOS, let's move ahead and discuss the parameters based on which I'll be comparing both Android and iOS. So these are the parameters, guys. I'll be comparing them based on their development complexity, their cost, the programming languages which is used, the security, and the speed. Now let's start pointing out the major difference between them. So Android has a very high development complexity. So it normally takes around 30 to 40% more time to develop an application on Android rather than doing it on iOS. Okay. So the development complexity, like I mentioned, in Android is a little high compared to iOS. Now talking about cost. Like I mentioned, cost is a major factor which people would look out for. And now Android costs more due to higher testing period. iOS does not require more testing So the cost which you're going to be investing on the development purpose is going to be less. Now that's another reason why iOS devices or Apple iPhones are a little too costly, because the development cost is less, but the investment on the company and the product is going to be more. So that's the reason the device is a little too costly. Now, talking about the programming language, Android mainly requires Java and Kotlin, which is actually very easy to learn and understand. Whereas in iOS, you need to have basic knowledge of Objective-C or Swift for native development. This is also a little too tough, guys, because Java is an open source programming language and most of the people out there know how Java works. I know it is a little too complicated when it is compared to Python, but yeah, Objective-C or Swift is a little too tough when it is compared to Java. Okay? Now, talking about the security, Android is not very secured when it is compared to iOS, but iOS is highly secured. You're going to be paying so much, but it is worth spending so much money on something that is going to keep you secure, right? Now, talking about the speed, Android has a faster mean download, but when you talk about iOS speed, it is much faster than Android. So you can see that here we've actually got into a tie. That is, Android has its own advantages and iOS has its own plus points. So which platform should you work on in order to develop the right application? Now, choosing the right platform for application development depends solely on the user. Although the user has the vision of selecting the right one which is more suitable for his organization, there may be a lot of Android users across the world, but the quality and the resistance that iOS offers can never be matched. So know what you're developing to choose the right platform. There is nothing much superior when it comes to choosing the right platform. Like I mentioned, Android has its own advantages and iOS has its own advantages. Make sure that you select the perfect one. Take a look at their pros and cons, like which one is going to be suitable for your organization. Just start working on it and then bam, you're there. So with this, we come to the end of this video. I hope you guys have understood everything that has been discussed in this session. If you have any queries related to any of the topics, just put them on the comment section below and we'll get back to you at the earliest. So that's it from my end, guys. Kickstart your learning with Edureka now and happy learning.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!